Chapter 1934. The students brought their own poems to praise the crab. The song and dance troupe of the Pear Garden was responsible for choosing the best performances. The students praised each other if they thought it was good. Li Longji was far away from them, eating crab alone. Song Jing and the others accompanied him at the student banquet. They didn't care about the court assembly. They could see each other almost every day. What was the use of saying a few words to those they met less than once a year? If they had the ability, they could write a letter. If the content was good and beneficial to the country and the people, they would be exempted from the exam. If it was good, they would be promoted. Now that they were eating crab, Li Longji's mood was not much different. Listening to the students' poems, the students should write an article about the governance of Hunan province. Xiao Yi hid in the mountains to enjoy leisure, causing us to suffer. Bai Gu heard a student saying something loudly, asking others to look at the teeth. He gestured to the west, wanting to take something to knock out the tooth. He guessed the situation and inserted teeth for shopkeeper Yi and the other two. Xiao Yi also helped all the missing teeth in Luoyang Palace to burn a batch of teeth. That student must be one of them. It was just a porcelain tooth, what was there to show off? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Bai Gu ordered, "Call that person to me." In less than half a minute, the student arrived. He first bowed to Bai Gu. Student Zhang Shunpeng greets the head of the secretariat. Bai Gu snorted. Zhang Shunpeng bent down, waiting for Bai Gu to speak. What did a mean? Bai Gu was eating crab, so he was angry. Of course, it was not because Zhang Shunpeng had inserted teeth like him. There were monks and Taoist priests who came to find him. Li Longji complained that the temples and monasteries were too big and didn't pay taxes. He cleaned up a group of people who left their land to the temples and monasteries. He told them to return to the secular world and not to continue taking advantage of the Tang dynasty. There were rumors, but they were not rumors. After the court assembly, he would collect taxes from the monks and Taoist priests tomorrow. Mount Song could not escape. Both Buddhism and Taoism existed in Mount Song. In the past, he was willing to go there and discuss with them. Princess Jingxian printed a large number of books. He even asked for some and sent people to deliver them to Mount Song and other places in Hunan Prefecture. If Bai Gu wants you to pay taxes, then just pay. It's not like you can't make a living anymore. You didn't skimp on the money from the pilgrims. In the end, you came to me and asked me to tell His Majesty not to collect taxes. Do my words count? Collecting taxes is my business. I didn't come up with the idea. Go look for Xiao Yi. When Bai Zaifu was the Hunan magistrate and went to Sigong Square, this student was fortunate enough to meet him. Zhang Shunpeng slightly lowered his head and answered. I was just passing by. At that time, I was going to Bay City, not Sigong Square. Bai Gu didn't agree with the other party's words. Luoyang Sigong Square was Chang An's Pyeongkong Square. If these words were to reach Xiao Yi's ears, wouldn't he be laughed at for half a month? I was just passing by. Zhang Shunpeng understood. Sigong Square was very big. It took about 4 hours to walk from one end to the other. Eat crab. Bai Gu waved his hand. Come closer to the table and eat together. Presumably, the other party was also passing by Sigong Square at that time. They were passers-by and felt a sense of familiarity. Bai Gu was afraid that Li Yi would know that he had been to Sigong Square. Li Yi was currently receiving a group of big shots from Chang An's Pyeongkong Square. His Majesty had already left, and there were too many people following him. They were all rich and powerful. The girls from Pyeongkong Square discussed, and more than 70% of them were willing to go to Luoyang. As for the others who stayed, some of them were benefactors who didn't go to Luoyang, while others wanted to use this opportunity to rise to the top. The people who came were just right. 2 trains were enough to load them, and there were still people standing. Fortunately, they didn't have to spend money, so there was no need to feel sad about the same price for standing and sitting tickets. After getting off the train, they hired a car and went straight to Li Family Zhuangzi's mountain in the west of the city. They couldn't leave. The place to stay should be at Xigong Square. They looked down on their peers. Luoyang's Xigong Square's big shots no more than us. Have they performed at the water curtain? Do you have so many new instruments? They went to find Li Yi and asked Li Yi to arrange a place for them. In any case, they wouldn't be together with their peers from Xigong Square. Xian Yen was the leader, followed by the girls from Nankou, Zhongxiu, and Beiziu. Beiziu felt that they could at least raise their status to Zhongxiu when they reached Luoyang. They didn't come by themselves, but brought people with them. Xian Yen had more than 50 people with her. There were also children. Otherwise, how could the train be filled with tickets? Princess Yongmu was the first to receive them. She was willing to chat with Xian Yen and the others since they weren't a threat to her. When Li Yi appeared, a group of children called out to Big Brother Dongzhu and surrounded him, asking for sweets. Everything they learned about being reserved was thrown to the 9 heavens. Li Yi arranged for people to distribute snacks to deal with the children. The children became obedient again. They sat in rows and shared the snacks. Li Dongzhu, we've caused trouble for you. Xian Yen approached Li Yi and bowed. It's no trouble. It just so happens that the pear garden has just been built in Luoyang. I'll give you a place to make it more lively. Li Yi cupped his fists in return. Chapter 1935. The girls of Pyongkong Square all let out a sigh of relief. They were afraid of causing trouble for Li Yi when they came, but they did not think of Xigong Square. They had too many people in each place, so how could they handle it? Fight? They did not expect that Li Yi had already arranged it. The place would definitely not be bad. The main thing was the housing. Each building had to be allocated properly, such as Pyongkong Square. They were not afraid of being remote, and the road conditions did not matter. If the road was not good, they could repair it. They would pay for it. Not to mention the cost of repairing the road, they could even buy a square in Luoyang. There was no lack of customers. The people of Chang'an, Pyongkong Square, North, South, and South Chu, even if they lived deep in the mountains, there were still many customers. Li Dongzhu, how far are we from here? Xinyan asked on behalf of her sisters. The distance from Pyongkong Square to Li Family Zhuangzi, yes, about the same. The mountain over there, the entire mountain is yours. The one beside it is the pear garden. There are corridors, winding rivers, and lofts being built on the mountain. There are also fields, ponds, and free-range chickens, ducks, and geese. If there are customers, you can personally pick vegetables, carry water, fish, and provide food for the customers. Li pointed to a mountain in the west that he had arranged in advance. Li Dongzhu, you still want to do that kind of work? A Beiziu girl pouted. The delicate and pretty Tian family's daughter, meeting without words. Looking back for the first time, like a dream in the immortal promise. Li Yi actually wanted to tell the other party, with this kind of awareness, stay in Beiziu for the rest of your life. What came out was a rhyme, let me tell you, that kind of woman is the most attractive. This was called the contrast effect. Did you think that the land was a large piece of land? Actually, it was small, and the roads were beautiful. There were also buckets for carrying water. The buckets were short and wide, with one at the front and one at the back. When the water was not full, it would sway. A woman's figure has a special charm in that sway, so you should practice it. From time to time, a bit of water would spill, and you would give a coquettish expression. Customers who usually gave 10 CUN would feel embarrassed if they did not give 20 CUN. This was called marketing. Did you think that you were amazing because you were from Pyongkong Square? In terms of marketing, you guys are far behind. The girls in Pyongkong Square instantly understood. In that case, it was better than Pyongkong Square. Li Dongzhu is thoughtful. We won't grow vegetables or raise poultry. It's just that if you pick too many vegetables, what if the vegetable field is empty? Another person from Beichu spoke up. Her looks were not inferior to Xian Yan's, but there was a reason why she was in Beichu. How can it be empty? Elsewhere, there were large plots of land that were specially planted. Once they were done harvesting today, they would be moved over to make up for it on the same day, digging up the roots together. I'll also plant roses for you. You can pick the roses and disinfect the thorns of one of the roses with alcohol in advance. When you're harvesting, see if the other party can spend more money. If they can, just press your finger on it and prick it until it bleeds. I don't think I need to teach you how to make expressions, right? Li Yi continued to teach, but the prerequisite was that it had to be disinfected and not get tetanus. Eggplant is also fine. Eggplant's thorns can also make you bleed. Xinyan felt that sometimes eggplants were more useful than roses. Princess Yongmu was dumbfounded when she heard this. Xiao Lan blinked her eyes. This was the first time she knew that Li Lang actually had this kind of palace scheming ability. Do as you see fit. After 36 hours, the swelling will be even worse. Hurry and find me, there's still time. It's best if it's 24 hours. Don't purposely prick yourself just to find me, I don't have the leisure to deal with it. Forget it, let's find my disciple first. Li Yi was also afraid that if they didn't act well, there would really be a problem. Li Lang, when you say it, my finger hurts. Look. Another everyone who was familiar with Li Yi said to Li Yi with a determined expression. Yes, that's it, very good. Li Yi gave a thumbs up and praised. He. Princess Yongmu laughed heartlessly. Li Yi pulled the little robot over, find a few companions and bring the big sisters to settle down. It will be repaired in a few days. I know, Dongzhu, remember to charge my backup battery. I still have to walk around at night to familiarize myself with the terrain. The little robot agreed and turned to call the people from Pyongkong Square. Fairies, come with me. Let's step on the clouds and float. I'll bring you to the immortal palace. The group of beauties followed it and left. The commoners who were hired to help were dumbfounded, especially the men. They really thought that they had seen fairies, a large group of beautiful women. They casually looked at any one of them, and every movement they made was so alluring. They thought that it was natural, but how could they know the pain of training since childhood? They trained to the point where all their body movements, every frown and smile, every anger and joy, had become instinctive. They looked at Li Yi with indescribable worship. Go to work, you want to get paid for free? In your dreams. Li Yi glared. The group of people ran away without any fear. Sigh. I'm becoming less and less dignified. I'm a dignified first-rank official, but ordinary people don't show the slightest bit of fear. Li pursed his lips, grabbed Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan, and strolled back to continue drawing drawings. Princess Yongmu continued to laugh until she couldn't walk and was carried on Li Yi's back. Li Longji and the others came back before dark. They had agreed to stay in Ziwei City, but in the end, not to mention staying, they felt uncomfortable even if they stayed for a while. They didn't eat dinner and ate for the whole afternoon. They really couldn't eat anymore. Xiao Yi, float a tooth for someone tomorrow. Bai Gu brought Zhang Shunpang to Li Yi and gave Zhang Shunpang a look. Student Zhang Shunpang is. Zhang Shunpang looked at Li Yi, who was younger than him, with wide eyes and stretched out his hand. Zhang Shunpang. Luoyang people, Jing Xingfang, in the 5th day of the 5th month of the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, rescued 4 young children by the banks of the Luo River, Luoyang County's merit report. Li Yi didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking and gave him the situation. There were many people named Zhang Shunpang, and Bai Gu could only bring one person here. Li Yi guessed it. He had read all the official documents in Hunan province. For someone like Zhang Shunpang, if he didn't pass the imperial examination and didn't want to continue, he would make up for someone with the same background as him. It was very difficult to determine whether or not he saved the children and whether or not he faked it. For example, if a child of the same clan fell into the water, it was right to save him. If not, it was against the law. Only by saving other people's children could it be considered a righteous act. The government issued a list. He saved 4 children and almost died. He also had to take the imperial examination, so there were bonus points. Selecting talents for the country was not only about talent, but also about morality. Zhang Xuanpeng's legs bent and he almost knelt down. He had long heard that Li Dongzhu's plan was flawless and that he could connect the 2 worlds of yin and yang. Sure enough. Xiao Yi, he lost 3 teeth. Later, he replaced them with porcelain teeth. The color is different. Bai Gu didn't care how Li Yi knew. Li Yi's ability was a routine operation. He emphasized teeth. Bleaching teeth is easy. I'll check tomorrow. Stay here tonight. Don't drink or eat anything before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for defecation, I'll arrange for someone to take care of it. You don't know. Li Yi had a good impression of people who could save children. He risked his life to save them. Not only did he have to bleach them, but he also had to check on other physical conditions. If there were other diseases, he would treat them in time. He also had to spread the word to tell the people of the Tang dynasty that good deeds would be rewarded. In fact, the people of the Tang dynasty would save them under such circumstances, and those who were saved would be grateful. Chapter 1936. Xiao Yi, the students have written many poems. Do you want to take a look? Zhang Shunpang was arranged to rest. Bai Gu pointed to a stack of papers beside him as he spoke to Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head vigorously, no. Even if they write 16 claws of a crab, I won't take a look. I want to go and eat. Li Yi didn't have the time to do so. If they wanted to write a poem, so be it. There were too many poems and he couldn't finish reading them all. If he finished reading all of them, his vestibular nerves would be damaged. The students knew how to use illusions. Even if they looked at a few ordinary words, there was an illusion within. Not everyone wrote a poem about 2 ducks. Would it hurt to read the illusion? Time was running out. Sigh. I wanted to ask you to take a look at Shenxiang. Bai Gu expressed his regret. Can Shenxiang become a grand scholar? Or is it beneficial to me? Old Bai, let me register for next year's imperial examinations. I don't have any recommendations from the prefectural government. Can you recommend me? Li Yi was determined not to take a look. He issued a challenge, a provocation. Bai Gu's face darkened. Will you be happy if you make things difficult for me? I won't allow you to take the examination. Bai Gu was afraid that Li Yi would cause trouble when he was answering the questions. For example, he asked, the Turks have moved north, where are their troops going now? Should we force them? He asked, should we attack the Turks when they are fleeing? Or should we continue to force them? What if Li Yi said to force them to surrender? Would that be the correct answer? What about the other students? If you argued that it was impossible, why would the Turks surrender? Li Yi could make them surrender, do you believe it? Instead of military matters, he asked about economics. For example, in the Hunan prefectural government, industry takes precedence. Agriculture takes precedence. Commerce takes precedence. If you asked whether industry, agriculture, or commerce were more important, you would have to answer. If it was Li Yi, he would dare to say that none of them were important. If you didn't believe him, he would show you. Who would be the examiner? Would he be the only grand scholar and the rest would be eliminated? How could a person be so shameless? Xiao Yi, do you have any shame? Bai Gu said bluntly. What, old Bai, you want to sell human organs by disassembling them? Li Yi said with an astonished expression. I'll be angered to death by you one day. Humph. Wash my teeth tomorrow. Bai Gu left in a huff and got someone to take away the huge stack of crab poems. Old Bai, are you going to grind or not? I think if you grind any more, you'll have to get a new one. Li Yi shouted from behind. I don't care. In short, it can't hurt. Bai Gu didn't even turn his head. Once Bai Gu was far away, Li Yi's face sank. Some people in Mount Song have gone too far. Why did they force old Bai? Did he really think that he could control the world's faith? Propaganda channels and military force were the best methods. I'll find a better place and move them there, saying that it's better to promote Buddhism and Taoism. Li Yi knew the situation. Bai Gu contacted people and Gao Lisher arranged for them. Moreover, Bai Gu couldn't go to Mount Song himself. If others came, they would be surrounded by spies. The Li family Zhuangzi's people also knew. Zai Fu didn't allow others to monitor him. Why? When I speak, there are palace maids and eunuchs recording it. Li Yi looked at Tao Hong, Song, and the others scribbling and felt depressed. You don't have to worry about losing your job in the future. You can be stenographers. Princess Yongmu rolled her eyes. Are they willing? Once word gets out, we'll ask them to pay 50% of the tax. They'll be very willing to pay. If they're not willing to pay 10%, it means that they're too kind. They feel bad and want to pay more. Although we should treat everyone equally, others are strongly demanding to pay more taxes. If you stop them, they will be disappointed. Li Yi knew that Mount Song's Buddhists and Taoists wouldn't move, so he could only comply. Hunan's Mount Song and Nanjing's Mount Zhongshan were the same. They liked to choose places that military strategists would fight for. It looked like they were fighting for mountains, but they were actually fighting for waterways, plains, and population. In the mortal world, people fought for life and death. When it came to life and death, Nanjing was better than Luoyang. The ancient capital of Luoyang was always lost. At the ancient capital of Nanjing, at least there was Yi Yao who could reverse life and death. Therefore, the Northern Song dynasty didn't use Luoyang as the permanent capital. They moved the eastern capital to Kaifeng and became Tokyo's dream. The Southern Song dynasty didn't dare to go straight to the Yangtze River. The real capital was in Hangzhou and not Nanjing. Hangzhou's location couldn't be Chengdu. If the ruler didn't have the will to die, how could he control the country? The reason why Buddhism and Taoism liked to place their places in such a position was because of their status. Even if they lost the war, they used the name of being outside to drive belief. The people in power still had to pay attention to them, just like Confucianism. Li Yi read history from the future. He knew it too well. Otherwise, why would Lao Mao clean up these things? During the campaign, some county records were lost. It was a pity. The most powerful inheritance of Chinese civilization was the county records. In Li Yi's world, except for his country, no other country had such things. No matter which dynasty, the county records would be kept, and many copies would be written. When a dynasty rose, it was guaranteed that history would be written, and it would be a history of the era. Records of the Grand Historian was a comprehensive history, so it was very important, even if the person who wrote it had his own subjective consciousness. It was the same for the history of the era. Whoever wrote it didn't have their own feelings. Therefore, Li Yi liked Mount Song. He watched it in movies when he was young. At that time, he didn't study history or research. Now, Mount Song is such a good place. I collect 10% tax from you, but you still find trouble with Lao Bai and put pressure on him. Fine, 50%. Are you going to pay? Is it your Buddhist religion that's better, or is it my Li family's newspaper that's better? I'm here in Luoyang. I'll give the people a good life. Can you do it? I can fly in the sky. Who wants to fly? The pond is 10 meters deep. Who wants to tie a big rock with me and pull it up after an hour? Li Lang, do you want to kill people? Let the nurses practice. Princess Yongmu didn't know Li Yi's memories, but she could guess Li Yi's thoughts. She used to believe in Buddhism, but then she met Li Yi. Li Lang was much better than those people. No, they're smart. How can a person who can study the teachings so thoroughly not know the ways of the world? They looked for old Bai to test me. They wanted to know my intentions, and I gave them my will. To put it bluntly, some people want to use everything around them to gain the right to speak, but they don't have the ability to be the emperor. Then they will think of ways to influence the emperor, the way of Prince Yu. I can be the emperor, but I don't want to be the emperor. I can't deal with them. Li Yi wanted to set an example. Mount Song, I'll start with you. I'll go back to the Kong family. The Kong family is now under the jurisdiction of Hunan province. Take back the land. They've taken over a lot of land, good farmland. Princess Yongmu had her own information channel. The noble ladies all came over. The noble ladies of Luoyang took the initiative to visit Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Does the tenant pay a fixed rent or an accompanying rent? Li Yi asked. Fixed rent. How much per mu? Even if there's no harvest, you have to pay. Princess Yongmu tilted her head and looked at Li Yi. You don't know? Yes, so we can't bully the Buddhists. We'll increase the rent by 10% and rent their land. We'll sign a 10-year contract. Li Yi was still acting like he wanted to kill Mount Song's Buddhists. Suddenly, he became gentle. Let's see if they pay 50% tax first. If they don't, we'll kill them. Princess Yongmu still understood. Li Lang never had good intentions towards the people he targeted. Chapter 1937. September 16th in the lunar calendar, October 17th in the solar calendar. It drizzled for half an hour in the morning in Luoyang, and the temperature dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. By noon, the temperature had returned to 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. The train continued to run, bringing the people from the capital office to Luoyang. Other supplies were sent to Luoyang by Chang'an, including pigs that were so hungry that they had to be raised in Luoyang. When they got on the train, they had to excrete first. Otherwise, Luoyang's grain products had increased by 0.2% in the past few days. Originally, 1,000 people could eat their fill with the same amount of money, but now, 2 of them had to starve. The Li family Zhuangzi on the mountain said that it would increase by 0.1% at most. If it exceeded this amount, the wholesalers would have to reconsider. The commoners did not increase the price of grain, but how would the retail price increase by 0.2% be handled? How would they take out 2 plates of rice out of 1,000 plates? The retailers would bear the loss of 0.2%. The Ministry of Revenue bought a bunch of soap from the Li family Zhuangzi and gave it to the retailers as a subsidy. When the Li family Zhuangzi's words were released, the wholesalers directly increased the price by 0.1% and did not move. The 0.3% you mentioned, I will stop here. The commoners who sold poultry and eggs got a bargain. The price did not increase, and the profits from eggs increased. Originally, they could not sell them. There were too many fresh eggs, so they could only marinate them into salted and mutated eggs. The price of salted and mutated eggs was lower than that of fresh eggs, so they were shipped out in batches. As the population increased from all over, the locals did not need to sell other eggs. They directly sold fresh eggs, saving time and materials for marinating. The eggs that were made into dried chicken, dried duck, and dried goose were still sold fresh. The newly arrived commoners registered first and were directly arranged to stay outside Luoyang Palace. Some houses had already been built. When the commoners arrived, they lived there first and immediately helped to build other houses. It was located north of Luoyang Palace, an area dozens of miles away from the Yellow River. The Li family Zhuangzi bought the land. In addition, the land south of Luoyang Palace was bought by the Li family Zhuangzi. It was time to eat on the mountain again. Only at this time could everyone gather together and talk. Li Yi actually wanted to hide in his courtyard to eat and not come out. Once he came out, all kinds of things would happen. Then, he was dragged out of the restaurant by Baigu, who had just washed his teeth. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. Old Bai, take it easy, don't stretch your muscles and bones. There's no problem with your teeth, so you don't need to get a new one. Li Yi was afraid that he would knock Bai Gu down, so he followed him. What does it have to do with ya? It's price control. Bai Gu loosened his grip slightly and brought Li Yi to sit in the middle of the group. Everyone was waiting for Li Yi because they had questions to ask. Princess Yongmu was there. She had prepared a meal for Li Yi and placed a plate on the table. Li Yi looked at Xiaolan, who was standing behind Princess Yongmu. Bring out the dishes. Do you think you'll be full just standing there? Xiaolan nodded and lowered her head to get the tray. She wouldn't go when I told her to. Princess Yongmu muttered. Li picked up his chopsticks and didn't pick up anything as he looked at everyone. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and similarly didn't eat. Su Yi was the first to speak. The capital's price control is a few percent. Why did it become a few thousandths in Luoyang? The capital's price control is the range, while Luoyang's price control is the rules. With the increase of the foreign population, the price of local goods should increase, especially food. Earlier this year, it was mentioned that Luoyang was coming, and the grain merchants around Luoyang had long stocked up on food. If I don't allow them to increase the price, let's see who dares to go against the wind. Once they understand the rules and settle the foreign population, the price will be allowed to fluctuate like the capital's. Li Yi made his intentions clear. He had come to suppress the local powers. After all, who had the final say in the Tang dynasty? Rather than being gentle and waiting for others to cause trouble, it was better to suppress them directly. Waiting for trouble before making a move was a political move. He wanted to kill people to establish his authority. When trouble arose, the common people would suffer. Li Yi had the common people in his eyes and wasn't willing to do that. He wasn't prepared to uproot the large clans. Those with more capital proved that they were capable, so he could use them. Brother Yi, you're truly magnanimous. Li Longji understood everything. Xiao Yi, those who hoard food will suffer losses. The purchase price of large quantities of food is high, and there will be losses in storage. There will also be expenses to hire people. Lu Huaishan reminded Li Yi. If you suppress them like this, others will lose money and will be resentful. In the past, the poultry feathers in Hunan were basically used as fertilizer and feather dusters. The capital's feathers are used to make down jackets, while Hunan needs a large number of workshops. If anyone wants to invest, the workshops will be given out. There will be rough processing, deep processing, raw materials acquisition, etc. An industrial chain will be formed, but loans are not allowed. Those with less capital will be excluded. Li Yi turned around to give benefits. The large clans and merchants had to play a role. Why can't we borrow money? Lu Youqiu had already drunk a mouthful of soup and asked. Li Yi took a deep breath. Before he could say anything, Bai Gu interrupted, it's easy to have the risk of triangular debt. If we blindly expand the scale of production, we will not be able to repay the upstream suppliers. And the upstream suppliers, Bai Gu explained the situation of the triangular debt. He knew that Li Yi was going to say that Lu Youqiu should read books. Lu Youqiu sighed. There were too many books. He couldn't read them all. Song Jing understood this very well. Instead of forming a triangular debt and then dealing with it, it's better to solve the problem directly from the root. Su Yi echoed, when investing in unfamiliar industries, try to adapt, familiarize, and master as much as possible. Then, adjust the scale of production. Zhang Jiuling nodded. It involves the borrower's interest recovery cycle and method, as well as the borrower's capital return cycle and method. Therefore, we should focus on stability. We should not have a debt-based business model. Let's eat. Li Longji concluded. Li Yi was in a good mood. The future of the Tang dynasty was promising. Look at these ministers. The bank had not opened yet, but they were already thinking about the problems that might arise in the future. Before the financial activities were officially launched, the law should be perfected first. At that moment, if a smart person wanted to exploit loopholes, he would suddenly find that all the loopholes had been blocked. Everything that he didn't think of was blocked. He ate in peace. From time to time, he would interact with Princess Yongmu and feed her a mouthful of food. The newly arrived people were eating stew. It was too tiring to cook with a big pot of rice. Duck and chicken stew were stewed. Children were given boiled eggs. There were less vegetables in the stew and more soup. Fortunately, the soup was thick enough. Chicken oil and duck oil were stewed in. The staple food was long-grain rice cooked in a big stove. Wherever long-grain rice was cooked, the Li family Zhuangzi would send people to buy rice crust. They exchanged long-grain rice for it in a one-to-one exchange. The children ate eggs in small bites. Unlike Li Yi's children who didn't like to eat yolks, eggs were good things for the people of the Tang dynasty. The newly arrived people had free meals for the first 3 days. After that, they had to pay. Usually, on the first day, they would register, find a place to settle down, rest, and be tired from traveling. On the second day, they would see what work they could do and go home to think about it. On the third day, they would start work and get paid on the same day. On the fourth day, they would start to pay for their meals. However, it was not expensive. Overall, the food provided to the foreigners before the new year was at cost price plus 10% profit. Chapter 1938. The road is not good at all. It's a waste of time to walk. The big wheels make me jolt. After lunch, Li Yi didn't want to take a nap. He took Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan for a stroll to see the autumn scenery. 3 little robots followed. 2 of them were relatively silent, always following Li Yi's liveliness. It was complaining about the poor road conditions, but in the end, it ran happily. Pine Tree and the other 3 carried the load. There were 3 robots' batteries below. Tao Hong and the others were relatively relaxed, but they needed to record key words. Li Yi controlled the drone to fly and see the construction of the nearby construction site. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan were carrying a basket to look for mushrooms. It rained in the morning, and the temperature was now 25 degrees below zero. If it was Chang'an, the temperature there was about 17 degrees, 8 degrees lower. There was a pine tree here that had not been cut down. There were many mulberry trees elsewhere, and the squirrels needed a home. Now they didn't eat mushrooms because there were other food. The pine tree's pine nuts were small and shriveled, so the squirrels had no problem eating them. The pine nuts of the big red pine tree were good, but unfortunately, they couldn't be found here. Li Yi took back the drone and put it on the head of the livelier little robot. The little robot muttered, "If you drop it, you'll drop me, won't you?" and became obedient. Li Yi casually pulled a hemp fruit from the side of the road. There were black seeds inside. He picked and threw more than 20 seeds into his mouth to chew. It was a little fragrant, but the taste was more astringent. This was herbal medicine. Hemp was put in water to make hemp. It was suitable for weaving sacks and hemp rope. It was especially uncomfortable to wear as clothes. "Call," Li Yi said to the muttering little robot. "Let me do all the work." "Call." The little robot complained, but it didn't work sloppily. "Dongzhu." The voice of the second manager, Sun Xian, came not long after. "Many doctors have followed. Tell them to start buying herbs. The price is similar to the capital government." Li Yi ordered. "Yes." Sun Xian replied. "No, oh. Borrow the shovels, sickles, ropes, baskets from the people who came later. Go do your work." Li Yi added. "Got it, Dongzhu." Sun Xian continued to respond, but did not end the call. "End," Li Yi said, and the little robot closed the connection. He took 2 steps forward, pulled out his tactical saber, and squatted on the ground to dig. He dug out the bellflower, which was also known as the bellflower and the monk's hat flower. In the northeast region, they were called gobao and monk head. It was eaten as a dish and also used as medicine. When he was done, he threw it into the mushroom basket, took 2 more steps, and continued to dig. This time, they dug up the dandelion's root, which was the dandelion's medicine. The leaves couldn't be eaten as they were too old. On a mountain, Li saw herbs and food on the side of the road. Even the earthworms he dug out could be used as medicine. Bracken is too old to be eaten. This is sour dog's tail. Eating it now tastes like chewing firewood. Li identified what was still edible. He was a child who grew up in the countryside. The first thing he did when he arrived at the mountain was to look for food that could be eaten immediately and food that needed to be taken home for processing. In summer, there was no need to bring water or food into the mountains. A sickle and a shovel were enough. He walked around the mountain and carried the branches that were used as firewood back with rattan. He also brought the mushrooms that were threaded with straw poles back home. There were traces of eating at the corners of his mouth. If he encountered a pheasant's nest, he could still carry a few pheasant eggs. Many of his experienced backpackers at that time couldn't compare to the village children who grew up on the mountainside. They didn't think of it as wilderness survival. It was purely to play in the mountains and look for food. They didn't want to go home empty-handed. Snakes were usually chased away. When they saw hedgehogs, they would tie them up and carry them. Hedgehogs were medicinal materials that were sold to supply and demand cooperatives. Li Lang, your things are worthless. Let's pick up the mushrooms and go back to stew them. Princess Yongmu picked the mushrooms and found a pile of other things in the basket that took up space. Okay, I'm used to it. Don't worry about the hazelnuts. There are many bugs. Next spring, let's see what we should plant. Get rid of the weeds and wild branches now. It's better to plant cash crops. Even if it's sesame, it has to be planted scientifically. Li saw the hazelnut seedlings. They were as tall as a person. It was too late to pick wild hazelnuts now. Dongzhu, there's a snake, 20:23. 165 meters. It's closer. The morphological characteristics have been analyzed as acute-nosed viper, hemolytic toxin. A small robot that had been silent suddenly alerted. It had been scanned. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan immediately retreated in the opposite direction. Qing Song and the others put down their poles. Tao Hong and the others also hid. If they found the danger in advance, they wouldn't rush forward. Li walked over with a tactical knife, walked a few steps, and took off his shirt. Seeing the snake moved slowly. Its target was Li Yi. When the two were about 5 meters apart, Li Yi flung his clothes. The front end of the snake stood up and spat out its tongue. Qing Song and the others also surrounded him with tactical knives. They knew that Dongzhu wanted to catch it alive. Dongzhu, get out of the way. I'm coming. Remember to wash me clean. The most lively little robot threw the drone down and rushed to the 5-step snake. It had a robot arm that was usually hidden in its body. It stretched out and rushed forward. The snake was actually quite puzzled. The thermal image of robots was different from that of humans. They could still see. It jumped and bit, biting one of the little robot's hands. The little robot was not afraid at all. It grabbed it with its other hand. Little guy, have you ever seen someone who is not afraid of being bitten? I'll let you know today. The little robot's mouth was called broken. It grabbed the snake and came back. It was the first time in its life that the 5-step snake had encountered a little robot, and it was also the last time in its life that it would encounter a little robot. Dongzhu, here, remember to wash me and give me some good oil. The little robot came to Li Yi to ask for credit. It looked like a human. Li Yi reached out and pinched the snake's jaw. The snake's mouth was open. Tao Hong and the others began to cut hay and quickly weave it to make a simple cage. Princess Yongmu opened Qing Song's box and took out alcohol to wipe the little robot. You're so brave to rush to the front. As long as the consciousness is still there, the body can be sacrificed for Dongzhu and Mistress, and Xiaolan. Our consciousness is connected to the cloud and stored in a separate unit. I'm completely broken now. If I have another body, the data will come in again. We're immortal. We're the most loyal. We. It would be even better if we had a new body. The little robot turned to look at Li Yi as it spoke. Dream on. It's just catching a snake. Where did you learn all this from all day long? You talk more and more. Li Yi said while holding the snake. The little robots were all programs. Some data entered too much, self-learning. They looked like humans, but in fact, they were not. If the little robot doesn't talk, no one will like it. The little robot's voice became smaller and imitated muttering. Okay. When we go back, I'll soak you in the pool and wash you clean. You'll be like new. Li Yi shook the snake's head. There was still venom on the snake's teeth. Mistress, did you see that? This is called repaying kindness with ingratitude. I'm the one who rushed to the front. The mistress wants to get rid of me. The little robot turned around and said to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu laughed. This robot was too fun. Xiao Lan leaned forward. How much power do you have left? Do you want to change the battery? There's a lot, eh? Dongzhu, there's a communication from over there. I'll answer it for you. The little robot suddenly changed the topic. Its voice changed. Dongzhu, I've received a letter from Sun. Chang'an's guard, Wei Jigu, called. I'm facing the phone here. Chapter 1939. Xiao Yi. Did you get hurt? The little robot's voice changed again. It was Wei Jigu's. Old Wei, it's me. Did something happen in Chang'an? Li Yi couldn't help but tighten his grip on the snake, and the snake's mouth opened even wider. Chang'an is fine, and so is the capital. The Turkic envoys sent a letter asking if they can buy winter typhoid medicine and also glycerin to prevent frostbite. Wei Jigu's voice sounded different from normal. Li Yi, his mood was also different from normal. What did he mean? We're at war. You want to buy things from me? Am I helping the enemy? Are you selling? Wei Jigu asked. Yes. Ask them if they want tea leaves. The fermented tea bricks and green tea are pretty good. After they finish repairing the Kong bed, we'll take our soy sauce base to ferment and blend it into sauce in the house. Together with their cheese products, it can prevent diseases in the gastrointestinal tract. Remember to tell them not to eat raw fish and raw animal meat. It's easy to get parasites. Pickled fish can be smoked and smashed, and the taste is not bad. It's very suitable for drinking. There's Highland barley there to ferment and make wine. We'll send distilled yeast, and it has to be properly sterilized. Otherwise, it'll be vinegar. The key is, what will they use to exchange? They don't have money. If they send sheep here, a lot of them will die in the desert. Li Yi abandoned the idea of helping the enemy and treated the Turkic people as his own people. He just had to take money. They said that they have a lot of pine nuts. The pine nuts from the red pine trees are the same as those from Bohai. There was a lot of noise coming from Wei Jigu's side. Someone seemed to be shouting and recording. It was obviously a team and someone was responsible for recording. Little Hai, it's our Tang dynasty now. We haven't experienced the Little Ice River, but we have red pine trees. Old Wei, give them the non-standard quality arrows that we used to use in the past as well. Tell them to contact our Telegram team if they have any difficulties. Don't be afraid. Li not only wanted to change normal things, but he also wanted to change weapons. He knew that the other side used telegrams. War was sometimes so interesting. Give them arrows. Good. Great. Tell them that this arrow is useless to the Tang dynasty. Wei Jigu was puzzled for a moment before he understood. The grassland people lacked iron and smelting technology. They all tried to find a way to trade with the Tang dynasty. Sometimes, they even used bone arrowheads to control hundreds of thousands of arrows. Today, I've provided you with an open supply of arrows not made by the Li family Zhuangzi, which means that the Tang dynasty doesn't care about them. The Li family Zhuangzi's standard arrows were not necessarily better than other handmade arrows. The key was to get used to it. It was especially easy to get used to these standard arrows. As for the other arrows, he needed to get used to them on his own. Some handmade arrows might surpass standard arrows in terms of accuracy and range, but in general, standard arrows were superior to original arrows in all aspects. War was not a one-on-one battle. What was the use of having a good arrow once in a while? Xiao Yi, what's the price? Wei Zhigu asked after confirming the exchange. Look for Old Bai, isn't Old Bai listening? You're calling me through the robot. Everyone else is listening, right? Look for them. I still have the 5-step snake in my hands, alive. I'm about to crush it to death. It's so old and pitiful. I have to be careful. I'll go back and take the snake venom to make antivenom. Tell them the price and they'll know how much is appropriate. Old Bai, Wen Tian, and Xiaolon picked up a lot of mushrooms to make mushroom soup. I'm hanging up. As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, the little robot cleverly ended the data transmission. Dongzhu, weave 2 straw bags and put them in first. We'll weave a better cover outside. Tao Hong held up a straw net with her hand and walked forward with a bitter face. She was afraid. Huang Bai took 2 steps forward and took over the straw net. Li Yi threw it in. There's not much poison left. You just bit and shook it, so there's a certain amount in the poison gland. Yes, bite me. The little robot echoed. On the other side, Li Longji and the others were indeed listening. The phone had no means of preventing leakage. Xiao Yi caught a 5-step snake. There's mushroom soup tonight. Bai Gu licked his teeth that had been washed today and said. Long Zai, get down to business. Chong An's Wei Zhigu didn't care about eating mushrooms. Do they transport it themselves or do we send it? If we send it, it'll be 10 times the cost. If they transport it themselves, it'll be 6 times the cost. Bai Gu turned around and talked about the price. Selling weapons didn't have anything to do with the cost, but with the demand. Do you think the arrows are expensive? How much do you want me to sell you explosive packs and sky-piercing monkeys? The actual cost of a telescope is very low. Do you want to buy it? What a joke! What did your Majesty say? Wei Zhigu asked again. I agree. The pine nuts are delicious. Li Longji turned a serious matter into a humorous one. I know. I'll take my leave. As Wei Zhigu said these words, the communication was cut off. Your Majesty, Xiao Yi's robot is too useful. Song Jing liked the unlimited communication. Brother Yi's cruiser and aircraft are also useful, but they consume lifespan. Li Longji made it clear. Don't think about having a small robot to accompany you. Do you agree to use your lifespan? You don't even know how to charge the small robot. San Lang, why did Xiao Yi catch the snake? Where are Yuanyuan's guards? Li Dan didn't say anything before. He was already retired and didn't care about the matters of the imperial court, but he had to talk about his granddaughter. She went to learn from the girls in Pyongkong Square. Brother Yi said that the training was too murderous and should be tempered with art. Bodyguards with strong bodies aren't absolute killing machines. They need to have emotions. The strongest army is definitely not emotionless. The winged knights are strong in their physique, but they are even stronger in their loyalty, and responsibility. Everything will change, but the only thing that will not change is the spirit of the army. Li Longji replied. He realized that Brother Yi had put a lot of thought into the training of the army. How strong were the winged knights? When they moved against the enemy, it was victory. There was no other result. When they turned around, they were gentle to the people of the Tang dynasty. They could play with the children and play with the mud. They could carry the elderly and women on their backs. They were worthy of being called the wings of the country, as prosperous as the forest, and as gentle as iron. Learn well. It's just that when I hear about snakes, especially five-step snakes, I'm worried. Noble consort Lu came over with a basket. She had dug up wild vegetables. Some wild vegetables bloomed early in the summer. The seeds came out early and sprouted after they fell. They were tender. Luoyang's climate was better. Like drakes, they were born in May and June, and they would be planted in July and August. They would then grow on the ground. They couldn't survive the winter, but they were suitable for eating. Noble consort Lu loved to eat them, so she brought people to dig them up. Drakes were called hairy ears in some places because they were furry. Eating them was like drinking carbonated drinks. They stimulated the tongue, and the taste was different. Li Longji went over to take the basket. Mother, don't worry. The little robot is very powerful. Besides, Brother Yi can take out the anti-venom at any time. That's good. Yuan didn't enjoy much with you when she was young. She said that she was gentle, but she was actually scared. She looked more like a girl when she was with Xiao Yi. She wasn't so boring. Noble consort Lu knew about Princess Yongmu's situation. During those years of fighting, people didn't dare to make a sound. Princess Yongmu had lived in that kind of environment since she was young. She looked docile, but she was actually scared. Xiao Yi had the ability. After interacting with her, Yuan was happy all day. Chapter 1940. Wild vegetable and mushroom soup is delicious. Bai Gu, who had been busy all the way until dinner, drank a mouthful of soup. Li Yi pretended not to hear and lowered his head to eat his fried mantou. The commoners are more willing to drink meat soup, so they won't have time to rest before the end of the year. The scene in the capital office took many years to complete, so Luoyang's affairs are a bit rushed. Yao Chong was also busy today, and he was even personally in charge of one aspect of government affairs. The people in the regiment were very capable. Luoyang needed to speed up its construction, and the original officials in Hunan province couldn't keep up. After settling most of the matters in Hunan province this year, they would start to lead the entire Hunan province next year. There are still commoners coming when it's dark. Li Dan had stayed on the mountain the entire day. From here, it was too far to see any light. When it's dark, it's 3 li away from the last relay station. Most commoners will choose to pass through the relay station and persevere. At this moment, Li Yi spoke. They were still 30 li away from their destination. The commoners estimated that they couldn't walk, so they decided to sleep at a nearby relay station for the night. When they were more than 10 li away, the commoners gritted their teeth and persevered. When they reached their destination, they were completely at ease. Have the receptionists been arranged properly? Li Dan thought of the commoners who had nowhere to stay when it was dark. If they stayed out for the night, they would easily fall sick. There's no rest for 24 hours. After dinner, walk down the mountain and you'll see them. Li Yi replied. The Li family Zhuangzi belonged to the same reception area. The commoners came from the west, and Zhuangzi's mountain was 25 li away from Luoyang Palace. The road from Zhuangzi to Luoyang Palace was lit by torches and kerosene lamps, and the transportation never stopped. In another location, the commoners could work hard to walk to Luoyang Palace under the illumination of the light. The commoners didn't want to tire themselves out on the Li family Zhuangzi's mountain. It was better to eat and sleep at the Li family Zhuangzi. Okay, let's take a look after dinner. Li Dan decided. We're here. Luoyang's Li family Zhuangzi. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people lined up to register, and a new group joined. The winged knights led the way, picking them up from the west and southwest roads. Everyone had finished their meal and was strolling around when they heard a commotion. Occasionally, a child's cries were the most ear-piercing. Children under the age of 1 were always sleepy. It was cold at night, and the surroundings were noisy. When the child woke up, he felt uncomfortable and could not speak, so he could only cry. There were also those who were hungry and had feces and urine that had to be dealt with. There are many people on the road at night. Li Dan didn't feel annoyed when she heard the child crying. There are fewer people in other places. Just as Xiao Yi said, about 30 li away, the people will live in the relay station. As for the place where the Li family Zhuangzi is located, even if it's 50 li away, the commoners will still have to travel after resting for a while at the relay station. Bai Gu was in charge of distributing the items, so he was most familiar with the data. There were more people in other places during the day, but less than 1/10 of the people at night. The number of days in the Li family Zhuangzi was almost the same as the number of days at night. There were 2 days where the number of days was much less than the number of days at night. Under the premise of ensuring safety on the road, traveling at night was faster than during the day. There were a lot of disturbances during the day, and it was dark at night. He lowered his head and walked, not thinking about anything. Why is that? Li Dan was puzzled. Because. Su Yi wanted to answer. I know. This is the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dan looked at the relaxed commoners under the light and suddenly understood. The commoners were walking towards Luoyang. They didn't know the situation there, so they thought about how to walk. The commoners who arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi first knew that as long as they arrived, they didn't need to think about anything. The earlier they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, the earlier they would be stable and have something to look forward to. Their goal was clear. Someone in the crowd held the mercury thermometer made by the Li family Zhuangzi and taught the commoners how to use it to see if they had a fever. Those who had a fever were quickly quarantined and found a doctor to take a look. Those who needed medicine were prescribed. In addition, there were a lot of diapers that could be changed for the babies. Not far away, goat milk was boiling in a pot. Beside it was a glass milk bottle that had been cleaned. It looked like a small teapot. The mouth of the teapot was covered with a simple nipple made of sheep intestines to prevent the child from biting through the glass. Women who didn't have enough milk carried their children over to feed them. As for those who had enough milk, they didn't find it inconvenient. They just undid their clothes and turned slightly to feed them. In fact, they had prepared shelters for them to raise their babies, but they didn't want to go. Li Dan sighed. Most of them are people who have lost their land. As long as they have their own property, they won't go so far away. After saying that, he thought for a moment and continued, there are also people who originally wandered the streets who want to come here to make more money. The sound of horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Nurse, come here. The Li family Zhuangzi nurse, come here. This child's body is burning up. The winged knights on the horse hugged the infant and shouted. They're here. They're coming. One male and one female nurse from the village ran over. When they arrived, the male nurse called out, push the cart and ice pack, quick. Initial diagnosis is acute pneumonia. Go to the hospital for further diagnosis. There was a cart next to them and a leather bag filled with ice. Other helpers brought it over. Sputum aspirator. The female nurse shouted as she looked for it herself. With the sound of wheels and footsteps, the child was pushed away. Xiao Yi, aren't you going? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. There was a baby in need of rescue. They can handle it. They know how to use most of the equipment. Li Yi only glanced at the nurses who ran away. The small robot was next to them. If there was something that they couldn't handle, they would find him through the robot. Luoyang's nights are warmer than Chang'an. A mat and blanket are enough. Li Dan raised his hand and rubbed his face. He smiled as he watched the people under the light collect their things and find a place to eat. This place is much colder than our previous home. At the same time of year, it's also colder than Chang'an. A large group of people camped in the snow. The Southwest barbarian in charge of patrolling adjusted the position of the buttons on his military coat. The original left pressed down on the right, and the wind came from the right. It was a two-row military coat with 2 rows of buttons. They went past the Shi tribe and kept going northeast. They passed by the Anong Protectorate, Jian and Governor's Office, and Xian Qingzhou Governor's Office. The current location belonged to Li Yi's time in the northeast of Fusong County. It was called Wangmatsi Gully. This place was full of hills. It had snowed heavily before. Under the guidance of the farmers, they made a horse-drawn sled and cut the grass that wasn't completely buried by the snow to feed the horses. Their destination was the place with the most people in Bohai country. It was Li Yi's time in Yenji. It was 270 to 80 li in a straight line. It would take 4 days to walk there. There weren't many roads, so they passed through the mountains. There were wild hazelnuts, pine trees, oak trees, red pines, brambles, ghost needles. Actually, it was easier to walk after it snowed. Many of the stumbling grass on the ground were covered by the snow. Without the cover of the leaves, it was easier to find the branches of the trees. Animals could leave tracks when they walked on the snow. From there, they could determine which type of animal it was. The 5 farmers were in a tent. They ate and studied the situation. There were 2 pheasants stewed in the iron pot. There was no cushion under it. They dug a hole and took the dry branches to burn. The pine branches crackled as they burned. There was smoke and the smell of pine resin. When we reach the place, we will rest for 10 days and wait for them to collect the goods to exchange. Then, we will come back from Changbai Mountain and follow the Yalu River to the seaside. Let them bring us to Haizhou and take the train to Luoyang. The 5 of them looked at the map that Li Yi gave them. It had the approximate location. It was normal for it to be beaten and scolded. It was also normal for it to not eat well. In the winter, the master was afraid that he would freeze to death, so there would be fewer people to work. At least there would be a place to live and straw. When the host was happy, the leftovers could be eaten. In this place, if one couldn't survive in winter, begging others was useless. The entire tribe was the same. If there was leather, it could be turned into clothes after some processing. There was no need to tan it properly. With the skills he had learned in Zhuangzi, leading a tribe of more than 200 people was guaranteed to be stronger than the tribes that followed him. Yes, 100 times stronger. Thinking about it, he said, if I stay, I will definitely lead the local tribe to become stronger. Alright, you stay. We'll go back and say that you're dead. I promise I won't betray you. Just wait until you've developed and become the emperor yourself. Lianxi looked at Lianzhong mockingly, as if he had high hopes for Lianzhong. I won't. Dongzhu will personally fly over to take me back. It doesn't matter how many guards I have. I've only learned a little bit. Who in Zhuangzi doesn't know? If I get sick, I don't know how to treat it myself. Lianzhong was arrogant when facing the local tribe. They didn't know the skills. But when facing the 4 people around him, he was very ordinary. Today, I saw a large patch of Ural grass. Tomorrow, I'll bring them to cut it and beat them with a stick. The brothers in the southwest will be responsible for processing the leather for them. At least they can put the Ural grass in. The brothers in the southwest are not bad. They're willing to learn. Seeing that everyone agreed to take him away, Li Endong began to arrange the next things. At the same time, he said that the skills would depend on Lianzhong. What skills? Are there many skills written in the newspapers? Do you want to organize a set of newspapers printed in Zhuangzi from the beginning to now and send them to you to help you build your country? Dongzhu will personally capture you. Huh. Are you worthy? Let's eat. Since we've decided to take them, let's start teaching them some skills. Lian Bei didn't want to waste time and opened the lid of the pot. The perforated handle on the lid could be removed. It was convenient to stack the lids together. The bowls they used to eat were enamel. They could also be placed on top of each other to save space. They didn't bring chopsticks. They had to find some branches to deal with it. When the wind outside swept through the ditch, it made a whistling sound. The leaders of the 4 tribes gathered together. They had the same idea. If a tribe was small, it was likely to be exterminated in a disaster. If they followed other large tribes and went to ask for help, they had to rush to the front to do the hard work. When the weather was good, they had to leave enough things to express their gratitude before they could be divided again. Generally, they had to leave women and fur. If they couldn't hold on, they would completely merge into the tribe. They wouldn't be the leader. It looks like we won't be able to survive this year. No matter who we follow, we'll follow the Tang dynasty. A man with frostbite on the left side of his face said as he guarded the bonfire. They entered the tent. There was a fire outside. They squatted by the bonfire and ate. Half of a roe deer was placed over the fire. They used a knife to cut the meat. It's the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi is powerful. I want to see Li Yi. Another man who was missing half of his pinky said. He cut a piece of meat, carefully sprinkled some refined salt on it, and stuffed it into his mouth. The refined salt was given by the Li family Zhuangzi. They couldn't get salt where they were. They had to exchange things with others for sea salt. Boiled sea salt was very expensive. Sea salt wasn't cooked well. It was bitter and astringent. The Li family Zhuangzi brought refined salt to the team, as well as pepper, chili powder, pepper powder, ginger powder. The people of the tribe couldn't bear to eat it. They only put a little in the stew and drank all the soup. Yes, begging is begging. Life is too hard. Go to the Tang dynasty. How many things can be exchanged for the Li family Zhuangzi's things? The Li family Zhuangzi is capable. The man who was wearing a mink hat that had lost a lot of fur made up his mind. He thought it through. Looking for other tribes, 2,000 or 3,000 people. Would his tribe have refined salt to eat if they went there? Look at the Li family Zhuangzi's army. They had good bows, knives, and shields. The clothes they wore were heavy. They weren't afraid of freezing to death even if they lay in the snow. Tomorrow morning, go find them. Give them whichever woman they like. The man with a full beard ate a piece of meat and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He was willing to pay the price. He only thought that the women of his tribe were good. He didn't consider the village lord's taste at all. The night passed. The next morning, it didn't snow. The reflection of the snow was dazzling. Li Endong and the others saw a group of women. Their eyes were filled with affection. I finally know the difference between me and Dongzhu. Dongzhu is surrounded by Pyongkong Square's big families. If it were me, why would I be treated like this? Li Endong didn't have the slightest interest. The weather is so cold. I haven't taken a bath in a long time like you. I want to go back to Zhuangzi and take a bath in the big pool. Life here is too hard. Chapter 1942. Hammer. Hammer with all your might. If they become soft, stuff them into shoes 2 sizes bigger. Grow some grass to protect your ankles. Keep them warm. Shoes are too smelly. Do you still have leather? Throw away the shoes. Arrange for someone to teach you how to make shoes. Don't worry about the shoes. Hunt on the road. Boil some hot water and wash your bodies in the tent. There's soap. Wash your hair too. We'll wash them all. Anyway, we can't leave today. Learn the language of the Tang dynasty on the road. Don't talk to me. Go back to your tribe and find a man. Here's a pair of nail clippers. Cut your toenails and fingernails. These are ear picks. Slowly try to pick them. Don't use too much strength. The 5 villagers were busy. They didn't move forward today. They rested and reorganized the team. At the same time, they arranged for more than 1,000 people from the 4 tribes who were willing to follow them. Everyone, including themselves, took a bath. The Southwest barbarians took turns to rest, bathe, wash clothes, and hunt. Wolves, bears, tigers, black wild boars, as long as they encountered their team, they would clean them up. When the army was dispatched, the beasts couldn't do anything. The smart ones would run away quickly. After it snowed, the jungles in the northeast were much simpler than the jungles where the southwest barbarians lived. The traces of animals were obvious and there was no miasma. They easily climbed up the big pines of the red pine trees that didn't fall. The only problem was that their hands were a little cold. After climbing the trees and landing on the ground, they had to put their hands in their pockets. The firewood brought by the tribes became piles of bonfires. The washed clothes and cleaned leather were roasted at the side. The leaders of the 4 tribes finally saw the commanding and executive ability of the Li family Zhuangzi. It was scary. Even the people of their own tribes were arranged to do things. He was much better than them. The big pine trees that were already dry were chopped with knives. The pine nuts fell one after another. The water in the pot was boiled. The pine nuts were thrown in to boil. The water was boiled until it was dry. Then, they continued to fry them in the pot with a multifunctional soldier spatula. With this operation, the pine nuts shells were easily chewed. The elders and children of the tribes finished bathing and put on dry clothes. They began to take the pine nuts. Pinch one with a pair of pliers. The pine nuts of the red pine tree contained many useful things for the human body. The most direct were fat and protein. The 4 leaders finished bathing and put on dry clothes. They stared at the 5 villagers arranging things for them. The wind was still howling and the snow hadn't melted. Why did they suddenly feel that their life had become better? He had a backbone now. Everyone was arranged to do something, except for the babies. After asking the 5 people, they were just ordinary farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi. There were many stewards above them, who were in charge of them. They said that they weren't worried about food or a place to live. It was very warm in winter. They were just afraid that they couldn't find work, and that they wouldn't be comfortable being raised by others. What kind of person was the Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu, I've troubled you. My donkey is still coughing, but it's much better than yesterday. A man was thanking Li Yi by the hospital bed. Last night, his little son couldn't make it. The winged knights were patrolling. When they found the situation, they picked him up and sent him away. They only arrived at noon today. He brought his wife and 2 sons. The eldest son was 6 years old, and the second son was 3 years old. He was a craftsman, a carpenter, and occasionally helped others carve stone tablets. Or he helped others build beams, remove tiles, and use irregular stones to pile up courtyard walls. It'll take at least half a month to recover. The main thing is the journey. Oh, the reason isn't important. Don't worry, the child is here. From the current situation, there won't be any sequelae. This is the root of the illness. His body temperature has dropped. Sooner or later, there will be a relapse. Arrange for people to take care of him at all times, helping to suck his sputum and wipe his body. The lady's breast milk was slightly lacking, so she could eat it with goat milk. Physical cooling was always used. The baby was uncomfortable but couldn't speak. I'm going to use a pool that's slightly lower than normal body temperature to solve the problem. Your baby might be able to swim well. The baby had acute pneumonia. Li Yi didn't intervene before, so the nurses handled it. He came over during the day for ward rounds and soaked the baby in water. Usually, he took out the baby after half an hour. The baby was only 8 months old and didn't resist water. He exposed his face to the water, and the baby moved his arms and legs. Naturally, the temperature dropped. He couldn't cough. With such a high fever, his chest hurt when he coughed. He always used phlegm suction measures and a soft tube to not harm his respiratory tract. The man was dizzy. In the end, he filled in the blanks. No problem, Li Dongzhu would take care of him. Chapter 1943. Li Dongzhu, there's too much salt in this pork knuckle. The man's wife had eaten 3 boiled eggs and was now eating braised pork knuckle. She had heard others say that too much salt was not good and could not produce milk. After taking a bite, she noticed the situation and asked worriedly. Your problem now is not milk production, but your body. Your body's electrolytes are in disorder and need to be adjusted. You don't have much milk and still need to use goat's milk. It's not a factor of too much salt intake. You lack protein and fat. Your gastrointestinal tract needs to adjust first and then consider other things. Lee knew that eating too much salt and not enough milk was the problem of the breastfeeding woman's body. The child could drink a portion of goat's milk. It was not like there were no conditions. How many days will it take? The woman did not care about her body. It depends on your sleep quality and nutrition intake. What are you worried about when I raise the child for you? Rest well. About 5 to 10 days depending on the specific situation. Don't worry about work. You all have it. It has already been arranged. The key is that your man is capable and skilled. He is proficient in carpentry, bricklayer, stonemason, and so on. In Luoyang, with the money he earns alone, you can build a new house by yourself next year. Li Yi spoke positively. He wanted to reassure the woman and let her rest well. She did not want to die when the child was fine. In fact, he had taken a fancy to this family and wanted to recruit craftsmen. The clothes of the family were spun, woven, and cut by the woman herself. There was a place that was worn out, so the woman patched it. The patch did not look like a patch. It looked like a special pattern of rust. It was beautiful. The man's craftsmanship was good, and the woman was not bad either. The 3 children were young, and the couple's craftsmanship was good. It was suitable to take in the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi remembered that when he was young, there was a family in the village who was good at making shoes. The man made shoes and the woman made them. At that time, jeans were just made. They were very thick and did not have any additional processing, nor did they make a bunch of holes. Jeans were originally made by some gold miners. They used canvas to make clothes. It was strong. Then, they put the oars in their pockets. It was very worn out. Later, some people regarded this kind of wear as a trend. They thought it was beautiful to wear out the color and make holes. If you asked the cowboys at that time, they definitely did not think it was good to show holes. If there was a hole in one place, it meant that that place would always be worn down. If the hole wasn't patched up, it would be his own skin that was worn down. If it was worn thin or had holes in it, it meant that one was poor and had no money to buy a new one. In the end, this kind of thing was actually dozens of times more expensive than normal. How could this be reasonable? At that time, it was not popular in his village to put a tassel on a hole. At that time, people felt that it was not right to break it. The shoe soler found that the shoe had to undergo surgery. There were too many damaged parts, and the surface area was too big. Let's slap it. He would slap out an additional pattern on that spot. One of the shoes had a big hole in it, and it would definitely look ugly after the slap. He had made patterns all around the 2 shoes to repair the hole. It was obviously a pair of repaired shoes, but it had turned into a pair of works of art. It could be symmetrical or asymmetrical. His wife would knit. If she really couldn't knit, she would embroider, add pockets, and zip. At the end of the day, someone came in with a new pair of jeans. Fix it for me and pretend it was broken. If you say it's not broken, I'll get the scissors and cut it in front of you. Li Yi understood that this was the value of art. Now, the couple in front of him had this ability. Their craftsmanship was indeed good, and they were suitable to enter Zhuangzi. The child was young, and he could be taught slowly. There was no need to worry about betrayal. The couple only thought about the baby. How would they know that the sanctimonious Li Dongzhu in front of them wanted their people? Li Dongzhu, what kind of work is this? Can I do it? The man came over to bring his family to live a good life. On the way, his son suddenly fell sick. Luckily, the winged knights were patrolling. This specific arrangement, Song de, no, Sun Xian, you. Explain. Li looked at Sun Xian as if he had said something wrong. second manager. Most people would think that Dong Zhu only remembered the head manager Song De and ignored the second manager Sun Xian. However, Sun Xian did not think so. He understood that Dong Zhu meant that this couple was especially important, and he had to mention them one by one. This was because Dong Zhu treated everyone equally in his daily life. It was impossible for him to remember wrongly. Moreover, he said it while looking at him. How did he look like Song De? Song De was so ugly. He could not even be compared to 10% of his handsomeness. Song De was also not his son. Ha ha ha. Yes, Dong Zhu. Sun Xian, who had also thought a lot, replied. The surrounding people pretended not to know. They were all smart people. Only the couple whose child had acute pneumonia did not understand. Thus, they followed Sun Xian and left. Their other two children had already been arranged. There were people taking care of them, including the matter of their eldest son going to school. Xiao Yi. This old man thought that you were honest enough, but you are actually so scheming. You disappoint this old man too much. Bai Gu suddenly jumped out of nowhere and criticized Li Yi righteously. Old Bai, you have learned how to use two modal particles at the end of a sentence? Li Yi looked at him with disdain. Xiao Yi, don't talk about these useless things. Tell me, how are you going to seal this old man's mouth? Bai Gu said as he took out something from his pocket and placed it in front of Li Yi's mouth. Li Yi glanced at it, opened his mouth, and ate it. He smacked his lips. The Ministry of Revenue's independent noodle industry has a talent. It's crab-flavored. High-temperature sterilization, grinded and mixed with the material. After deep frying, controlled drying. It gives people the feeling that it has the taste of crab and is crispy. This crab-flavored crispy is not bad. If you change it to shrimp flour, it will add another kind of flavor. Li Yi knew what it was after tasting it. Crab flour was added to the deep-fried noodle. Xiao Yi's mouth is indeed powerful. Xiao Yi's brain is also good. Seal. Otherwise, this old man will spread the news that you schemed to frame a down-and-out couple. You used their child's life to force a family to become Li family Zhuangzi's permanent employees. Fine, I'm afraid of you. I will give you a set of methods to use seafood to make clean shrimp flour and crab flour. If you bring it back, you can quickly make it and don't have to worry about eating it. At the same time, I will give you a simple test to see if the shrimp flour and crab flour are spoiled. I guarantee that the Ministry of Revenue will not break their promise. Li Yi indeed knew the purpose of Bai Gu's visit. The people by the sea did not have suitable tools, and the hygiene level of the things they made did not meet the requirements. Good. Xiao Yi, you are indeed a kind person. Your virtue is unparalleled. It's just that the people of Haizhou are living well now. The people of Denglai-zhou are also living well, but... Bai Gu stopped and looked at Li Yi. It's your turn to speak. Quickly expand the navy. When the time comes, we will go to the coastal areas to catch seafood and process it for the local people. Then we will ship it back to sell. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and said with a gratified look in his eyes. Not bad. He knew that the people lacked startup funds, so he helped them take care of the important parts of the entire industrial chain. The trivial work was left to the people. The navy saved time, and the people benefited from it. Haizhou, that is, Lianyungang and the people next to it, now had many jobs. If they continued to go south, there would be places that needed the imperial court's help. Chapter 1944. Bai Gu was very satisfied. He had discussed with others that he wanted to mobilize the Tang dynasty's navy. In addition, fishing and farming in the coastal areas were currently under the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Foundation. This was related to King Song and a bunch of imperial family members. If Li Yi didn't agree, the decision of the Political Affairs Hall couldn't be carried out. Obviously, Li Yi didn't have any problems. He would talk to His Majesty again. Xiao Yi, I'll help you talk to that craftsman's family. Bai Gu said and left happily. Do I need you to talk to him? When he enters Zhuangzi, he has to start learning as an apprentice. He came from Ezhou and crossed the Yangtze River by land. He was going to Chang'an, but changed his route when he heard that His Majesty was in Luoyang. His craftsmanship is better than his master's, but he has been ostracized by his master and fellow apprentices for a long time. Li Yi muttered. If he wanted to recruit someone else as a villager, he had to understand the situation first. When he provided information to the family of Ma Jian, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi all asked each other if they knew anything. When Ma Jian was 6 years old, his family all died of an illness. His family was a family of craftsmen and didn't have any land. His father and his master knew each other well. One day, after drinking, they arranged a betrothal between him and his master. His master really did have a daughter. When his family died, he lived with his master. He came from a family of craftsmen. When he was 6 years old, he could make many things by himself, but his speed was slow. His master's daughter was very beautiful. She grew more and more beautiful. When she was too beautiful, she went out to play with young talents. Then, one night, she was caught by the fierce wife of a young and handsome son-in-law who moved in with his family. There were so many people watching this scene. What should I do? You said you were going to marry her before you were born. Ma Jian gave all the money he earned to his master and went to another county to do odd jobs. He got to know his current wife who grew up in his stepmother's family. When his wife's stepmother found out, she didn't agree. She was going to propose marriage to someone else and make a fortune. The so-called make a fortune meant that he only wanted the betrothal gift and didn't give his daughter any dowry. He didn't care if his daughter was bullied or not. Ma Jian then gave the money he earned from his odd jobs to his current wife. She left the money at their parents' bedside and ran away with him at night. The two of them found a place and continued to work hard. In 8 years, they had 3 children. Isn't this just in time for the flood in Ezhou? A large number of houses had to be rebuilt. His craftsmanship was good, and he was looked up to by the local officials, who let him lead the way. His master couldn't stand it. He joined forces with his fellow apprentices to spread all kinds of rumors and slanders. He had no other choice. Knowing that Chang'an could be settled down, his family of 5 left their hometown with the other people from Ezhou who were going to Chang'an. Along the way, their youngest son fell sick. When they reached their destination, he couldn't hold on any longer. The winged knights patrolled the area and carried him to Zhuangzi. Li Yi felt that this family's life was too rough. He also knew that there were people in the Tang dynasty who had a tougher life. He felt that Ma Jian had lost a backer, and the Ezhou provincial governor, Lu Jingdao, still did not place enough importance on craftsmen. If the government found someone to be a leader, why didn't they just help to clean up when others spoke ill of them? I'll go and see the child again. Li Yi wanted the baby to get better quickly. Otherwise, how could they recruit him to Zhuangzi? Bai Gu first went to find other people to talk to. After that, he called the manager of the flower department of the Ministry of Revenue to give instructions. After that, he helped to persuade them. Many craftsmen had arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. Some of them were on the way. They were preparing to participate in the assessment to join the Li family Zhuangzi. Ma Jian and his wife, Ma Shi, brought their second son to eat. The 3-year-old child was not very sensible. He only knew that his younger brother was sick, and his parents didn't smile. He was also sad. Jian, you eat. I can't eat so much. Ma Shi took a big piece of meat from the pork shoulder she was holding and gave it to her husband. She needed nutrition, so she gave him a whole pork shoulder. She didn't worry about the child. The older child was taken to the school on the mountain, and the younger child was lying in the hospital. The food that the second child ate was not worse than her. Only her husband could only eat wild vegetables and stewed chicken. There was more soup and less meat. Fortunately, the staple food was enough to fill his stomach. Ma Jian didn't stop his wife from putting the meat in front of him. He was in a daze. "Father, eat the meat." His second son used a spoon to scoop the stewed egg in the bowl. The stewed egg was stewed meat. Together with vegetables, mushrooms, carrots, and fungus, the stewed egg was more expensive than the stewed egg, which was about 3 eggs. The eggs were mixed in a big bucket, and then ladled into a bowl and steamed in a pot. After steaming, the stewed egg was added. Seeing that his father didn't eat, he anxiously reminded him. "Eat, eat." Ma Jian numbly put the meat into his mouth with his chopsticks. The meat was too big, and he didn't hold it firmly. It fell on the table, startling him. "Jian, are you worried about the donkey?" Ma Shi reached out to pick up the meat and put it back into the bowl. "No, I'm not worried. Li Dongzhu will take care of it." Ma Jian shook his head. He believed in the rumors. Li Dongzhu could communicate with yin and yang. Generally, the king of hell would have to give in unless he really couldn't. This meant that his life had been exhausted. Otherwise, the king of hell would give face and let him go. The main reason was that he was afraid of being beaten. He glanced at his second son. "There's a craftsman on the mountain who wants to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. I want to see if I can do it." Ma Shi was stunned, and then said, "The Li family Zhuangzi can enter but not leave. Jian, are you willing? It's not that you can't leave Zhuangzi, but it's not that you can't leave Zhuangzi. The child will grow up in Zhuangzi and learn to be skilled. What's the difference between being a steward and being an official outside Zhuangzi? There's a difference. The steward earns more than the official, and the official is afraid of the steward of the Li family Zhuangzi." Ma Jian considered it from this point of view. The Li family Zhuangzi wasn't a small Zhuangzi. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi would grow bigger and bigger. There would be new Zhuangzi everywhere, and they would need to be stewards. It was the same as the imperial court arranging for officials to go to places. Moreover, in the years to come, the Li family Zhuangzi might not need so many people. "Jian, we'll listen to you. Let's not talk about the future. Now that we're in Zhuangzi, we have a backer. No one can bully us. Otherwise, father and mother." Ma Shi said what she was afraid of. She was worried that her stepmother would find out if her family had a good life. "Father and mother didn't allow you to get married. Can you run away? It's hard to stop the local government. What if you can enter the Li family Zhuangzi? Who would dare to come? What can they do? Can they still go out? Which official would dare to remove her from the Li family Zhuangzi and marry someone else according to her parents' wishes? Okay, I'll go register after eating." With his wife's support, Ma Jian became energetic and lowered his head to eat meat. As long as he could pass the exam, he could eat as much meat as he wanted. There was a canteen in the Li family Zhuangzi. It was said that the villagers were tired of eating meat. With his ability, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Eat quickly. Do you have hysteria? It won't taste good when it's cold. Ma Shi turned to her second son and pushed the bowl closer to him. The little boy felt inexplicably happy, but he couldn't tell why. He scooped a big piece of steamed egg and ate happily. At this time, Bai Gu came over with a plate. He had to finish his task. He couldn't take the benefits for free. He went to the table and sat down, with his 2 attendants behind him. "Look at the little boy eating. Ma Jian, you sit down." Bai Gu talked about the child first, then turned to talk to Ma Jian. Ma Jian stood up and bowed. "Bai Zaifu." His wife also stood up and bowed, but she didn't say anything. Chapter 1945. The child looked at his parents and sensibly slipped down from the high stool, standing to the side with his hands behind his back. Sit down and eat." Bai Gu got up and came to the child's side as he spoke. He picked up the child and put him back on the stool. He sat down again. The child is well-mannered, which shows the character of the elder. Teaching by word and example first. However, teaching by oneself may not be enough. Learn to find a teacher, find a place to settle down, establish oneself as. Old Bai, is this how you help me persuade people? The little robot behind Bai Gu suddenly said. Just kidding, just kidding. That Majian, Xiao Yi, is the Dongzhu Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi by the Ba River in Chang'an. He has taken a fancy to you. Bai Gu smiled and rephrased it. Old Bai, do you believe that my hand trembled and the drawing was wrong? The little robot said again. The child did not eat and stared at the little robot with wide eyes. Aha! Xiao Yi has taken a fancy to your ability to work. You see, your family has no relatives and no one to rely on. Who is the most powerful in the entire Tang dynasty? It must be His Majesty, right? Secondly, I am the head of the secretariat, but I was scared. Don't you think this person is powerful? Bai Gu hurriedly reorganized his words. He had a favor to ask of others. There was no other way. Bai Zaifu, is Li Dongzhu in there? Ma Jian pointed to the little robot and asked, wondering how Li Yi had squeezed in. He is somewhere else. Maybe he is surrounded by beautiful women. He is a bit. Bai Zaifu is really good at predicting things. Amazing! A woman's clear voice came from the little robot. It was Princess Yongmu. Let's get down to business. That was Princess Yongmu. She is with Xiao Yi. You. Bai Gu was depressed. Bai Zaifu, I understand. I want to apply for the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsman position. If I pass, I'll bring my family in. Ma Jian understood. Zai Fu of the Tang dynasty came to talk to him about the exam. No, let's go straight in. A person who was hired by the local government to be in charge of post-disaster reconstruction, a person who was ostracized by master and his fellow disciples, I guarantee that he has his own abilities. Li Yi's movements came from the small robot again. There was no need for assessment. This was because the assessment was not based on one's skill level. One had to pass a lie detector test. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty had documents issued by the government. When they were building irrigation works and roads, the government would look through the documents. If you didn't have some ability, you wouldn't have been able to get that document. The document proved that you didn't have to pay rent and were mediocre. As for the transfer, you were considered a technician. Ordinary people did the hard work, while skilled craftsmen handled the complicated issues and gave instructions. For example, building plank roads on cliffs. The others listened to his instructions, but they could not fix it. They hung there with ropes, unable to drive in the wood. Only then did the craftsmen personally take action. A group of certified craftsmen used ropes to descend. After discussing with each other, they began to operate. The wood was quickly fastened. When Li Yi was repairing cars, the bearing sleeves of the crankshafts or short shafts were stuck when they were about to go in. In the past, the method used was to smash it, without knowledge or experience. Later, he learned to roast it with a blowtorch, and it went down as soon as it was roasted. Some precision ones also needed to spray liquid nitrogen, using the principle of cold contraction. In addition, wax was melted, and the wax was put in place. After heating, the wax melted, and the parts were just stuck in place. This was a craftsman, not something that could be done normally. And to become a master, it was either a very delicate operation or a big project like Dujianjian. It was two extremes. Ma Jian had a certificate. He was a carpenter, a stonemason, and a bricklayer. The government looked for people and checked the documents. This person had several certificates. Come over quickly. In that case, why test him? No matter how good he was, he couldn't compare to the craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi. He had to learn to enter Zhuangzi. It was easy for people with certificates to teach. They didn't have to start from the basics. For example, Ma Jian could make tables and chairs at home when he was 5 or 6 years old, make mortise and tenon, carve and hollow. How solid were his basic skills? Li Yi meant that all the craftsmen who could come had no problems with their skills, and they could learn later. As for Ma Jian, he didn't even need a lie detector. If he was really so shrewd, why would he leave his hometown? Ma Jian didn't know Li Yi's evaluation of himself. He heard Li Yi's words and became excited. He ran over and squatted in front of the little robot. He stared at the little robot and said solemnly, "Li Dongzhu, I'll take the test. I won't embarrass you. I want to enter Li family Zhuangzi with my ability." "Bai Gu, no wonder you were ostracized. Are you stupid?" It was like when His Majesty found someone to be the Prime Minister. He could have been promoted directly, but he didn't and wanted to compete with others. He only considered the problem of ability and didn't think about His Majesty's prestige. If His Majesty said you could do it, you could do it. Once the imperial edict was issued, who would dare to say anything? Even if His Majesty found a fool to be the Prime Minister, you have to accept it. Otherwise, you can come to His Majesty and call a deer a horse. Okay, take the test. Overall score, the robot said. Li Yi had a helpless expression. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon covered their mouths and laughed. Bai Gu also laughed. Good, not bad. It was really reassuring to have such a person. How good would it be if Xiao Yi could be like Ma Jian? What a pity. Who could scheme against Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi, go accompany your beauty. We're going to eat, Bai Gu said to the robot. Okay, old Bai. Do you want to eat barbecue tonight? The kind with skewers. I'll barbecue it myself, Li Yi asked. Sure. Drink some beer too. The temperature is high today. Bai Gu craved alcohol. Then eat less now. If you eat too much, you won't be able to eat tonight. Goodbye. Li Yi said again. The little robot turned its head. Bai Gu looked at the pile of food on the plate in front of him. You have to be careful and always be on guard. Otherwise, you'll fall into a trap if you're not careful. Here, you two eat. I'll drink the soup. Bai Gu was speechless. Was this the Prime Minister's magnanimity? Using virtue to win people over? One of the lackeys came over, picked up the plate and quickly finished it. Bai Gu's appetite was incomparable. Bai Gu switched to a bowl of stewed egg soup. He didn't want to drink stewed chicken soup. The child was happy to see Bai Gu. He ate the same as me. Bai Zaifu, I'll go register after eating. Ma Jian chewed on the pork shoulder and said in a muffled voice. Okay. Register well. Bai Gu nodded. At this moment, he really wanted to switch the fool in front of him with Xiao Yi. At least he wouldn't be schemed against. The child felt that the old man was friendly and said seriously, the mushrooms in this soup are delicious. Bai Gu put on a kind and benevolent smile. Yes, delicious. This is pine mushroom. It tastes like meat when chewed. It also has a bit of the earthy taste of pine resin. Bai Gu realized that Xiao Yi was really generous to the child. She used red pine mushrooms to make stew. Moreover, they were all small, called pine cubes. They were most suitable for making soup and stew. Xiao Yi said that they were called blood red rivet mushrooms. The smaller and more orderly they were, the more valuable they were. Now that Zhuangzi had collected some with great difficulty, he gave them to the children. It's not a loss to eat this bowl of stewed egg soup. We'll eat skewers tonight. Bai Gu was in a good mood. You want to scheme against me? Humph. Do you believe that I won't eat 2 more bowls of stew and make you poor? However, GN was stubborn and insisted on taking the test. The child looked left and right, his eyes filled with curiosity. When someone fed him meat floss, he didn't refuse. It was his first time eating meat floss, and it was delicious. Another woman from Zhuangzi peeled an orange and placed it in front of Ma Shi. Sister Shi, eat. Ma Shi looked at the orange and secretly swallowed her saliva. I've already eaten. I can't eat anymore. You can't not eat anymore. Donkey eggs still need milk. How can they lack nutrition? Zheng Lian broke open the orange and fed it to Ma Shi. Ma Shi ate 2 pieces in one bite, chewed and swallowed. Sister Zheng, are these fruits given to you by Zhuangzi? The 3 of them laughed. Sister Shi, do you think there's a limit to the number of fruits you can eat in Zhuangzi? How many fruits can one person get? There's no such thing. You can eat as much as you want. If you want to eat, you can eat it as a meal. I'm just afraid that it can't fill your hunger. You don't have to earn your own food, clothes, and accommodation. As for jewelry, after you get your monthly allowance, you can exchange it for gold and silver to find someone to make it. Oh, I forgot. Your husband knows how to make it. Just ask him to think about what kind of jewelry to make with others. Zheng Lian continued to feed Ma Shi and explained the situation. Ma Shi understood what she said. Her husband's skills were not good enough, so he had to learn from others. Her husband was very good. What kind of skills did the people in Zhuangzi have? She was full of doubts. After the child finished eating, she followed him. After walking for a while, the child was tired and was carried by others. After turning another corner, a group of buildings appeared in front of them. Bright glass windows were inlaid on the houses. Sister Shi, there are 5 people in your family. Donkey Eggs needs someone to take care of them now. Gooden Eggs will live with his brother for the time being, but the house will be set aside first. The house arranged for your family has 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The bathrooms are in the house. The craftsman in Zhuangzi made a pump to pump water. The pressure is not very high. It needs to be relayed twice to send the water up. Zheng Lian introduced. She was happy that there was water upstairs. In Li family Zhuangzi, people didn't go to the water. They had to go downstairs to go to the bathroom and use the night bucket at night. Ma Shi didn't understand the latter part of the words. She only knew that her family had 5 sleeping rooms and 2 living rooms. Why did they need 2 bathrooms? The house had 6 floors. The main body was made of reinforced concrete. The stairs were iron frames and covered with wooden boards. The iron handrails were painted with exquisite patterns with lacquer. The edges of the wooden steps were carved. If they weren't too busy recently, the craftsmen in Li family Zhuangzi could make the style of carved railings and painted buildings. They could deal with it later. After a while, new craftsmen would join them. They could do it. When they entered the house, it was white. It was a big house with 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. It was more than 260 square meters. It was said that there were several rooms and living rooms. In fact, there weren't any. Now there are only load-bearing walls. The walls are coated with slaked lime powder. Our family designed it ourselves. There are ready-made templates for reference. For the other rooms, the lime powder can be scraped off from the walls and there are additional colored paint. If we don't install walls with wood, we are afraid of water. There is also a set of stairs outside. If there is water, we can choose one to escape. The house has wood. You can see what you want. You can make it yourself. Everyone will help you. Zheng Lian continued to introduce. They were all craftsmen. They knew how to deal with it themselves. The load-bearing walls couldn't be moved. The other rooms were empty. There were various layouts on the drawings. There were more than a dozen kinds of decorated rooms for comparison. If the new craftsmen couldn't even do this kind of work, how did they pass the examination? Did they make a fake certificate? Ma Shi kept nodding. She was satisfied. Very satisfied. As for the furniture and the annexed rooms, her husband could deal with them easily. Her eldest son could make stools and tables. It was just that he was very slow and weak. Won't you disturb others when you are working? Ma Shi thought of a very important question. Her husband was very loud when he was working. Go to the workshop. Not at home. There are few tools at home. It is tiring to move materials up and down. Sleep on the straw mats first. There is no cooking in the house. Wait for your husband to tidy up the room. After looking at the room, we will move the mats and bedding. The toilet can be used. It is flushed. There is a float valve. Just pull it. Zheng Lian brought Ma Shi to look at the toilet. It was not waterproof or tiled. It was very simple. Flushing the toilet would not work if there was too much water. It would seep down. After looking at the toilet, Ma Shi suddenly realized that her husband still had to learn. Her husband had never built such a house before. However, she believed that he would be able to learn it quickly. As long as someone was willing to teach him. Her husband was very smart in this aspect. After looking at the room, especially the glass windows, the group went down to move things. A lot of things were placed on wooden boards connected by ropes. They were pulled up to save time running up the stairs. Just as the straw mats were laid out, Gooden lay on them and fell asleep. Chapter 1947. Gooden fell asleep. He was only a 3-year-old child. He rushed all the way to Luoyang and his younger brother fell sick. It was not easy for him to settle down. After eating, he could no longer hold on. The cotton mattress was comfortable and he fell asleep. Ma Shi and Zheng Lian went to the window to chat softly while knitting sweaters. First, use wool to knit and practice. There are many techniques for knitting sweaters and needles. Zheng Lian skillfully knitted the sweater without delaying their conversation. She was the fastest. The speed of the women from the other 2 villages was very slow, so slow that it was one step at a time. Moreover, the rhythm of the 2 people just happened to diverge. When one was threading the needle, the other was winding the thread. Ma Shi was much smarter than her man. At least in terms of EQ, they were worlds apart. She knew that these 2 people who were slow were not inexperienced. They were too skilled and controlled their speed. She could see any step at any time. She clumsily learned one step at a time. At the same time, she also chatted with Zheng Lian about her past. After half an hour, she was able to operate slowly without affecting their conversation. After another hour, her speed increased. The other 2 people were still diverging and maintained the same speed as her. When the sky gradually darkened, she began to catch up with Zheng Lian's speed. Just when she thought she could catch up, Zheng Lian's speed suddenly increased by a lot. The shadow of the needle flashed. The 2 people beside her were still maintaining the same speed as her. A sense of helplessness arose in her heart. Just as she was thinking, her hands messed up and she got stuck. Sister Shi, let's take Gooden to eat first. There are kerosene lamps at night. Your man will also come back. Zheng Lian's words sounded when Ma Shi stopped. It seemed that everyone should stop knitting now. As she spoke, she took Ma Shi's needle and thread. She adjusted the thread and fixed it. Next time, she would continue knitting and not drop it. Gooden was still asleep. Ma Shi wanted to shout, but Zheng Lian reached out and covered her mouth. The people beside her carried Gooden and wiped away the saliva on his mouth. They went downstairs. Zheng Lian and Ma Shi walked behind them. Zheng Lian whispered, if you suddenly wake a child up when he is sleeping, it's easy to cause him to faint. Slowly adjust the surrounding environment. The child has a process of adaptation. Unless he is too tired, he will wake up. This time is shorter than the recovery time after fainting. The damage to the child's body is less. Sister Zheng, you really know a lot. Before I joined the Li family Zhuangzi, I thought that Jian and I were very powerful. Only now did she know that no one in the Li family Zhuangzi was bad. When we get to Zhuangzi, we have to study hard so that we won't drag down the whole of Zhuangzi. Ma Shi felt a little inferior, but he didn't give up. Younger sister Shi, you might not know this, but we were testing you just now. Your body coordination and learning ability are very strong. When we were learning how to knit sweaters, we were far behind you. After that, you will have a new assessment, and we will arrange things for you based on your ability. Some things were bestowed by the heavens and could not be changed. Some were hard-working, some were loyal, and some were eager to learn. The villagers were learning every day and constantly improving. This was what Dongzhu valued the most. When a steed leaps, it cannot take 10 steps. When an inferior steed passes 10 times, its merit lies in its reluctance to give up. If you give it up, rotten wood will not break. If you persevere, you can carve gold and stone. Zheng Lian explained. She was in charge of this matter. Not only did she take care of Ma Shi, but she also had to teach the women of the other craftsmen who came later. She would first assess them and then guide them. She would let the newcomers integrate into Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi had its own cultural heritage. She would set an example for them, tell them how to reach that height, and encourage them to work hard. Ma Shi listened attentively. She didn't understand the rest of the words, but she knew that Li family Zhuangzi was different. She found that the 3 people she met did not plot against her. It was not that they didn't know how to plot against her. How could they not know how to plot against others if they could teach her and assess her while knitting sweaters? Sister Zheng Lian in front of her was always teaching her. She was very patient and did not see any scheming. Sister Zheng, you are so knowledgeable. How did you learn? Ma Shi asked enviously. I learned in Zhuangzi. My husband was originally hired by Yao Chong to work in the Hall of Governmental Affairs. At that time, it was called Ziwei. He had to compete with my family's Dongzhu Zhuangzi. He transferred craftsmen to build a mansion alone. In the end, he still lost. We were arranged to work in Li family Zhuangzi. My husband was the same as your husband. He only knew how to work all day long. Zheng Lian smiled and talked about the past. Yao Chong worked so hard and finally joined the tutelage. Ma Shi laughed together. You used to say the same thing to the Zaifu. While laughing, she suddenly realized that Sister Zheng Lian's husband could be chosen by the Zaifu in the past. Then his ability, the craftsmen of Li family Zhuangzi were like this. My husband came in and he really had to learn. To be chosen by the Zaifu and compete with Li family Zhuangzi in craftsmanship, how strong must he be? Let's go and see our family's donkey first. Then we'll see Madan. They should be sleeping too. Especially Donkey. He has acute pneumonia and is suffering. Sister Shi, shouldn't Donkey be the second child? Why did he become the third child? Is it to fool the heavens? Zheng Lian's thoughts suddenly diverged and she thought about the arrangement of the children's names. At that time, I gave birth to the second child and thought it was the last one. Who knew that I would have a third child? At that time, I caught a cold. I didn't see red for 3 months, so I thought I wouldn't have any more. After changing places, I had a stomachache and went to the medical center. They said that this illness was mentioned in the book written by Dr. Li. Later, they gave me some medicine. After I took it, I was fine. Then, the third child came out. Ma Shi said happily. She was now close to the doctor, and her child was still under the care of the doctor. He shouldn't have been able to survive with such a fever. Who would have thought that he would be carried to Zhuangzi by the winged knights and survived? Moreover, it was said that there was no big problem. Dongzhu said it himself. A disease that was bound to die could be cured so easily. What was he if not a doctor? Mother. On the way, Gooden woke up. He was not feeling well. He was being carried by someone and struggled to get up. After finding his mother, he looked up and shouted. Mother is here. Ma Shi ran over to carry her son. The child rubbed his eyes. Mother, I can walk by myself. He got down again and let his mother hold his hand. He followed her in a daze. As he walked, he adapted and recovered. He didn't remember what happened before and needed some time to recall. When they arrived at the hospital, Zheng Lian saw a nurse and said, Xiao Yan, Gooden's mother and brother are here. A06, go in. It's not contagious. Gooden is here too. The nurse understood that there was no need to wear a mask. We'll go in first. Zheng Lian didn't say much. They were all family. When she opened the door, she saw an older child holding a baby and feeding him with a milk bottle. The nurse beside him was standing and watching. Mother! The older child saw his mother coming in and shouted. The baby turned his head and shook his head. He threw off the pacifier and opened his little arms. He looked at his mother anxiously. Ah! Ah! Ugh! Wah cough, cough, cough. Pht! He actually spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Then, he cried even louder. There was phlegm and milk under his lower lip. His eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 1948. Madame Ma rushed forward and picked up her son. She wiped his mouth with her sleeve and began to pat his back. Hold him well. Let me do it. The nurse went to the side and massaged the baby's back. While massaging, she pushed with her thumbs and knocked with the side of her palms. The baby spat out a lot of phlegm. This was a typical massage technique. There was no need for Li Yi to teach it. There were special classes in the Tang dynasty. For example, when Li Yi had a special case of pneumonia, there were such auxiliary massage operations. If phlegm could be discharged through massage, there was no need for a phlegm suction device. The human body could adjust itself. In other words, at that time, the combination of Chinese and Western medicine was used for the patients. It could be said that it was a modern medical operation. But at that time, there were few such auxiliary methods abroad. It was a separate subject in China. Nurses had to learn it. No matter what kind of technique the baby used, he was in his mother's arms. After vomiting, he breathed comfortably and moved with saliva flowing out of his mouth. He was very happy with a little temporary comfort and buried his head in his mother's arms. Madame Ma was distressed. She wiped her son's mouth and unbuttoned her clothes to feed him. The baby stretched out a small hand and tried to drink milk. Ma Dan looked at the milk bottle in his hand and asked the nurse, "What about mine?" "Throw it away. It can't be drunk. There are germs in it. It has to be washed. Throw away the pacifier outside. Steam the bottle." The nurse came to take the milk bottle, which contained sheep's milk. "Ma Dan, have you eaten?" Madame Ma turned around and asked her eldest son. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi came. They said that there would be a barbecue tonight and asked me to wait for them to eat together. In the afternoon, I came to see my brother twice and fed him milk. I played building blocks with them. They said that I would be a member of Zhuangzi in the future. "Mom, did Dad go to Zhuangzi?" The 6-year-old child was very sensible and spoke clearly. Madame Ma showed a gratified look. "Yes, he did. Are you willing to go?" "Yes. No one dares to speak ill of my dad anymore." Ma Dan had experienced being slandered. He wanted to explain to others, but he was powerless. As soon as he entered the school, he was ostracized. The other children were told how his family was. After less than 5 days of school, he left with his parents. His new friends in Zhuangzi were different from the ones he had met before. No one bullied him. No, no more. Ma Shi murmured and lowered her head to look at her little son who was suckling. Gooden became much more clear-headed and ran to his older brother's side. "Gooden wait for me." Ma Dan seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and ran out. About 5 minutes later, he ran back with 2 big sticks in his hands. They were made of sorghum rice. "Gooden, you haven't eaten this before, right? Here." He broke off a bit and stuffed it into his younger brother's mouth. Gooden ate it for the first time. It was delicious. Although he was small, he was very clever. He lowered his voice and asked his brother, Where? Where did it come from? Take whatever you want, eat it. Ma Dan smiled and said to her brother. Ah! Brother, you should eat too. Gooden felt relieved. The two brothers happily ate the popcorn sticks. This was probably the best thing they had eaten this year, in their entire lives. They were too young, so it was hard to say. Ma Shi's smile didn't disappear. She finally felt the warmth of a family, something she didn't dare to think about before. As long as she entered the Li family Zhuangzi, she would receive such treatment. She could take any fruit and children's delicious food at will. Where did her man go? Why wasn't he back yet? Xiao Yi, make some small skewers. You roast them. You will be full after eating 2 big skewers. Bai Gu looked like Li Yi, who had gone back to take an afternoon nap after patrolling his territory. When he woke up, he found the drawing and asked someone to make a sample. The small skewers can only be fried. How can they be roasted? Li Yi refused. They couldn't be roasted. They couldn't even be put in the oven. The meat was only so big. It would shrink when roasted. The small skewers were like the meat used to make yuxiang shredded pork. When cut, they were thin and thin. They were pitifully small. After cutting, they were marinated and slid with oil. Then, they would expand. Have you ever seen roasted yuxiang shredded pork or spicy shredded pork? So you can't do it? Bai Gu raised his chin slightly. It's useless even if you try to provoke me. There are big river prawns. I will take some of their meat and smash them into balls. I will cook them for you. Is that okay? Li Yi thought about how Bai Gu had helped out today. As a Zaifu, he had gone to look for a craftsman. He had given him face. Sure. There are also crab balls. Let's drink yellow rice wine tonight. Will you let the people who come later eat skewers? Bai Gu reminded him. Did anyone arrange for the Li family Zhuangzi to eat skewers tonight? I know. For those who eat chicken, don't let them eat fat. Even if they eat less oil and water, there won't be any problems eating chicken protein. Li Yi nodded. Some people didn't eat meat. Once they ate meat, they would have a stomachache. This was caused by fat. In that case, this old man can rest assured. Help me fry a plate of tussa pupa. After Bai Gu finished talking, he raised his hands and covered his ears. What he meant was, don't talk to me. I can't hear you. Why do I feel that Zhuangzi has become sorrowful field square? The red braised pork is being stewed. Do you want to eat it tonight? Li Yi turned his head and said to Princess Yongmu, who was holding something knitting. When the weather gets colder, let's go out to sell roasted sweet potatoes. Princess Yongmu didn't answer his question. Then I'll bring the red braised pork for you tomorrow. You can't leave the seeds, dried kidney beans, and vermicelli made from sweet potatoes. You can eat it with rice. Li Yi understood. He didn't want to eat it tonight. The weather was a little hot. He wouldn't feel comfortable eating it at night. Li Lang, isn't sweet potatoes the most suitable for making vermicelli? Princess Yongmu's hands didn't stop moving. She wanted to hook a cushion for a phone. Li Yi used rubber to make the phone case. It was quite beautiful. He placed it on a woven straw cushion. She felt that this was her home phone. She hooked a pink cushion. Because the phone was golden yellow, both looked bright. Yes. Sweet potatoes are not suitable to be a staple food, unless there is no other food. When it's made into vermicelli, it's mainly white powder. It's fine even if it's stewed for a long time. In addition, it can be roasted and made into shredded sweet potatoes. There's also hot pot. It's also fine to eat it raw. Potatoes can't be eaten raw. Sweet potatoes are very sweet when eaten raw. It's like eating raw eggplants. Children like it. At night, I'll use a special grate to roast sweet potatoes. Cut them thinly and they'll be crispy. As Li Yi spoke, he suddenly realized something. He turned his head and kissed Princess Yongmu to express his gratitude. He understood Princess Yongmu's meaning. She wanted to take advantage of this winter to promote new crops in Luoyang. The main thing was to eat them first and waste a portion of the crops. However, the commoners would accept it. Anyway, the greenhouse was planted. There would be a lot of them next year. The commoners thought that they could be eaten and were delicious. If they knew that the production was high, they would take the initiative to look for seeds. His fiancée was getting more and more impressive. Princess Yongmu, who was kissed, didn't say anything. She continued hooking the cushion for the phone. It was quiet and peaceful, like a painting that could be fixed at any time. It was difficult to have any evil thoughts in his heart. He only wanted to hug her and spend this beautiful period of time together. That kind of intelligence was a woman's charm. Li Yi raised his hand and hugged Princess Yongmu's waist. Xiao Yi. This old man suddenly thought of something. Hey! Is that arm of yours training to control the muscles in a fixed position? Bai Gu suddenly came in from outside. He looked at Li Yi's stiff arm and said, "Later, I'll lock the door with a password, fingerprint, iris, and voice." Li Yi gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 1949. Bai Gu was sweating profusely. He felt that if he didn't disturb them, something would happen to them. Xiao Yi. Cook more bean sprouts when you cook the prawn balls. It'll give them vitamins, Bai Gu said with a guilty conscience and a weak tone. Okay. Li Yi took a deep breath and agreed. I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. I won't be coming again today. Bai Gu said as he retreated. He. Princess Yongmu suddenly laughed and buried her head in Li Yi's chest. He. Li Yi also laughed. He laughed and stopped. Have the winged knights and the 16 guards organize hunters to clean up the surrounding mountains. Li Lang wants to drive the wild beasts away and let the people of Luoyang plant beans in the nearby mountains. Princess Yongmu knew that Bai Gu was talking about bean sprouts just now. The people would rather not eat beans and plant staple food to fill their stomachs. The surrounding mountains or the tidal flats by the river could be planted. It was best to grow the seedlings first and then plant the seedlings. This way, seeds could be saved and the seedlings would be stronger after the initial difficult period of growth. There were already people planting plants in the tidal flats, including basil and lentils like the roadside. It wasn't easy to plant in the mountains. There were wild beasts. The most annoying wild beasts weren't tigers, wolves, or leopards. It was wild boars. Wild boars ate everything and had many cubs. They always destroyed crops. Tigers didn't eat beans anyway. Badgers also ate beans. They had to be cleaned up immediately. After cleaning up, the animals knew where to go and would hide. The wild boars were just right to be brought back to eat. Their meat was skinned and their teeth were not bad. They could be made into decorations. At least they could be sold at Fragrance Pavilion. It was too difficult for the people to clean up the wild beasts. Some hunters weren't willing to participate. It couldn't be done without people. It was dangerous. Unless the government rewarded them, many hunters would work together. What was the most powerful thing? The army. The army led the hunters. The hunters searched for traces and the army went over. There was no such thing as danger. If a tiger encountered a regular army, could it kill a person? The winged knights and the 16th guard had guns. It was late autumn and there were a lot of animals. If they could get the baby boars back, they would raise them together. You're getting smarter and smarter. Li looked around first, especially the door. When he found that there was no problem, he kissed Princess Yongmu as fast as he could. Li Lang, send some troops to cut down the big trees while you're at it. The premise is that they can't be in the area where the mudslide happened. Xiaolon came to the other side of Li Yi and quickly came up with an idea. After that, she closed her eyes. Tao Hong and the others immediately blocked the door. Now, even if His Majesty came, he would be delayed for a few seconds. Yes. Li Yi understood and turned his head to kiss Xiaolan again. Then the winged knights and the 16th guard went out at night. Many animals' eyes reflected light at night. In the dim light they could see the situation around them, including the light of the moon and the stars. It was easier to aim at the eye than during the day. The sky was dark, but the moon was still relatively bright. Many places in Luoyang Palace were brightly lit. The cement kilns and steel-making furnaces didn't stop. The brick kilns outside the city also burned endlessly. The people doing manual labor stirred the sand and made the bricks under the light of the torches. At midnight, they went to rest, and another group of people took over. The people who rested didn't stop working. This included people mining and washing coal in the open-pit coal mines, and groups of people. There were clearly many people from the capital government, and people from other places were arriving one after another. Luoyang Palace felt that there wasn't enough manpower. I finally know that large-scale local construction is beneficial to promoting economic development. Bai Gu drank his yellow wine and ate his shabu-shabu skewers as he summarized and analyzed. Yes, that's why you have to tear down and tear down what's built. When the predecessor finished building, he came up with a new plan to tear down the predecessors. His family or relatives set up a construction team and participate in the city's construction and economic development. The main thing is to repair bridges and roads. Building houses doesn't make much money, so he gives it to others. Golden bridges, silver roads, and grass buildings can be stabilized if the backing is damaged. Li followed Bai Gu's words, but why did it sound wrong to everyone? Wouldn't it be a waste to build repeatedly? Song Jing hadn't experienced the period of major construction, so how could he know the real situation? He was more simple. Where will the money come from? Su Yi glanced at Bai Gu and asked. Do you still remember Luoyang Mountain Road? At that time, the road to be built was relatively narrow and short. I later widened and lengthened it. Let's first fix the short and narrow road and apply for funding from the Ministry of Revenue. After it's done, we'll find that it's too little help to the people and propose a new plan. We'll continue to apply for funding to build more expensive roads that are beneficial to the people. When the new road is repaired, we'll find that the previous narrow and short roads have people taking shortcuts despite the danger. There might be problems. We'll apply for funding to pave the road and buy humus to plant trees to protect the people. Later, after analysis, with only one road, once a natural disaster like a mudslide happens, the people won't have time to run. We'll apply for funding to build a relatively dangerous but shortcut that can allow the people to evacuate quickly. It's right next to the previous shortcut. Li Yi gave an example and used the ready-made one. After everyone heard it, they felt that it made sense, but why did it always feel wrong? What if I don't give money? Bai Gu found fault in Li Yi's words. Do you think I'm stupid? Which part don't you give money? Li Yi asked. Short roads are the first to be fixed. I've already given money. Long roads are indeed reasonable and must be given money. Short roads and trees are not given money. Bai Gu considered the specific situation and stopped at the third step. I've reported it to the Ministry of Revenue, saying that the people are in danger and you don't give money. Later, I'll gather a large number of people to go up the mountain to pick stones and dig soil. I want to build the river bank at the foot of the mountain. I want a piecework rate. The faster the speed, the more money I'll earn. The people will guarantee that they'll take the shortcuts, and I'll increase their wages according to the number of people. The people will work even harder for money. When the time comes and a person dies, I'll say that it's because the Ministry of Revenue doesn't give money. After Li Yi finished speaking, he grabbed a beer mug and took a big gulp. He looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu, you. How can you take the lives of the people? Bai Gu stuttered. For money, what can I not do? In the future, when the local government reports a project, it needs to be strictly reviewed and judged based on the overall development of the local government. Li Yi deliberately scared them. In fact, no one dared to drag the governor down with them, unless the big family wanted to be exterminated. Zhang Jiling lowered his head and thought for a moment. He looked up and asked, Gang Ro, the local government doesn't have money or manpower to build roads. Can we build a shortcut for the future and directly build a big one? Build a small one and use it first. There must be enough space around the shortcut for expansion. We're not allowed to build houses directly. Otherwise, we'll have to tear them down. Li Yi's answer was not to get it done in one step. The local government did not need such a good road. Build a big road from the start and maintain it every year. The key was that it could not be fully used. The money from the road construction every year could be used to develop the economy. Chapter 1950. After Li Yi finished speaking, he ate and drank happily, but the officials were depressed. They found that the problem raised by Li Yi was not easy to solve. What was the specific situation of the place? How could they judge? It was winter now, and the local officials were repairing the embankment when the water level was low. They sent people to the site to check. By the time they concluded that the embankment could be repaired, it would be too late. It would be fine if the river did not flood next year. If the river did flood and the embankment was not repaired, who would be responsible for it? Li Longji frowned and thought while eating. Empress Wang was not in a hurry. She only had one belief, and that was to find her uncle if she encountered a problem. Her uncle would solve it. Li Qingqi glanced around and asked directly, Brother Yi, is there no solution to this problem? He had never experienced it before. In the past, the local government would raise money and ask the people to help. Those who did not work could pay the money. The imperial court wanted to allocate money, but they had no money. The local officials did work for the people and wanted to leave their names in history. Zhang Jiling went home to repair the roads and wrote a letter to the imperial court. The imperial court agreed and he began to work. While the people were idle, he used his power to find people to repair the roads. The local people who had more money would pay extra for not working. Dajing Ridge was repaired in this way, and the ancient road at Plum Pass was still there. At present, the local officials saw that the imperial court was rich and applied for money. The imperial court sent people to the local officials to check and they would agree. The custom of local road repair was to leave a name. Which official did not want to leave a name after leaving office? What about the future? Who knew if the people would change? The others were like Li Qingqi. They had never been cheated by local officials and were inexperienced. They looked at Li Yi together. Who repaired the bridge, embankment and road? First, tell me the reason and the reason. It will be written in the report. Also, tell me the annual maintenance fee. If there is a problem, for example, a few years later when he leaves office, investigate him. When a new official takes over and wants to demolish the bridge, there will be problems after many years. Investigate. Tell them clearly which bridge and which road it is. Engrave the official's name on it after it is repaired. Li Yi gave the solution according to the situation of the Tang dynasty. The investigation was a deterrent, and engraving was very effective. Local bridge repair and so on should be written in the county and state records. The quality of the engraved bridge was not good. If the money was greedy, the bridge would be ruined. Everyone. Li Longji raised his cup happily. The problem was solved. The crowd of officials followed suit and shouted. No one praised Li Yi for being afraid and directly ignored him. Li Yi didn't pay any attention to him and continued to drink his wine. Elsewhere, Ma Jian had found his wife and was eating with the other farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi. They ate chicken skewers outside, while the Li family Zhuangzi had mutton skewers, shrimp balls, and crab balls. The two children were not there. They had been dragged away by the villagers' children to eat, and there were older children to look after them. Motherfucker, I got it. Let me show it to you. Ma Jian took out 5 contracts from his bosom. From today onwards, his family belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. Ma Shi touched the contract. Jian, we have a home now. Zhuangzi has been given a house, but the house is empty. We still have to make our own furniture. The furniture is easy. I will make a set of simple furniture and make do with it. I will take some time to make a good one. Ma Jian patted his chest and promised. This was his daily work. He could find bad wood and make a set. It would be fast. In the future, he would see if he could get good wood and make it carefully. It would be beautiful and practical. He was like a child who had eaten candy and said to his wife, "Do you know how I passed the exam?" "Jian, tell me." Ma Shi cooperated. She felt that her husband was sometimes silly and cute. A group of people surrounded me and asked me about carpenters, bricklayers, stonemasons, tinsmiths, and blacksmiths. I am not good at tinsmithing and blacksmithing, but I know what they asked. Ordinary people can't do it, but there was a man called Jing Lian, who was said to be in charge of women's work. He asked a little difficult. In my opinion, he only has that ability. I didn't ask him back because I was afraid that he couldn't answer, so I left him some face. Don't you think so? Ma Jian said excitedly. He realized that he was very good. Yes, I left him some face. Ma Shi knew what Sister Jing Lian's husband did. He was chosen by Yao Chong to fight against the Li family Zhuangzi with his ability. She wanted to laugh, but she held back. Husband Ma, there are steam engines in Zhuangzi. They also make glass, mirrors, kerosene lamps, bicycles, and other things. You have never done it before. You work in Zhuangzi as an apprentice first. Even if you know how to do it, you have to look at other people's skills. Zhuangzi is never frivolous. That's why they win the hearts of the people. We are now farmers. We have to think for Zhuangzi. I know. I will be allowed to go to the workshop tomorrow. If other people don't do well enough, I won't say it directly when I remind them. Ma Jian nodded. His wife was right. He was very capable, but he couldn't look down on others. Husband Ma, eat the skewers. I just fed the donkey's balls when I came. He is asleep and someone is looking after him. Ma Shi poured a bowl of warm yellow rice wine for her husband and placed the skewers of meat on the table. The two of them drank a bowl of yellow rice wine. They didn't dare to eat too much. They found their 2 sons and brought them home. They slept on the straw mats. When the sun was high in the sky, Ma Shi woke up. She dreamed that the donkey's balls were crying because they couldn't drink milk. She sat up and looked very flustered. She didn't worry about the children because someone was feeding them. She was afraid that people would say that she slept in on the first day of entering Zhuangzi. As soon as she moved, Ma Jian opened his eyes. He was also flustered. The 2 of them woke the children up. They quickly washed up and went downstairs to find someone. They found a farmer and asked. The farmer told them that they didn't have to work today. They could stroll around and eat in the cafeteria. I know we are tired from the journey. Let's go see the donkey first. Ma Shi understood. When they arrived at the hospital, the donkey's balls were listening to the music box. Someone was changing his diaper and someone was preparing to feed him milk. The music box was playing jasmine music. The baby listened quietly and blinked his eyes from time to time. Ma Shi quickly picked him up and fed him milk. She said to the nurse apologetically, "He slept like a log last night and just woke up. You are tired from the journey. You need to rest for 2 days." In the middle of the night, the donkey's body temperature went up. We took his sputum and fed him water. We gave him an injection in the early morning. He is now 38.5 degrees Celsius and has risen a little. We will adjust him after he drinks the milk. It is faster to cool him down physically in a basin. Don't worry. The nurse explained the baby's condition and how to deal with it. After that, she drank the milk in the bottle. Ma Jian looked at his son and stared at the music box. This music came from the small box? It's a music box made by an apprentice. It can only play one kind of music. The master can switch between 2 or 3 kinds of music. They are too busy to make it. The nurse introduced the music box. Now, it was made by an apprentice. Ma Jian's expression changed again and again. He found that he didn't understand the reason for the music box. Why didn't the person who tested him yesterday ask such a question? If he was tested, he turned his head to look at his wife with a guilty conscience. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his wife was breastfeeding the child seriously. Who could tell him how a box that could play music by himself was made? Zhuangzi's craftsmanship skills. Chapter 1951. At 9:00 in the morning, 3 trains entered Luoyang Station one after another. Last time, there were 2 trains, but today, there was an extra one. The 3rd steam engine was tested and put into operation, while the 4th was being assembled. A passenger train ran to the front. As soon as it stopped, the doors opened, and the people from the government alighted. Some people had a place to stay in Luoyang. They brought their luggage and hired a carriage to go there. The price of the carriage was fixed. There was no need to haggle over how many goods and people to bring from the train station to Luoyang Palace. Carriages, ox carriages, mule carriages, and donkey carriages were priced separately. This way, it would save time. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to argue over a few jiao. Those who were reluctant to spend money could leave by themselves. There were also fixed carriages that did not cost money. They were Li family Zhuangzi's carriages. Those who alighted from the train directly boarded the carriages and stayed temporarily at Li family Zhuangzi. They were people who did not have a place to stay. The rent at Li family Zhuangzi was cheap, and the food was not expensive. Those who were reluctant to spend money could drink free soup. Li family Zhuangzi would arrange for people to go there. Those who wanted to find a job would tell them the location, and they would take a carriage from Li family Zhuangzi. After alighting from the passenger train would enter a fork in the road to add coal and water. This passenger train would go to Haizhou and pick up people along the way back to Luoyang. Those who wanted to go to Haizhou or the midway station directly boarded the train. No tickets were sold. The carriages entered the station at the back and left. A group of people rushed up to help unload the goods. They could make money from this. The stations sold all kinds of food, mainly wontons, which were sold on the spot. Give me a bowl of wontons. Give me 2 vegetable buns over there. A bailiff in charge of patrolling finished his work and looked for a place to eat. He was also in charge of food safety at the train station. Those who made the buns were also made here and then steamed. He smelled and tasted the filling. If the taste was normal, he allowed others to sell it. He also collected management fees and no taxes. The steamed bun seller delivered 2 chicken stuffed buns and turned to leave. Stop, collect the money. The bailiff glanced at the buns and hesitated. He took out 60 jiao and placed it on the table. Leftover buns should be given away as gifts when we go back. How can I ask for money? The bun seller shook his head and refused. This is the first time I've heard of meat buns being given away. I'm afraid you're treating me like a dog. You're throwing meat buns at a dog, right? The yamen runner glared. It's really free. The bun seller continued to refuse. What if the person in charge of the inspection says that your stuffing is bad in the future? In the past, this bailiff would eat without paying. In the past few days, he had stopped eating at the station. Now that he was eating, how could he dare to accept it? I don't want it anymore. Take it back. The bailiff was angry. Then. I'll take it. It's a total of 3 jiao. Here are the vegetable buns you wanted. The person selling the buns came over carefully. But you gave me a meat bun. Do you think I don't know? The yamen runners were in charge of this, so they could tell what kind of filling the buns were at a glance. You usually. The steamed bun seller said 3 words. In the past, when I was almost caught and beaten, I was fined a handful of money. How many buns could I eat with that money? Take the money. The bailiff finally revealed the reason why he had to pay. He was being punished. Oh! The steamed bun seller was overjoyed. Even you have such a day. The Li Dongzhu caught so many people that he thought he missed you. He grabbed the 4 jiao from the table and quickly walked back. Counted as the cost. The person cooking wontons at the side watched as another 5 wontons were added to the pot. The cost also had to be counted. He didn't expect to earn money from the inspector. He just wanted to cover the cost. His wife rolled her eyes at him and scooped up an extra herbal tea egg. The wontons and herbal tea egg were served. Just as the bailiff was about to speak, the woman spoke first. Pay according to the wontons. We won't pay. Thank you. The bailiff expressed his gratitude. He pulled the bowl of pickled vegetables over and placed some on the plate. Inspector, how can you be punished? We can't say it. The woman handed over 2 small pieces of paper used to wipe the mouth. The Li family Zhuangzi's farmers already knew about it. They were waiting for their Dongzhu to come and arrest them. Many officials were taken away, but even more were those hiding in the dark. None of them have been released. The entire Luoyang palace is in a mess. He was too ruthless. He asked us to say it ourselves. I was timid, so I said it. I was punished with 1 jiao. I haven't seen Guan Laosi, who used to change shifts with me, recently, right? He didn't take the initiative to say it. He was punished with 2 jiao and 10 beatings. He's recuperating at home. As the bailiff spoke, he took out the money for the wontons. He didn't dare to wait until they finished eating before paying. He was afraid of being caught and framed. Otherwise, how could he pay first when eating? The woman took it. This wonton didn't make any money. In fact, they lost a few jiao. Inspector, if you pay 1 jiao, how will your family survive? The woman continued to inquire. 1 jiao was not a small amount. Every month, a portion will be deducted for a year. Isn't Her Majesty here? There have been a lot of things recently, and she gave us subsidies. The subsidies are more than the money deducted every month. Guan Laosi is recuperating and doesn't take shifts. The heartless Li Dongzhu didn't even give his family the extra soap. He insisted on not confessing. Sigh. The bailiff didn't hide it. He always talked about Guan Laosi, giving people the feeling that he was gloating. The woman's expression seemed happy. Guan Laosi always eats and takes. He deserves it. What was that sentence in the newspaper? Her Majesty said it. It's easy to abuse the commoners, but difficult to bully the heavens. The bailiff said. Yes, that's it. There's more after that. I can't remember. Her Majesty said it. After the woman finished speaking, she happily turned around and brought another tea egg over. Guan Laosi was taught a lesson, and this egg was worth it. The bailiff didn't refuse and exchanged information. I heard that the money we were fined will be used by Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi to buy a new carriage for you. You can change your carriage to a bigger one. When they come to take a look, they will make a bigger one for your family. The bailiff pointed out. See, is the tea egg worth it? Then what's the difference between my family and Guan Laosi? Selling wontons earns us hard-earned money, and we deserve it. Cheating Li Dongzhu's money is making good people suffer. My family's stall is only this big. If you want to earn more money, you have to prepare the soup and stuffing. The woman retorted on the spot. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't do that. I have to say it clearly. Otherwise, why would I like to eat your wontons? The bailiff wasn't angry. Instead, he thought highly of her. This stall's wonton dumplings had more stuffing than others, and the wrappers were also bigger. Ordinary people didn't know, but those who ate it all the time knew. This matter instantly spread throughout the train station. People who did business expressed their opinions. If anyone dared to make their stall bigger, they would definitely report them. Brother Wang Air, give me a bowl of wontons and 2 tea eggs. Just to eat your wontons, I ran from the south of the city to the north of the city. Give me 2 more wontons to nourish my body. A man came over with a load, trying to take advantage of the situation. You are a peddler who travels all over the world. Why did you go to the south of the city so early in the morning? The woman said as she made more wontons and threw them into the pot. I sell meat outside the south of the city. Rabbit meat, muntjac meat, venison meat. You might not believe me, but there's also bear meat, wild boar meat and big worm meat. Some of the bones are free, muntjac meat and rabbit meat. I went to get the bones. The peddler said as he opened a basket on his load. There were 7 or 8 big bones with meat inside. Chapter 1952. A group of people gathered around to look at the bones. They mainly wanted to see tiger bones. Tiger bones look like this. Where are they from? The bailiff put down his chopsticks and looked over. Muntjac bones. Tiger bones cost money. Wild boar bones are given away, but not deer bones. The peddler pointed at the bones. Where are they from? Someone asked what everyone wanted to ask. The winged knights went out last night to clean up the mountains. There were many wild boars, big and small. The big ones are dead, and the small ones are locked in cages for everyone to see. The peddler's mouth was eloquent, and he explained the situation to everyone. Her Majesty knew that during winter, wild boars would come down the mountains and other wild beasts would hurt people. Last night, she ordered the winged knights to hunt in the surrounding mountains. Some skins, bones, and meat were given away, while others were sold. The wild boar's tusks were long, and its skin was 2 inches thick. Tigers were fierce. They were clearly dead, but they still looked scary. When it was about time, the wonton was ready. The peddler turned his head and ate first. He drank the wonton soup and exhaled in satisfaction. What happened in the south of Luoyang Palace was spread by the peddler to the train station in the north of Luoyang Palace. The people knew that the surroundings were safe this winter, and no wild beasts would come down the mountains. The winged knights were so powerful. After going up the mountain, they cleaned up everything, no matter what wild beasts there were. In the past, it was difficult to catch a tiger, and the big wild boars were not easy to kill. The bear's paws could break people's bones and tendons with one slap. In the end, the winged knights were all killed. Her Majesty's private army was indeed reassuring. Her Majesty is lucky to be in Luoyang, and Luoyang's sky changed. There are no more bad people in the city, and the wild beasts outside the city can no longer hurt people. The bun seller sighed. He did not have high expectations for life. He just wanted stability. However, stability was a requirement that could not be met most of the time in many places. Xiao Yi, I feel safe when I'm with you. Bai Gu did not go to work and ran over to see the baby with Li Yi. Li Yi was working, so he did ward rounds. He needed to understand Donkey Dan, her situation and follow up on the treatment. Li Dan had retired, and Li Longji had nothing much to do, so they came together to watch. The baby's body had inflammation and needed nourishment. Breast milk was the best as it had antibodies. Li Yi specially took a tool to collect breast milk. When Ma Shi was not around, he could also feed her. There were storage conditions. The baby drank milk again. Madame Shi fed him personally. She held her son in her hands and soaked him in the basin. During the day, the baby's body temperature dropped and was currently around 37.8 degrees Celsius. In the water, his little arms and legs moved, and his body was supported. When he looked up, he could see his mother. His vision was not very good at this time, but he could distinguish it, especially the smell. Monsieur maintained the same posture. His arms were tired and unconsciously sank down. The baby was used to moving. When his mother's hand sank, he swam in the backstroke position by himself. You're not even swimming in the water, why are you so calm? Aren't you going to the political affairs hall? Li didn't want to stay with Baigu. Who knew when he would face a bunch of problems? With Guangping and the others around, I won't be missing. I heard there are bear paws, deer antler, tiger penis and so on. Are those things delicious? Baigu really didn't go to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. He came to ask for things. Let's talk about it later. There are plenty of medicines. Wild animals are sold in the south of Luoyang. It's a form of propaganda to tell the people that the surrounding wild animals have been cleaned up. Li didn't like to eat these things. He had eaten them before, and the taste and texture were just a so-so. When he ate them, it was because they were rare and unusual. Like bear paws, there was a pile of cow tendons. The texture and taste were almost the same. If not processed properly, the tendons would also have a fishy smell. If processed properly, they would be soft and sticky. You have to keep an eye on them at all times. For example, in the mountains around the capital, all the animals are harmless. Baigu talked about business. This was the purpose of his visit. He could allocate funds. The capital and the surrounding mountains, such as Qinling Mountains, were places where the people could go. There was no danger. There were many hunters' huts. The hunters brought their apprentices and guarded the area for the past few years. The hunters protected the people and also watched the mountains. When killing wild animals, they would follow the rules. Some small animals were naturally injured. They had to treat them, put them back, and mark them. Generally, such wild animals wouldn't hurt people. If they did, they would be killed without hesitation. Someone came over from the bus this morning. They will cooperate with the local hunters. Princess True Jade should be happy. Li said as he took the baby out of the water. He was about to close his eyes and sleep when he swam down. The water in the basin was still water and didn't flow. The baby had no fear of water. He could even drift to sleep. He was fished out and quickly wrapped in a cotton cloth to absorb the water. He untied it and put it in a cotton bag before putting it in the baby carriage. The baby lay down and tried to open his eyes to see more. In the end, he couldn't stand the fatigue and fell asleep. His brows were no longer furrowed in discomfort like before. They relaxed. Chapter 1953. Go there. There was a group of people and dogs at the station. From time to time, someone pointed at the grass and ordered the dogs. The dogs obediently went in to relieve themselves. A row of Li family Zhuangzi cars were waiting. Some dogs relieved themselves in the toilet on the train, while others looked for a place to relieve themselves after getting off the train. The people around them stayed far away. The dogs were not small, but they didn't bark. Most importantly, they didn't bark. People were afraid of such dogs. Brother, get in the car. We are not in a hurry to enter the mountain today. Hu Feng held Brother Shi's arm. Okay. Old man Shi replied. Hunters should not be impulsive. Unless it was a special situation, they should plan before acting. He got in the car first. A big car without a compartment would delay taking care of the dogs. Everyone put their simple luggage on the car. The children sat inside while the adults sat on the side. As the coachman cracked his whip in the air, the carriages headed towards the Li family's manor. The dogs shrank behind the cars and did not jump to the side. On the way, the dogs released by other families hid far away. They shook their heads and wagged their tails to show that they were not a threat. They didn't even dare to bark. Some dogs lay down with their bellies facing up and their heads on the ground. Brother, you will be in charge of the meeting. Hu Feng sat beside Brother Shi and wiped his crossbow. He was allowed to carry a crossbow. When they arrived at Luoyang, they used the Li family Zhuangzi's name to gather the other hunters for a meeting. The local hunters could ignore the Chang and hunters, but they couldn't ignore the Li family Zhuangzi's call. I am old. I will live on the mountain for my retirement. You stay in the city to take care of your disciples. Li Dongzhu is close to you. Old Man Shi expressed that he didn't want to lead because he was tired. Brother Hu Feng had meritorious service and participated in military operations. His status was different from other hunters. The government could recruit and call other hunters, but Hu Feng could only invite him. Let's see what Li Dongzhu has to say. Hu Feng didn't argue. He couldn't be the real leader. Li had the final say in this matter. I heard that you have a flintlock. Old Man Shi asked about the weapon. No hunter didn't like good weapons. Yes, but I can't let others know. I carry it on my back when we enter the mountain. It has a long range. The best tool is actually binoculars. Animals are smarter than humans and can spot people from afar. Hu Feng said as he threw away the rag. Using both his hands and feet, he strung the crossbow with a kacha sound. At the same time, he shouted, prepare the bows and arrows. In fact, there was no need for him to call out. Many of the prey sitting on the side of the cart had already swung the bows on their backs to the front and knocked the arrows. Suddenly, a dog jumped out of the bushes 40 or 50 steps ahead. It was normal for a dog to jump out. What was abnormal was that this dog's body shape was similar to other dogs. It was not afraid. There were several mountain guard dogs in the team, and there were more than 100 dogs that were second only to the mountain guard dogs. How can you be drooling with your tail between your legs? Don't you know how easy it is for the mountain guard dog to kill you? Howl, 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 howl. The dog came out and paused for less than 2 seconds. Then, it barked and rushed towards a peddler who was carrying a pole. Help me, mad dog. The peddler who was carrying a load was walking through the streets. What had he not encountered before? He instantly understood what he had encountered. He dodged to the side, swung his pole, and shouted. Go! Hu Feng shouted, crossbow in hand. Whoosh! 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 3 large dogs charged out from the side of the cart. They were no slower than a galloping horse, but the dogs were faster than a horse. The other dogs dodged to the side of the road to watch. They didn't charge forward. Their master hadn't given them any orders. Most likely, they understood that the pole was enough. If they all charged forward, it would be too crowded and they wouldn't be able to use their full strength. The mad dog took a hit from the pole and was sent tumbling. It flipped back up and continued to charge forward. The peddler was so anxious that he wanted to unhook the pole and swing it, but at this critical moment, he couldn't shake it off. He was still swinging it. The mad dog saw an opening. It took 2 steps forward, then leapt into the air and flew towards the peddler with its mouth open. The peddler loosened his pole and tried to leap to the side, raising his arms to block. Whoosh! Boom! One of the large dogs collided with the mad dog in midair. The mad dog was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of weight and was sent flying. The large dog landed and charged forward again. The other 2 didn't jump. They were faster on the ground than in the air. They reached the mad dog first and swatted at it with their paws. They swatted at it, but there was no need to bite it. When the dog that had jumped up arrived, the 3 dogs surrounded the mad dog and swung their paws at it. The one that the mad dog wanted would dodge. Just as the mad dog was about to stand up, a slap from the side knocked it to the ground. The surrounding commoners were all dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen dogs fight like this. Why didn't the 3 of them bite each other? Ow wow! Ow wow! The mad dog had truly gone mad. It howled and rolled about on the ground, trying to get up. Unfortunately, it didn't have enough stamina, nor did it have enough reaction time. It could only endure the slaps. There was nothing it could do. "I want it alive," the farmer called out. "Get the fishing net," Old Stone ordered, then said to his mountain guard dogs, "You guys go." Quite a few large dogs joined in. Everyone cooperated very well. They didn't crowd each other, and they didn't cause any trouble for the other dogs. "Can this mad dog's illness be cured?" some of the onlookers said. "The mad dog is sick. It won't be cured. It'll die soon." These large dogs, though, are strong. Where are they from? The farmer from the Li family Zhuangzi came to pick them up himself. They must be from the Li Dongzhu. I guarantee it. Otherwise, how could dogs be so understanding? These are mountain guard dogs. One of them can change rooms in Luoyang Palace. White fur, don't be afraid. They won't bite you. Hey! You won't be able to be a mountain guard dog. A man with a large dog said from the side. His dog had a bit of white fur on its tail. Right now, his dog was doing its best to stand in front of him, but it was trembling. Standing in front of him meant that it was willing to block any danger for him. It was afraid, and it was indeed afraid. It knew that it couldn't win. Fortunately, it was better than the dog that was wagging its tail and belly in fear. At least it didn't compromise. "Spread out." A village hunter called out as he threw out the net. The group of slapping dogs suddenly scattered around the area. The mad dog finally got up. It charged into the net, but the net wrapped around its body. Apart from barking and biting, it couldn't escape at all. Several people began to deal with the trapped dogs. They covered the dogs with another net and prepared something to block the dogs' mouths. Old Man Sure led a dog to Whitehair. Whitehair's hind legs slipped, and it hurriedly stood up. It raised its head and took a step forward with difficulty. The dog led by Old Man Sure also took a step forward. Whitehair's body trembled rapidly. Suddenly, it barked twice and took another step forward. It stopped trembling. "Look at it. It's been 9 months. You raised it as a mountain guard dog. You almost spoiled it. Good dog. It can still grow. Back off." Old Man Sure's words were for humans, but he said them to the dog. His dog took 2 steps back and didn't make a sound. Whitehair's breathing was rapid. It stuck out its tongue to dissipate the heat and continued to stand. The other mountain guard dogs came forward and sniffed at each other. Not long after, Whitehair began to circle around the other dogs. "Let's go to the Li family Zhuangzi together." "Congratulations." Old Man Sure smiled. "Thank you." "You are." Whitehair's owner trembled in excitement. He knew how difficult it was for Whitehair to take 2 steps forward in front of the mountain guard dogs. When the other mountain guard dogs sniffed, it meant that they approved. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay attention to you. "When I was young, I didn't know any better. I ran around aimlessly in the mountains and lost a good friend. As expected, I was blind in one eye. People call me Blind Jing Zhaoshi." Whitehair's owner said 5 words. Chapter 1954. Drink some water and rest before we continue our journey. Old Sure took out their own basins for the mountain guard dogs that had participated in the battle. Piles of basins were thrown on the ground separately. The dogs came forward and held their basins in front of them, waiting. Old Sure took out a new basin and poured water in front of Whitehair. Whitehair had gone all out just now. Dogs were different from humans. Humans had many ways to compete. Dogs could only show their strength through battle. Small pet dogs were not popular now. Dogs that would wet themselves when they smelled tiger urine or saw a tiger could only be ordinary guard dogs. In addition to fighting strength, mountain guard dogs had to have the fearlessness of hyenas when facing lions and the spirit of sacrifice to protect their owners. Whitehair looked at the basin and turned to look at its owner. It didn't drink. Its owner was still excited. He squatted down and placed the basin in front of Whitehair so that it could drink. Sure. Master, why did you come to Luoyang? Oh, my name is Fong Taozheng. Whitehair's owner asked curiously. He was grateful to Old Shi. Whitehair had taken the two most important steps in its life. It could still grow. When it returned, they would give it meat even if they sold everything. In a few months, they could bring it up the mountain and earn back the money for meat. Li Dongzhu summoned me. Repair the surrounding mountain huts and put in the things that should be added. Li Dongzhu wants to set the rules. We will charge and break through enemy lines. Brothers, I wonder if you will do us the honor. Oh, not me. My junior brother is in charge. I'm old, so I'm helping to raise the dogs. Old Shirt deliberately said this so that Fong Taozheng could go back and tell others. It could be considered a test. Who is also here? Fong Taozheng turned to look. He saw 3 mountain guard dogs guarding a person with a crossbow on his back. In an instant, he knew the other party's identity. Who would dare to casually carry a crossbow? Master Shi, my family's Whitehair. Fong Taozheng knew that Hu Feng was famous, but he looked for Old Shi. Famous because Dongzhu cooperated with the Li family Zhuangzi to capture the enemy. Raising a dog depended on blind Shi. There were only 3 mountain guard dogs in front of Hu Feng, but there were 15 around blind Shi. Were mountain guard dogs so worthless? Clearly not. The other hundreds of dogs were not bad either. Even if they could not be mountain guard dogs, when the pups were born, they might become mountain guard dogs. Blind Shi was the one who had helped him with white fur just now. With a wave of his hand, a mountain guard dog came over. Only his white hair had the courage to face them. Back then, when a group of them approached, the white hair was finished. He could tell at a glance that his white hair was 9 months old. He could only estimate that it was less than a year old. Seeing this, Fong Taozheng finally understood why Blind Shi said that he had raised the dog useless. Whitehair was actually so smart. The team continued on their way. Fong Taozheng was sitting in the car, watching his Whitehair and the other dogs chasing behind the car. The people were responsible for spreading the news. Soon, different versions of the story appeared, including the scene where the mad dog flew more than 10 feet high and was stared down by the mountain guard dog. It was like the peddler who ate wontons said that the wild boar's teeth were 1 tuft long and its skin was 2 tufts thick. Li Yian Zhuangzi was busy with other things and was making dog food. Zhuangzi had his own dog. He didn't want to become a mountain guard dog. He just wanted to use it normally. Usually, dry dog food was eaten together with diluted dog food. There was no problem in terms of nutrition, including raw meat. He didn't want a mountain guard dog, but the people in charge of raising dogs did. Li family Zhuangzi was rich in resources. The people who raised dogs didn't lack communication with their masters and colleagues. Every month, thousands of puppies were brought over to be raised. A small number were left, and most of them were sent away. In fact, they didn't raise mountain guard dogs. They raised shepherd dogs. Mountain guard dogs were used in the mountains, and shepherd dogs were used for herding. Although shepherd dogs had the word sheep in their names, their fighting power had nothing to do with sheep. They needed to herd sheep to fight wolves. Search and rescue dogs and guide dogs were also trained. They didn't need companion dogs. The Tang dynasty didn't need companion dogs. The relationship between people was good. At almost 9:30 in the morning, Hu Feng's team arrived. The dogs were taken to a place to settle down. Fong Tao was concerned about his white fur, so he followed them to take a look. Then he saw thousands of big dogs raised in a circle. The mountain guard dog and the dogs that followed them went in. There was no conflict between the two sides. Zhuangzi's dogs just came over to smell and recognize each other. They weren't afraid. Why is that? Fong Tao couldn't figure it out. I used to bring them here to get in touch with each other. They became familiar with each other. Li family Zhuangzi's dog food is delicious. Hu Feng knew the reason. It was the problem of the breeder. Everyone was put together. The mountain guard dog wanted to oppress Zhuangzi's dogs. Zhuangzi's breeder came forward. In the beginning, the breeder had winged knights with him. The winged knights wore protective suits. It was too easy to beat the dogs. The people in his and his senior's village taught the dogs not to be the boss here. No, there were too many dogs. 1,000 shepherd dogs couldn't beat 100 wolves. They would be torn apart. Chapter 1955. Don't worry about the dogs. Go take a bath and change your clothes, find a house, and change the environment of the children's school. Li Yi received them in person. Everyone knew each other, so he spoke casually. Turning his head, he looked at Fong Taozheng. 3 desperate wolves, there has never been a hero from heaven in the world. There are only mortals who step forward bravely. What you are protecting is recognized by the people of the Tang dynasty. In 2 days, all the hunters around will come to Zhuangzi. His Majesty and I have only been here for a short time. We are busy all day and can't find time to see you. His Majesty has heard about you and told me that the soul of the Tang dynasty can be found among the people. Life and death together, life is fickle and love is true. The Fong family has a son, no matter what he says. Warm blood covers the sky, the maple leaves are deep in autumn. The true colors of a man, the ways of the world. Heaven can ask, how many times have you been in the mortal world? The county will be honored by the emperor. Li Yi knew Fong Taozheng's situation. He was like Zhang Shunpang who had his teeth blown. Zhang Xuanpang's teeth were knocked out to save a drowning child. He almost died. Fong Taozheng in front of him was in the same situation, or even worse. 5 wolves besieged him, and he took 3 dogs to fight. When the hunter's matter was confirmed, he must publicize it and give him a title. Fong Taozheng actually understood. He was a hunter, but it didn't mean that he could read. As long as he was willing to learn, there was pinyin in the newspaper. Li Dongzhu, can you find a stonemason to carve a monument for my dog? Wood is also fine, but I can't carve it myself. Fong Taozheng made a request that even he felt was too much, to carve a monument for his dog. At this moment, all the dogs who died fighting for people or saving the dogs who died should be marked with a monument. Let the people know that dogs are like this, let alone people. Dogs of the 6 animals are killed for meat. Dogs who protect their masters are sung as a song. Li Yi agreed. It was no problem to set up a monument for his dog. His dog died to save people. Dogs were different from dogs, just like people were different from people. Some dogs were for meat and some people did things worse than dogs. Police dogs, military dogs, drug detection dogs, guide dogs, and other dog breeds were all high in status. The purpose of erecting a monument for dogs was to motivate people. It had nothing to do with dogs, and dogs couldn't understand memorial tablets. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Fong Taozheng bowed deeply. For ordinary people, raising a dog was to guard the house and eat it. For hunters, their dogs were their lives. Otherwise, why would they want to own a mountain guard dog? For hunters, they would rather let their hunting dogs die of old age than die in battle. Fong Taozheng could be said to be moved to tears. He was sad but happy at the same time. Li Dongzhu agreed. On the other side, Ron kept crying. He kept wiping his tears while Princess True Jade coaxed him. After I finished writing the Declaration of the People, His Majesty came to Luoyang. No one appreciated the Declaration of the People. Ron was a little tanned, but it didn't affect his handsomeness. His handsomeness was the kind of feminine, strong women liked. Princess True Jade was naturally domineering. Like Princess Golden Immortal, she was Li Longji's biological sister. They shared the same parents. Both of them had thought of domineering Li Yi, but unfortunately, Li Yi was even more domineering than them. He had no interest in them at all. You can play by yourselves. Don't drag me in. Ron didn't have Li Yi's ability, so he felt aggrieved. Royal brother already knows. The Declaration of the People isn't important. Do you understand what I wrote in the letter? Princess True Jade's heart ached. He got tanned. But looking at his robust body and strength, it wasn't bad. The moment you write a letter, it's about how Li Yi is and how you want me to learn. If he's so powerful, why doesn't he come to my position? Ron continued, wiping his tears. It was puzzling. What was forcing a handsome man to cry? Princess True Jade didn't know why, but she felt a little disgusted. Why are you so feminine? No, can you be a little more manly? Tell me. Why? Li Yi is just moving his mouth. I'm fixing roads, planting trees, and building water. Ron covered his face with both hands and whimpered. How tragic. If Li Yi were to change places with you to fix the mountain roads, the chancellors would have to kneel and beg him to come back. Princess True Jade thought of such a scene. Do you know how worried my royal brother and the chancellors are when Li Yi isn't around for a day? You're comparing yourself to Li Yi. Do you believe that if you stood in front of my royal brother and said this, he would beat you to death with a punch? Next year, I'll take the imperial examination. I want to pass it fair and square. Ron said in a fit of pique. I don't need your recommendation. I want my own ability. Good, you're ambitious. You've been fixing roads on the mountain for many days. Luoyang's Ministry of Works will arrange a position for you. Princess True Jade looked at Ron. It was great that he didn't need a recommendation. Do you know how difficult it was to recommend you? Her royal brother was now comparing everyone to Li Yi. Who could stand it? Ministry of Works? Yes. Minister Counselor? Ron expressed his satisfaction when he heard that he could become an official. Scribe. Princess True Jade said 3 words. So young. Ron also said 3 words. Do you know how to be a minister counselor? Do you know what a minister counselor does? Princess True Jade asked. I can learn if I don't know. Ron believed that he could quickly learn through hard work. Chapter 1956. Li Longji had a lot of money. Other than raising the winged knights and giving extra benefits to the 16 guards and soldiers at the border, he had no other expenses. Only the salt wells and gas wells and Shu still had a surplus. The gold mines that Li Yi pointed out were easy to mine were still being mined. There was sand gold in the river, and occasionally, there would be nugget gold as well. The big nuggets of gold were not smelted, and the others were sent to the Li family's storehouse after being smelted, a storehouse that belonged exclusively to Li Longji. Li Longji also had a large portion of the silver he brought back from the Japanese Empire, which was also stored in the warehouse. The earthly paradise and the bathing pool were the same in Luoyang. Membership cards from both sides were used. As someone who studied economics and finance, he knew that it was a waste to leave money there. It had to be circulated. Let's wait for another year or so. When overseas trade becomes popular, let His Majesty invest. With His Majesty's name, the merchants will participate. When others are jealous and attack our merchants, we will have a good reason to fight back. When His Majesty has a lot of money, we will see if we can launch a large amount of financial activities and issue currency in the name of the imperial court. At that time, The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons will no longer be issued. I will slowly buy them back and only keep the currency of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi told Li Longji not to worry. There were places to spend money, but the Tang dynasty did not need it for the time being. The imperial family participated in the handicraft workshops in Luoyang, so others did not dare to compete. The Li family Zhuangzi did not care about the others. As long as it was not illegal, everyone would rely on their own means. Of course, if a certain industry in the Li family Zhuangzi suddenly said that they would jointly set the price, the others would immediately follow and join forces. For example, Guangzhou Prefecture's export products were all united. Foreign merchants would not be able to defeat them one by one. Fine. It's still September. We shouldn't be hunting. Fortunately, we are only cleaning up the surroundings. After September, the hunters will enter the mountains. Let's have a meeting. Li Longji nodded. Speaking of hunting time, the hunters did not hunt. Hunting was forbidden in the 1st, 5th, and 9th months of the year within 300 li of Jingzhou and Hunan prefectures. It was now the end of September. The winged knights were dispatched to clean up the surrounding area, which was far less than 300 li. In the Tang dynasty, there were laws and regulations regarding the replanting of trees and the growth and reproduction of animals, especially within 300 miles of the two prefectures. If a woodcutter cuts down a tree, he must plant another one within 30 paces. The more stable the imperial court was, the stricter the enforcement of laws. When war broke out, nothing could be done. The hunters were sharpening their knives and looking everywhere for the dog. Old Mansher's village had 15 mountain dogs, which had established the village's reputation. When other hunters mentioned him, they called him Jing Zhaoshi the Blind. In addition to Hu Feng's 3 mountain guard dogs, there were a total of 18 of them. The hunters of Hunan province could not compete with them at all. The village was similar to the winged knights. After entering the mountain, they directly swept through the area. I can't cure Lao Shi's eyes, but I can help him with his other minor problems. Li Yi continued to talk about Blind Shi. He had never seen such a big Chinese field dog before. It felt like the king of a big wolf pack. The difference was that the mountain guard dogs did not have the same oppressive feeling when they saw people. They were not as fierce as normal people. Wolves had to be on guard when they saw them. The mountain guard dogs' gazes were relatively gentle, especially when they saw the children in Zhuangzi. Let's go take a look and see the 3 desperate wolves. Who gave him that nickname? It's quite interesting. Li Longji pulled Li Yi to see the big dogs. He had heard how white hair transformed. Like a warrior on the battlefield, it was useless to be afraid of death. No matter how big the enemy was, it would still charge forward. White hair was a lone dog. It had a good foundation, but because it had not fought since it was young, it was always afraid. Today, it had finally taken the 2 most crucial steps, just like when he fought against the Xuanwu Gate. Li Lang, I'm done. When the father and son-in-law were walking on the road, Princess Yongmu rushed over with a small robot. Li Yi had small robots around him. She could find any small robot to know Li Yi's specific location. Princess Yongmu approached and handed the phone pad to Li Yi. Does it look good? Li Yi took it in his hand and frowned. Princess Yongmu was very nervous. How can there be such craftsmanship? This pad should only exist in heaven. How many times can it be found in the human world? The ingenuity of the mind is hard to compare to, the craftsmanship is high, the embroidery mother abandons the needle. 2 wild geese fly together, why send a brocade pouch to a distant place? Spring comes and autumn goes, naturally we live and die together. How can the word good be enough? Since it was because of the phone, it inevitably reminded people of Xinshi Ruyan's poem. When the wild geese are gone, the book is hard to send. I am willing to follow Lone Moon Ing and shine on Fu Bo Camp. If there was a phone at that time, how could the book be hard to send? When Tian has put in a lot of effort. Li Yi's brows gradually relaxed and he said a lot. Princess Yongmu kept nodding. Yes, that's right. It's still my Li Lang who knows me. Li Longji looked carefully at his brother Yi's son-in-law. He actually wanted to say something just now, but he only said one word. Good. He was in a hurry to see others. He just had to deal with it. He didn't expect it. This brother Yi actually praised him patiently. Fortunately, it was only for his daughter. Wen Tian, why don't you keep this? I really can't bear to use it. Li Yi frowned again. It's okay. I'll hook a better one. This is my first time. I'm not familiar with it. Princess Yongmu smiled and her eyes curved like crescent moons. Okay, let's go and see the big dog together. Li Yi said as he put the phone pad in the little robot's stomach drawer. Is it to keep me warm? The little robot was talkative. Why are you squeaking when I put something? I'll give you some straw to keep you warm. Li Yi said. You're the idiot. I won't let you put things in next time. The little robot reacted quickly. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji laughed and patted the little robot's head. You're the idiot. The other little robot said. If you keep talking, I won't charge you when you run out of electricity. Can't you see that I'm being pushed now? The electricity for talking is enough for me to bask in the sun. Do you believe that I'll knock you into a river? It's hard to say who will knock who. I'm waterproof. I'm not afraid. The two little robots bickered all the way. Li Longji saw Fang Taozheng. Fang Taozheng found a craftsman to carve a monument for his 3 dogs. The inscription was simple. In a certain year, a certain month, a certain day, a certain time. In order to save a pregnant woman, he fought a pack of wolves and died. Whitehair's mother wrote that she died after giving birth. Death and death shouldn't be used on dogs, but it was written. The craftsman was Zheng Lian's husband. Ma Jian was watching from the side. Any craftsman who came for the examination would have no problem carving the monument, let alone the people in Zhuangzi. After everyone knew how the dogs died, they discussed and decided to let Zheng Lian's husband do it. Zheng Lian's husband's surname was also Zheng. His name was Zheng Shenlin, so Zheng Lian wasn't Zheng's wife. Zheng Shenlin originally wanted to carve the monument with a thin gold body to show the temperament of a dog. After thinking for a long time, he finally chose to carve the monument. It was upright and majestic. When Li Longji arrived, the others immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zheng Shenlin continued carving as if he didn't hear anything. Li Longji waved his hand and stood there watching. Whitehair, who was sitting next to him, didn't understand the meaning of the monument. It saw Li Longji and walked over to him, wagging its tail. It could feel the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time. After wagging its tail a few times, it looked at Li Yi. Li Yi squatted down and reached out to scratch Whitehair's chin. Whitehair let out a comfortable whimper. Fang Taozheng was scared and surprised. How could his white hair touch someone else's chin? Chapter 1957. This. Fang Taozheng didn't understand. Had his white hair become a silly dog? Li Yi saw through his thoughts. When I was talking to you and then went to see the other dogs, I didn't take a shower, so there was a smell on me. Like the other dog owners, you had to respect me when you saw me. Your attitude affected Whitehair. Ordinary people's dogs prioritized their own territory. They always bark at outsiders and are aggressive. A good dog prioritizes its owner. If the owner is not aggressive, the dog will not be aggressive, unless it senses that I am aggressive. Li Yi was talking about dogs to the hunters, but he was also talking about people. Some people felt that they had a good relationship with their friends. Their friends' dogs would bite them every time they went there. There were two problems. One was that the dog was stupid and not raised well. The other was that the dog's owner didn't treat you sincerely. You just felt that they were good to you. Of course, it was another matter if you were always teasing other people's dogs. You were too. Li Dongzhu also knows how to raise dogs? Feng Taojing thought about it and found that it was true. Everything has a spirit. Tao follows nature. Li Yi stood up as he spoke. He took out alcohol from the robot's drawer and washed his hands. Even if the dog had just taken a shower, he still had to wash his hands after touching it. It was a professional habit. Whitehair smelled the alcohol and quickly ran back to its owner. Brother Ma, you just came to Zhuangzi. How are you adapting? Li Yi said to Ma Jian. I'm good. It's just that what I learned is too shallow. Ma Jian told the truth. He was very arrogant before. He knew all the questions that they asked him. After more contact, he had an epiphany. They were just asking questions based on his ability. Any one of Zhuangzi's craftsmen could beat him in any aspect that he was proud of. He was devastated. He was so sad. Like the stone tablet in front of him, he didn't know some of the techniques used by Jing Xinlin. Fortunately, Zhuangzi didn't keep secrets from its own people. It taught everything. If you were willing to learn, it would teach you everything. The worst thing was that you knew some techniques but couldn't do it because of your own reasons. In Zhuangzi, it wasn't about knowledge of techniques, but talent. Fortunately, if talent wasn't enough, it could be made up for by studying better techniques. You think of a small tool that can solve the problem of technique. Then, everyone used this tool, and their skills were once again crushed by talent. There's no end to learning, and you have to be flexible when learning new skills. Make bold assumptions and carefully verify them. Rivers have changed, dams have increased. Due to the season of rice and wheat, hybridization was also successful. Burning mud to make pottery, adding glazed porcelain is just right. The firewood has arrived, and the coal has ignited the flame. Li Yi could tell that Ma Jian was in a predicament, just like when he was a resident doctor. It's all in the technique books, but you just can't practice it. Watching someone younger than you perform the surgery smoothly and comfortably, how could you not admit that he was a genius? However, all medical surgeries did not have to be performed by geniuses. How long would it take to remove an appendix? When the technology was spread to a certain extent, the overall strength of the company would also increase. Surgeries that could be performed by geniuses would be like appendectomies in the future. Most doctors could do it, but geniuses would have a higher level of difficulty. Li Yi spoke of great principles and encouraged the craftsmen. At the same time, he also taught Feng Taozheng. Li Yi was doing what a superior should do. His identity changed back and forth. If he was facing ordinary people, his words would not be like this. He did not hold back, and the whiter the better. At the same time, he knew how powerful the craftsmen were. Anyway, he could not show many skills, and many craftsmen would pretend to be stupid. For example, if you said that a craftsman who could carve exquisite words and patterns on a stone tablet was illiterate, it was pure nonsense. He said that he was illiterate in order to survive. You're a young master from a rich family. You're married and have a mistress. Your mistress gave birth to a child and died, or your mistress died of illness. You have to carve a stone tablet. You wrote the inscription and found a stonemason to carve it. You're afraid that your wife will know. Which stonemason do you choose? Of course, you're illiterate. The stonemason said that I'm just carving according to it. I don't know what it means. Sigh. That's right. Don't worry. There's also a blacksmith. You give him a picture, and he only knows how to forge according to it. He doesn't know anything else. Good. You give him a picture of a crossbow, and the blacksmith says that it's a farming tool. It's not easy to use, right? Fine, I'll carve it. While carving, he went to report that someone wanted to hide the crossbow. If you don't believe me, take a look. I'll carve out this and the others. I'll draw the whole picture for you. Do you see it? Is it a part of it? When the stonemason carved the words, the tip of the brush was brought out for you. You say that he's illiterate? You give a lathe worker a picture of a pipe. After the lathe worker looked at it, he'll tell you if it's a type of expanding screw. If you say yes, he'll take advantage of the fact that you're not paying attention. Someone asked me to change the barrel and pull the rifling for him. Done. While Li Yi was thinking about some interesting things, Jing Shenlin blew on the stone tablet and put down the tools as if relieved of a heavy burden. It was his first time carving a stone tablet for a dog. He was very serious. The dog used its life in exchange for the life of the pregnant woman and the child. Li Lang, why didn't the villagers who were protecting the pregnant woman take action? Princess Yongmu looked at the inscription and thought of some other people. They were protecting the pregnant woman. The wolves were there. They couldn't stop and had to continue on their way. Their purpose was to protect the woman and the child in the woman's belly. They went to fight the wolves. If something unexpected happened and the woman or the child died, why did they do that? Li Yi understood the villagers. The villagers were more superstitious at night and didn't dare to leave the pregnant woman who was about to give birth. They held torches and shouted. Otherwise, I couldn't kill the wolves myself. Fong Tao was helping the villagers. How could they not help with their own matters? One person and 3 dogs faced 5 wolves at night. It was a sure death situation. The villagers followed and cooperated. The others continued to carry the pregnant woman down the mountain. It was only because he was really important that they mentioned him alone. It will be better in the future. The hunter's hut on the mountain will be guarded, especially the place near the residential area. There won't be wild boars and bears coming down the mountain to destroy the crops. It's even more impossible for wolves to take the children away. The newspaper should specially separate a place to introduce how to raise dogs. If you raise them well enough, they won't eat meat until they die. Li Yi told the crowd that he couldn't change what happened in the past. He would perfect it in the future. He would teach the people how to raise dogs well. At least when facing the wolves, the dogs couldn't be scared by the wolves. Shepherd dogs were like this. They weren't afraid of wolves. As long as they had the advantage in numbers, they could confront the wolves even if they couldn't win. At that time, the dogs he raised were useless. Even the Tibetan Mastiff, when a wolf killed it, the others didn't dare to move and hid far away. Look at the dogs patrolling with the People's Liberation Army. The wolves that could face the useless Tibetan Mastiff would definitely die if they met them. What kind of people raise dogs? The people who raised fighting dogs looked down on the people who raised Tibetan Mastiffs as babies. It was the same for the people who raised fighting cocks. More than 100 fighting cocks faced a few wolves. They could teach the wolves what fear was. That kind of fighting consciousness, no matter what they faced, they were the best. It wasn't like hens didn't fight with goshawks before. Then, a group of hens rushed over. It was noisy in the middle of the night. The farmer took a flashlight and went over to take a look. An eagle was lying in the fence of the chicken pen, twitching its wings and wailing. There was a group of roosters, hens, and chicks around it. G. Chapter 1958. Fong Taojing looked at the stone tablet and pedestal and reached into his pocket. Master, how much is it? Zheng Shenlin glanced at him. How much did you think about when you brought the dog to save people? How can I ask for money? It has nothing to do with money. Fong Taozheng was embarrassed and withdrew his hand. He understood that they didn't want money. Li Lang, where is the tablet? Princess Yongmu asked. Why don't we put it in the battlefield? Ma Jian suggested. If it stands there, how can pregnant women and children live? Should we salute every time we pass by? Li Yi asked. Everyone was stunned and nodded. It was indeed not suitable. Put it next to the cemetery of martyrs. Let the hunters hold crossbows. Li Longji decided. The palace maids and eunuchs began to take notes and list them out. The dog of the Shi family village saved the people. In the mouth of a mad dog, they should also hold crossbows, Li Yi said. Okay. Li Longji paused for a moment before agreeing. He knew that it had nothing to do with saving people. Hu Feng's senior brother led a group of people and had countless good dogs. He also had to set rules for the hunters in Luoyang. Without a crossbow permit, people would think too much. The village was trustworthy. The villagers had children who came here to receive education in the Li family Zhuangzi. Ma Jian and Fang Taozheng looked at each other and understood Li Dongzhu's position in the Tang dynasty again. In front of the emperor, he didn't call him Your Majesty and called him third brother. Just like the legends, the two maintained a special relationship. When others called him Your Majesty, they would automatically ignore it. Let's go eat. The dogs have an extra meal today. Li Yi saw white hair and looked at the stone tablet. He called out and went to see the dogs with Li Longji and the others. Other than the little puppies, the dogs usually ate 2 meals a day. Today was a happy day, so there was a little dog food. There was no milk, unless the dog was obviously deficient in calcium. There were more than 1,000 dogs. It wasn't that a group of dogs would crazily fight over dog food. At most, the dogs wouldn't dare to eat without an order. The Li family Zhuangzi's dogs were like military dogs. The dogs picked up their own bowls and lined up. Rows and rows of dogs found their own places. It was a spectacular sight. Someone pushed a cart to put food in the dog's bowl. The dog sat there and looked at the food, but did not eat. It waited for the order to allow it to eat. White hair went in. Several times, it wanted to bite first, but when it looked at the other dogs, it wisely held back. Fang Taozheng was dumbfounded. He felt that if these dogs were to enter the mountains, dogs were eating happily, but some people were not. Rumor has it that the Dongzhu Li Yi of the Baishui Li family Zhuangzi in Chang and has found a place to promote Taoism and Buddhism. The place they were looking for was in a mountain ravine, north of Luoyang Palace, south of the Yellow River. The news had yet to reach Mount Song, but it had already spread through Luoyang Palace. Some of the squares in Luoyang Palace had temples and some had Taoist temples. At the same time, there was another more specific rumor. Li Yi wanted to collect a 50% tax. He felt that the temples and Taoist temples did not have that much money. If they moved to a new location and collected the money, they would not have to pay the tax for the next 50 years. The monks and Taoists in Luoyang Palace rushed to spread the news. The people who came from Mount Song to find Bai Gu quickly sent people back. The monks and Taoists were smart. They did not believe that it was a rumor. Who would dare to brazenly spread rumors about Li Yi in Luoyang Palace? The people who were captured that night had yet to return. The entire Luoyang Palace was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. There was no theft or refusal to pay without food, much less kidnapping and selling children and women. It was now a period of strict crackdown. There was a red line. Whoever touched it would die. When they thought of the matter of Bai Gu not collecting 1/10 of the taxes from the temples and Taoist temples, they instantly entered a state of epiphany. Bai Gu said 1/10 of the taxes, but we did not agree. Li Yi wanted 1/10 of the taxes. Pay the money or move to a large ravine. Choose one of the two. A group of monks and Taoists gathered to discuss a solution. They were not in the mood to eat lunch. They were more awake when they were hungry. Why don't we take over Grief Tian Square again? The monk in charge of Yukai Square's Dayun Temple spoke first. Some of the bigger temples had abbot inside. The abbot of the smaller temples did not enter. Just like Taoist temples, there were Taoist masters in the bigger temples while the smaller ones only had abbot. The abbot and Taoist masters did not participate. They were revered, so they hid at the back. The abbot of Dayun Temple was smart. If we pay less, how can the daily expenses of Grief Tian Square compare to the 50% tax? Managing Grief Tian Square would give us a good reputation. I'm afraid that won't work. Grief Tian Square is managed by the Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia Fund. The saints are respected. The abbot of Jingyun Temple in Cultivation Square shook his head, indicating that it was impossible. Why would the saints not want a good reputation? Maybe we can ask Gong Fong to help us and talk to the students and officials coming and going. The abbot of Huayan Temple in Jingxing Square thought of an idea. He wanted to use the women in Si Gong Fong to save the country. With so many people talking at the same time, Li Yi would not be able to bear the public opinion. Even if Li Yi was not afraid, how could His Majesty and the chancellors ignore it? The abbot of Xuanjiao Square looked at him and said, "Why do you want to drag the women of red dust in Si Gong Fong into the discussion in your temple?" He looked down on the other party. "If you can't do it, you can find a woman to help you." Would the women in Si Gong Fong dare? Find lay Buddhist Baigu again. The abbot of Heavenly Palace Temple on the south side of Tianjin Bridge thought of Baigu again. If that's the case, it won't be 50% tax. Li Yi must know that the tax increase is for lay Buddhist Bai. The abbot of Tai Wei Palace in Jishan Square narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone knows what's going on. You still want to find trouble for yourself? Wouldn't it be better if you agreed to the 10% tax? Why do you have to find Baigu?" Baigu was in charge of the money bag of the Tang dynasty. Even Li Yi was under his control all day long. How could he let go of the temple? Do you think that if he asked Li Yi for money, Li Yi would laugh at him? The money was not obtained by Baigu. Li Yi was the person behind the finance of the Tang dynasty. Friends, don't be like this. The current plan is to only care about Li Yi. Why don't we invite him to talk about Tao? The abbot of Taiyuan Temple in Jishan Square was afraid that everyone would quarrel. Now they should unite against the outside world and not fight among themselves. Why don't we call Li Yi over and let everyone talk about Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures? We can suppress Li Yi and let him know how powerful we are. Isn't it rumored that he knows everything? Let's see if he can do it. We have so many branches. Even if he is really a reincarnated person, how many can he master? Good. The abbot of Dao Chong Temple in Suifu Square waved his horsetail whisk to show his approval. Yes, bring Li Yi over so that he can understand the mystery of Tao and the wonders of Buddhism. The others did not have any other good ideas and could only choose this plan. They all agreed. After the matter was settled, the Taoists decided to have lunch. It was just past noon and they were hungry. The monks were in a dilemma. They said that they would not eat after noon. Should they eat? They did not eat much in the morning. They had something on their minds. Everyone went back to their own places. Some places were quite far away. It was better to go back and eat. They would panic if they were hungry. Li Yi was eating. Even the dog had an extra meal. How could he lack the money for food? A call came. There was a spy among the group of abbot. When he heard the news, he quickly reported it. Sun Xian came and said it. After that, he left and found a place to eat. Brother Yi, you. Li Longji knew the situation and asked Li Yi if he was going. Chapter 1959. Baigu chewed on his food and looked up at Li Yi. He was friends with monks and Taoists, so he knew how powerful those people were. In his opinion, Li Yi shouldn't have any problems with Buddhism. Li Yi had translated many sutras. Moreover, those sutras belonged to various schools. How could he know everything if he wasn't proficient? In terms of morality, he didn't know if Shao Yi could do it. Fortunately, Taoism was local and didn't need to be translated. Shao Yi definitely didn't have any problems with the contents of the books. Did he take the time to learn it? It was all his fault. He shouldn't have met them. They didn't even give him 1/10 of the taxes. Xiao Yi paid taxes for Zhuangzi. Most of them were 80%, but Xiao Yi took the initiative to pay. Song Jing didn't gloat. He frowned. I'm afraid that Buddhism and Taoism will unite and spread unfavorable words among the pilgrims and lay practitioners. Speaking ill of Gang Rou in Hunan. The people can tear down their temples and monasteries. During the locust plague, Gang Rou personally came to Luoyang. The people called that small mountain suppressing Locust Mountain. How many people have benefited from Li family Zhuangzi's kindness? What have the temples and monasteries given them? Let's not talk about other things. The people of Xiaoluanan village can rush into Luoyang Palace and slaughter Buddhism and Taoism. Zhang Jiuling had confidence in Li Yi. The people secretly offered incense to His Majesty and Gang Rou's longevity tablet. Would he dare to say anything bad about Li Yi? Li Yi didn't eat the staple food. He ate braised food and drank beer. The chicken liver was sauced and had a marinated color. It tasted good. He drank a mouthful of beer and sent the chicken liver to his stomach. I don't have time. If I say tax, then tax. Why should I discuss the law with them? Li Yi wasn't afraid of eminent monks or Taoist masters. He hadn't even finished translating the Buddhist sutras. It was much worse than when he was. As for Taoism, in the next 1,000 years, countless people had studied and written books. The content was much richer than now. He didn't have to memorize it. If he really wanted to discuss the law, he could check the information at any time. He would know where it came from and the other definitions of the source. If it were me, you wouldn't even be able to find the place if I said a sentence. I haven't even translated it yet. Xiao Yi, can you take care of them? Bai Gu asked straightforwardly. That's easy, but why should I go? Li Yi spoke as if he was looking down on them, but in his heart, he had his own thoughts, which were easy to deal with. Then, Bai Gu didn't know what to say. He wanted to argue with Li Yi now, but he didn't have the confidence. When they find us, tell them that it's okay. When the time comes, let the people see it together. If they won, the Li family Zhuangzi would pay the taxes for them, not a penny less, so there would be accounts. If they lose, give half of their land and property to the Li family Zhuangzi. You can give them money or land. Li Yi has thought of a way to attack religion. Do you dare to bet? Losing the bet was not just a matter of money, but also social status. If Li Yi loses, they can be exempted from taxes. Su Yi said. Taxes are national affairs. How can it be changed because of a personal bet? Yao Cheng understood Li Yi's meaning. Exactly. Li Dan nodded in agreement with Yao Cheng's words. Xiao Yi could not represent the imperial court's laws. If he lost, the taxes would not be changed, and he would help pay the money. If he won, the taxes would not be changed, and the things he won would belong to him. Li Lang, are you confident? Princess Yongmu was worried. I remember the past. During the Ganges sand calamity, a Buddha was born, and his name was Infinite Light. Li Yi said. After he finished speaking, he looked at the little robot next to him and signaled with his eyes. The little robot said, the 12 Tathagata, one after another. The last Buddha was called Transcendent Moonlight. The other little robots followed, that Buddha taught me to chant Buddha's Samadhi. For example, there are people who focus on remembering and forgetting. Such two people, if they meet or not, or if they meet or not. As they chanted, background music began to join in. It was very light and ethereal. There was also the sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of the sutras in the round language. For a moment, the chanting of the Zen, resonating and echoing, seemed to be near and far, lingering and lingering. Everyone was confused. If they didn't know that Li Yi had started and the little robots followed, they would have thought that Buddhism had suddenly arrived. Eat. If you gamble, I'll add oil for you. Li Yi said and told the little robots. Thank you, Dongzhu. The little robots shouted together, and the voice just now disappeared in an instant. Change the battery and go to work. Li Yi said again. Someone came over to help change the battery. The little robots had to work and find the craftsman who wanted to enter the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsman. There were robots over there. They were afraid that there would be no electricity, so they would take over. Others chatted normally with a group of craftsmen. The little robots were responsible for monitoring the craftsman's physical data and recording it so that they could detect lies later. Xiao Yi, this can't sleep. It's useful to listen to. Noble consort Lu found something good. Put the audio data into the recorder later. Listen to it if you want. To put it bluntly, it's an application of sound resonance, such as horns and drums on the battlefield to command and inspire morale. When used as a weapon, it can affect a person's nervous system. It's also a kind of medical treatment. It's very difficult to learn further. Li Yi saw that noble consort Lu liked it and provided it to everyone. When they couldn't sleep, it had a hypnotic effect. Compete with them. Win half of their land and real estate. Bai Gu was excited. Oh my god, Xiao Yi actually had such a method. He said as he went to find wine and snatched the beer in front of Li Yi to drink to calm down. Li Yi picked up an anise-flavored bean. The light and shadow effect is useless. It's more powerful than the water curtain. I'm just afraid that they won't dare to gamble. I can't make a move for nothing. I'm someone who earns a lot of money every second. How can I have the leisure to play with them for nothing? Li Yi reassured everyone and felt that this matter was feasible. They could get a lot of land in one go. Why did monks and Taoists need so much money? If they wanted to print books, they could find Princess Jingxian. Li Yi turned his head and saw Princess Jingxian at another table praying to the little robot with a pious face. Then, her eyes lit up. She didn't need to guess to know that she wanted to bring a little robot home. Li Lang, can they provide accompaniment alone? I'll sing and they'll play music for me. Princess Yongmu was smart and thought of another use. There were so many voices mixed together just now. Yes, put a few more in different places. It has a surround sound effect. I'll add a low vibration to the ground. It's the most exciting when listening to the drums. Li Yi felt that it was okay. He built a separate house for Princess Yongmu. Yes. Princess Yongmu smiled and lowered her head to eat the braised pork. She had a separate dish. The braised pork stewed with rice beans was stewed until the pot was dry. She didn't add any noodles. At noon, she went all out and wanted to eat 2 bowls of rice. If she really couldn't eat, she would give half a bowl to Xiaolan. Xiaolan ate slowly and specially ate the beans in the rice beans. Li Longji was completely relieved. With the cooperation of the little robot, even if both sides said the same thing, the effect would be much worse if one had background music and the other didn't. When the other side spoke, he would speak. When the other side opened their mouths, they would immediately chant. How could the two sides compare? Brother Yi, go to Shaoluo village to soak in soup in 2 days. Li Longji was in a good mood and wanted to take a bath in the hot spring. There were many hot springs in Luoyang, but he was unwilling to enter. When I finish recruiting the craftsmen the day after tomorrow, I can use these 2 days to make arrangements. Li Yi set the specific time. Chapter 1960. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement in the temples and monasteries of Luoyang Palace. They were waiting for their companions from Mount Song to arrive. Mount Song's Buddhism was never weak. Some temples and monasteries were even built in Ziwei City. They had many followers. In the past, religious beliefs were powerful here. Those in power had to think twice before making a move. Even if they wanted to deal with people, they had to suppress them while pulling them along. When suppressing Buddha, they pulled Taoism. When suppressing Taoism, they lifted Buddha. Buddhism and Taoism worked together. When it came to Li Yi, nothing worked. He had newspapers. After all these years, the Li family Zhuangzi's reputation was the best in the Tang dynasty. If people made a wish in front of Buddha and wanted to live a better life, Buddha couldn't do anything about it. If people went to the Li family Zhuangzi and said they couldn't eat, the Li family Zhuangzi would help them according to the actual situation and arrange jobs. If people fell sick in the monasteries and offered incense and kowtowed, they would still die. If they went to the Li family Zhuangzi and kowtowed, the villagers would help them find a good doctor. If they lacked medicine, they would give it to them for free. Many people would live. If they didn't know how to raise poultry, the monasteries couldn't teach them. If the newspapers told them that they didn't know how to raise poultry, the Li family Zhuangzi would teach them step by step. In the entire east of Mount Taihang, the prestige of the Li family Zhuangzi overshadowed all sections. In fact, there were monks and Taoists in the monasteries who knew medicine. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't do anything. It was fine if they saved people, but if they didn't, wouldn't their reputation be ruined? The Li family Zhuangzi tried his best to save people. He didn't care about the title of a divine doctor. The monks and Taoists in Luoyang didn't dare to use their religious beliefs to incite the people against Li Yi. Whoever started the winged knights would be attacked by them. The people didn't care. The students who stayed in the monasteries all ran out. They were worried that they would be implicated. When the news spread to the people, most of the people began to not go to the monasteries. They were all watching the show and waiting for the results. They were also waiting for Li Dongzhu to order to demolish the houses of the monks and Taoists. So what if they demolished you? Li Dongzhu even beat the king. The monks and Taoists did not move. Princess Jingxian did not stop printing books. She knew the situation. After this matter was over, she still had to give the books that should be given. The outsiders continued to look for work, including a woman with 4 daughters. She arrived in Luoyang. Previously, he had walked by himself. Later, when the bus arrived, he took the bus. She was not worried about remarrying. She had experienced many things, but she still looked young. Some people were just like that. Of the 4 daughters, the younger one was raised by the imperial court, while the older one was enrolled in the academy. None of them were burdens. This was especially true for some men who had lost their wives and children. It was best to find someone like that to spend the rest of their life with. As soon as she registered at the registration office, someone immediately brought over subsidies and vouchers for the children. She was not in a hurry to find a job or arrange a place for her to live. The most important thing for her now was to take care of her children. On Mount Song, the monks and Taoist priests were hurrying along with the hunters. The hunters were going to attend the meeting. After the meeting, it would be October, and they could go hunting in the mountains. The hunters brought their dogs with them. Those who did not have dogs were not hunters, so they could only wander around the nearby mountains. The villagers also knew how to trap rabbits and catch pheasants in winter. It had nothing to do with hunters and was not professional. Hunting dogs were the standard. They stayed in the mountains for many days. At night, the hunting dogs were in charge of guarding. If they encountered traces of large beasts, the hunting dogs would warn them before the hunters even noticed. A few hunters went into the mountains together. When they came out, they brought back large amounts of leather and dried meat for a living. When the hunters saw the monks and Taoist priests, they were not respectful. In the past, they were respectful, but now they were not. They were in a hurry and overtook them. You guys can walk slowly. How can your stamina be compared to us hunters? Let's go to the Li family Zhuangzi and see how to arrange a hunter's hut. I believe in Buddhism. Will you build a hunter's hut for me? What? You said that Buddha arranged for mortals to build it for me? Bah! Li Dongzhu is a mortal. Where did the cruiser come from? You guys are so powerful. Take one out for me to see. The monks and Taoist priests felt this discrimination. Fortunately, they were hunters, so it was normal. The hunters usually did not worship them. Before the hunters entered the mountains, they would worship the mountain gods. They would enter the temples to burn incense. Mountain god temple and earth temple. But why did the hunting dogs give them a look of contempt? Who are you looking down on? Are you looking down on me? Li family Zhuangzi was preparing to go to Shaoluo Nan village for a bath. The hot spring there was not open to the public yet, but there were people going to Drunken Immortal residence. There was also Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. It was currently run by Princess Yongmu's maid. Luoyang Palace was demolishing and building houses. It was like heaven on earth. Brother E, can we arrive before dark? Let's stop for a while. The small cups do not look like much. If we drink one cup after another, we will get drunk. Li Longji sat in the ambulance, drinking kung fu tea and waved his hand. Li Yi knew several authentic kung fu tea brewing methods. Anyway, each sect claimed to be authentic. He took a small pair of scissors and cut the edges of the pumpkin seeds. After cutting, he pinched the seeds open. The shape of the scissors was curved. Ordinary people would not be used to it, but he was used to it for surgery. Brother E, aren't you going to monitor the blacksmith assessment? Li Longji grabbed a handful of hazelnuts and divided them between his hands. He pinched them together, and a lot of hazelnut shells fell off. They are all fixed words. The data has been collected before, and the lie detection step is not difficult. Those who pass need further inspection, and those who fail will live in the place arranged by Zhuangzi for the time being. Lie detection is not necessarily accurate. After a period of observation, those who fail may not have a problem. Li Yi said as he began to peel the cut pumpkin seeds and feed them to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Princess Yongmu was knitting a sweater, cashmere thread, which would prick the skin. Xiaolan was the same. She was responsible for knitting the sleeves, and finally the sleeves. Several colors need to be woven into a pattern, not a large flat needle. Including the small pocket on the sweater, it needs to be picked out with a thread picking technique, not a separate sewing. Who is this for? Li Longji looked at Li Yi and asked his daughter. For Bao, Dudu, and the others. I need to knit a lot. I don't know if I can catch up. Princess Yongmu lowered her head to knit and answered casually. I'm too tired. It's better to read a book. Brother E, do you think so? Li Longji felt distressed for his daughter. Do you need to knit so much? He continued to look at Li Yi. You don't need to knit after this one. I'll draw a drawing and replace it with a machine. It's half artificial and half mechanical. It's 50 times faster than this. Li Yi understood. I'm responsible. Don't worry, it's easy. Don't knit, Xiaolan, stop, wait for Li Lang to come out with the equipment. Princess Yongmu is even more straightforward. What am I doing here when I hear that it can be mechanically knitted? She doesn't care what I knit with my own heart or what the machine knits without soul. Ah! Xiaolan paused. She accidentally pulled out a needle and dropped a bunch of needles that she had knitted earlier. She hurriedly started to knit again. Fortunately, only one auxiliary needle was dropped. If the needles on the shelf were pulled out, many lines would be wasted. She was making flowers, using 5 needles at the same time. She picked up a hazelnut and pinched it with a pair of pliers. Li Lang, it can't freeze here in winter. The hot spring river is flowing, unless it snows hard. I think so too. Li grabbed a few handfuls of hazelnuts and put them into a box, then shook it vigorously. After shaking for a while, he opened the box and 80% of the hazelnut shells fell off. Li Longji looked at his red hand that patted the hazelnuts. Chapter 1961. The distance from Luoyang Palace to Li Family Zhuangzi's mountain was 25 li. From Li Family Zhuangzi's mountain to Xiaoluo village was 30 li. The road was much better than when Xiaoluo village was hit by mudslides and floods. Li Family Zhuangzi opened Drunken Immortal Tavern there, so they naturally had to repair the road. In another large carriage, Zhang Shua was talking to his colleagues. Today is different from the past. On the day of the disaster in Feishan County's Xiaoluo village, the road was much worse than it is now. The incident happened in the morning, and Xiaoluo village chief Ma Jinxuan arrived at noon. By the time I brought people to the village, it was already night time. Ah! I failed in my duty. Zhang Shua looked like he was guilty. He knew the news at noon and was late in arriving at the disaster area at night. Then how do you still have the face to live? Yao Chong and Zhang Shua never got along, so he found an opportunity to attack. Zhang Shua said, "You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? The disaster happened in the morning, they arrived at noon, and I went over at night. Don't you understand how urgent they were when they asked for help? They rushed over as fast as they could. If I could arrive at night, I would also rush as fast as I could. In the entire Tang dynasty, other than Li Family Zhuangzi, who could be faster than me? To be able to do this in the position of Hunan magistrate, it's really not bad." Bai Gu spoke honestly. He was also the magistrate of Hunan magistrate. He admitted that when he was in office, Feishan County's Xiaoluo village encountered a similar situation, and he couldn't get over for 2 days. At that time, there was no perfect organizational structure. Later, Xiao Yi came up with it. Looking at the speed of the capital magistrate's disaster relief, 30 li, at most 2 hours, and they arrived with relief supplies. If it was an emergency, 30 li could be rushed over in an hour. The cavalry was light. As for Li Family Zhuangzi, its existence gave people a feeling that it was unreal. Li Family Zhuangzi made people feel that it was floating in the air, but it didn't feel high and mighty. Let's go and fail. It doesn't matter if we succeed or fail. Song Jing was recommended by Yao Chong, and he was biased towards Yao Chong. With just one sentence, he had turned Zhang Shua's efforts into a meritorious and demerit act. He had merely made up for his mistakes. That's right. Just like the disaster in the prefecture of Guangzhou, the ordinary villagers are unable to build houses with stones. How could they die in a fire? According to local conditions, the people living in thatched huts were still there. If houses were really built with stone, how could the imperial city of Chang'an and the Ziwei city of Luoyang always run into water? Su Yi spoke. He had a good relationship with Zhang Shua, so he criticized Song Jing. When Song Jing was the commander-in-chief in Guangzhou, he told the people that houses made of bamboo and thatch could easily catch fire and should be built with stone. Can Chang'an and Luoyang do it? They have bamboo houses in their area. If you want them to tear them down to make stones, they don't have money or manpower. The key was the lack of ventilation in the bamboo buildings and the reflux of the stones. Every year in southern heaven, the stone houses would grow green hair. The straw mats are good. When the sun is high, put them outside to dry. At night, put them in the house to sleep. When you wake up early, you won't feel sore. Zhang Jiling spoke, which was equivalent to changing the topic. He was talking about how to avoid dampness. The others had to agree because his home was there and he had the most right to speak. Ask Xiao Yi how to deal with southern heaven. Bai Gu changed the topic again and carefully touched the head of the little robot beside him. Don't touch a woman's waist and a man's head. The little robot said. When are you a man? Bai Gu couldn't tell the little robot's gender. When am I not a man? Do you believe that I won't pass you the message? Are you a man? The little robot said. Man, help me pass a message. Bai Gu had heard Li Yi say something like this before, so he took it out and used it. Okay, brother, you're too polite. Who isn't a brother? Just wait and see. The little robot responded with a Beijing accent. You want me to deal with southern heaven? Are you kidding? Why don't you say that I can't make it snow in the winter in the north? Li Yi knew that southern heaven could only be solved through two methods, both at the same time. One was a heater, the other was a dehumidifier. In winter, even Sonya's seaside was cold, so there was a heater. Then, dehumidifier equipment had to be added. Through the building model, it was a conical tower. The inside of the conical tower was also damp. Charcoal and quicklime were placed to absorb the moisture. Xiao Yi, just tell me if you have a way. Bai Gu acted shamelessly. Yes. 200 yuan per household per month. I can solve it. Li Yi gave the answer. 200 yuan, what are you thinking? You think, we're there. Okay. It's okay. Bai Gu's purpose was to change the topic. He saw the big signboard of Drunken Immortal House through the car window. The topic could be stopped. Drunken Immortal House was not open today. If you wanted to soak in the hot springs, there was a river. The entire middle and lower reaches of the river were controlled by the officials. Bai Gu used to bathe there, and so did Zhang Shua. Compared to the people of Chang and in the past, the people of Luoyang were cleaner in winter and could always bathe. Now that it was winter, there were baths in Chang'an, including hot water delivery services. All 811 people of Shaluo village were there to welcome Li Dongzhu and see what His Majesty looked like. They were not a threat. Guozi and Li Yi accompanied Li Longji and Empress Wang on the left and right. Li Longji and his wife each held a doll from another family. They were about 1 year old, a boy and a girl, wearing new clothes and a light layer of powder on their faces. How is your family after the disaster? Are there any difficulties? Li Longji asked knowingly. There were elders in the village with high status. What's there to ask? The Li family Zhuangzi is here. Difficulties? Didn't His Majesty ask Li Dongzhu to deal with it early on? It's fine, it's fine. The old man was very direct. He smiled at Li Longji and winked at the little doll in Li Longji's arms. The little doll did the same. The doll was the old man's grandson, so he was called great-grandson. He belonged to the 4 generations living under the same roof. Li Longji did not find it strange and continued to ask, after the flood, the house looks new from here. Is there a shortage of furniture in the house? There's no shortage. The magistrate of Hunan province said that money was allocated from the government. Actually, we know that the Li family Zhuangzi exchanged it with warm soup and said that the magistrate gave the money. It was not easy for the magistrate to rush over in the middle of the night. Without the Li family Zhuangzi, the magistrate's team saved lives. The coffin I prepared was washed away at that time, but it was found later. It was fine. They all said that my coffin was good. The old man really did not know how to lie at all. Everything he said was the truth. When he mentioned his coffin, he was prepared to go in before he died. It was washed away by the flood and was pulled back in good condition. The coffin was prepared too early. It still needs to be stored for a few more decades. Li Longji said seriously. The old man grinned, he. If your majesty says so, then so be it. Ah! The child also let out a cry. Li Longji held the doll and continued to ask the others. Li Yi was at the side taking pictures. The little robot was in charge of recording the video to be used in the future for publicity. The villagers were simple. When they saw His Majesty, they were all excited and forgot what they had thought of before. They just said whatever they wanted to say. In summary, there was only one situation. There were no problems. You don't need to worry about it. You do your own thing. The Li family Zhuangzi is enough. After Li Longji was done with the villagers, he returned the child to them and turned to enter the Drunken Immortal residence. The Drunken Immortal residence was built on the mountain. It was one floor after another and was larger than the one in Lantian County. It's quite tiring to go up the stairs. Li Dan climbed the stairs and said when she reached the 3rd floor. There's a human-powered lift. It's good exercise to walk. Lee pointed to the spot next to him. Chapter 1962. The place Lee pointed to was a vertical reinforced concrete building. It was not built along the mountain, and the space inside the building was quite large. There were 4 human-powered elevators, opposite the building on the mountain, extending out into a corridor. Each elevator could only go up or down to one floor. If one wanted to go down again, they had to go to the side, and the side would go down. It was relatively light and only a few people could shake it. If they did not shake it well and fell down, it was only one floor. It would not kill anyone, but it would take a lot of effort to injure them. Under the elevators, there was a foot-thick cushion made of straw, which was already very advanced. Customers came to Drunken Immortal House and took the elevators. Each floor cost 1 coin. Those who were less than a foot tall were free, but under normal circumstances, children were not allowed to take the elevator alone. The people in charge of the elevators were selected from the villagers of Luonan village, and they made a lot of money. One side of the elevators was equipped with large pieces of glass for viewing. Those who wanted to eat black bread and drink free soup did not need to go upstairs. Those who went upstairs were the rich. How many floors are there? Li Dan looked at the building. The 3 floors are considered a relatively independent building. In fact, it is a row. Every 3 floors have a large platform. If you don't take the stairs, there is a stone staircase to the platform. There are places on the platform where there are no buildings. For fireproofing, if a building on a floor is on fire, you can first go through the corridor to the other buildings. If you go up and down, there is a large platform for at most 1.5 floors. If you hide in a spacious place, you will definitely not be burned. Li said that this place was similar to some places in Chongqing, where there were floor by floor. When you reached the top, you would find that it was a platform on the first floor. San Lang, Yorong, take the elevator. Li Dan did not care about anything else. Once she heard that there were 30 floors, she stopped climbing. The elevators could only take up to 10 people at a time. People on each floor worked together to turn the turntable. With a crashing sound, the elevator slowly rose. After going up 1 floor, they walked a few steps into the next elevator. If each person pays 1 coin, will there be any profit after the elevator? Baigu began to calculate the cost and recovery. In theory, 1 person can take the elevator alone, which is enough for manual labor. The materials are light, and there is a thin wooden board on the side. There is glass on one side, and the board below is thicker. The construction cost is calculated according to the number of customers. In theory, 1 person can't take the elevator once a day. Now, you are taking the elevator for free. You didn't pay, so you are losing money. Li knew that during business hours, people would have to line up for the elevator. Customers would not take the stairs. The monthly income of the local commoners was not even enough for the customers of the Drunken Immortal Tavern to go up and down in a day. It was equivalent to his car cost 5 to 6 million yuan. The monthly depreciation fee was even more than the monthly income of a 4th or 5th tier city resident. Then, 1 month, you. Baigu was thinking about it again. Change it. Come down quickly. The people above want to lock this floor with a board. Li called Baigu out. Oh. Baigu followed him out and entered another lift. Not waiting for him to continue asking, Li took the initiative to say, last month, the income from the elevator was 1,500 cubes. Adding on the income from other businesses, in another month, the entire Shaoluo village's investment in the Drunken Immortal House will be recouped. Baigu swallowed his saliva. The people of Hunan province are so rich. No matter how rich they are, how can they compare to someone who can sell the stones and wood of a house for 2 million yuan? Li smiled as he asked Baigu. Is Princess Yongmu's property worth less? Bai Gu knew that when Li Yi mentioned Princess Changning, he earned more than 2 million yuan just by selling her things. How much did it cost to build it? It was indeed too much. But thinking about the current Princess Yongmu, how much was Wen Tianlan's Xiang Pavilion worth? There was one in Chang'an, one next to the Drunken Immortal House in Shaoluo Village, and one in Luoyang Palace. According to the price of glass, Princess Yongmu was the richest princess in the Tang dynasty. Is Princess Yongmu's property paid for by the palace or the Ministry of Revenue? You only see her making money. Did you forget that she donated money? Li Yi suddenly said loudly. Everyone around heard him. Princess Yongmu looked at Bai Gu, meaning, what? Are you thinking about my money again? Therefore, Princess Yongmu should get more property. This old man will talk to His Majesty. Bai Gu was quick-witted and changed the meaning of Li Yi's words. Old Bai, you're amazing. I'll wash your teeth tonight. Li Yi was stunned at first, then nodded. No, I just did. If I wash too much, my teeth will be gone. Ugh! You're saying this old man is shameless? Bai Gu said as he reacted. If you have Buddha in your heart, everyone is Buddha. My heart is Buddha. If you don't believe me, I'll recite a passage for you. Li Yi refused to admit it. Xiao Yi, stop at the next platform and take a look, noble consort Lu suddenly said. Everyone went to the 9th floor, which was the 3rd platform. They went from the connecting corridor to the platform. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Guazi stood at the railing at the edge of the platform and looked down. The first thing he thought of was war. If the enemy wants to attack, they can slowly come up from the side of the mountain road. Why would they need to go through such a steep and dangerous place? We have to defend against the enemy outside the country. Otherwise, once we're surrounded, even if we fight to the death, in the end. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu. Old Bai's family had loyal officials, just like Guazi's family. War has money. Bai Gu thought that Li Yi was looking at him to talk about military funds. War makes money. In the desert, we can plant trees and make a path to Shanghai. The local resources are rich, and the winter is cold. We can build a castle to give people a place to live. With the development of the Tang dynasty's industrial system, the resources there will be a lot of use in the future. Li Yi talked about the war. He didn't want to kill all the later Turks. If the other party surrendered, he would take away the power of the Khan bit by bit and let the people of the upper class live a carefree life. He also didn't want the other party's women and let the other party have no choice but to write in their dreams, not knowing that they were guests and indulging in pleasure. It was easy to say goodbye, but difficult to see again. Of course, the later Turks couldn't write even if they wanted to. It must have cost a lot to build this drunken immortal residence, right? Noble consort Lu looked at the platform. It was bright and spacious. Looking down, she was in a good mood. No wonder so many people were willing to come. Empress Wang looked through the binoculars. It must have taken a lot of effort to build this drunken immortal residence. It must have something to do with the rapid recovery of Feishan County. Of course. I'm afraid that some people will say that Xiao Yi is extravagant. Xiao Yi was clearly helping others, but she ended up in a bad situation. Noble consort Lu leaned towards Li Yi. Li Yi's existence made her feel like home. Her husband and children who survived the Xuanwu Gate were all here. She had a biological child. The people are not stupid. They know who is good and who is bad. Li family Zhuangzi gave them a high salary and gave them extra materials to build houses for them. The people of Hunan province support Uncle as much as the people of the capital. Uncle occasionally said that he was learning from someone, but we don't know who that person is. Empress Wang wasn't worried. Who would dare to speak ill of Li Yi? Wasn't he afraid that if they said it during dinner, there would be one less person to eat breakfast the next morning? Let's take a look at the stone steps. Oh! There are small ridges on the steps. Is there a wheelchair and pram? Noble consort Lu found a white stone staircase at the side. There were 3 paths leading up. Li family Zhuangzi had such a path. The pram and wheelchair could be pushed up. Before one felt tired, a small platform appeared. Chapter 1963. Customers spend a lot, so we have to provide the corresponding service. Ordinary stir-fried cabbage or vinegar cabbage is the heart of the cabbage. The bean sprouts are chopped to remove the taste, leaving only the middle part. Pick the most tender part of the cowpeas, every part is almost the same. Sun Xian was in charge of answering. The ugly manager was not here, so he had to work hard. No matter how he performed, he was still second and could not be surpassed. Songda was the first to follow Li Yi. Most importantly, he was sensible and did not bully anyone with his status. Where did the cabbage go? Lu Youqiu's unyielding character made him not understand the common people's affairs very well, but he still wanted to participate. Eat. Not for customers, there are staff. Also, Shaoluo village, anyone over the age of 14, 1 coin per person per day. Drunken Immortal House will cook for you. Sun Xian replied, not looking down on the other party because he joined the group. Staple food too. Lu Youqiu did not understand. If the staple food was given, the Li family Zhuangzi would pay for it. There are 10 customers, quite a lot of food and wine. Also, the staple food is countless buns. During the meal, most of the people drink wine. No staple food, no takeout. Abandon. Sun Xian did not have Songda's ability, so he tried to make his words sound more refined. Anyway, with his current level, he could not pass the imperial examinations. He had not memorized the Analects of Confucius. 10 customers, no food, no buns, but drink. The rest is abandoned. Lu Youqiu felt awkward and translated for him. Thank you for your guidance. Sun Xian understood. I'm not refined enough. As expected, those who joined the group are all good. The others had a good impression of Sun Xian. At least he worked hard and was willing to learn. Literature was accumulation. On the platform, there was a group of people. The winged knights did not move. Brother Yi and the others. Li Longji saw so many people wearing gorgeous clothes. Didn't they say that the restaurant was closed? Yu Huaid and the others, they will stay here when they come. Li Yi waved at them. Yu Huaid and the others did not bring any attendants. They walked over and stretched out their hands, palms facing up. No need. Li Longji was relieved. Your subjects greet your majesty. Yu Huaid took the lead and bowed. The climate in Luoyang is slightly different from that in Chang'an. Can you adapt? Li Longji had a good impression of them. These people supported the economy of the capital government and the surrounding prefectures. They donated money to build sheds, repair roads, and provide military supplies. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Everything is fine. Some customers arrived a few days ago, and the leftover vegetables and buns were delicious. Yu Huaid bowed again and answered. His mouth was still dripping with the chives foam from the Sanxian buns. Are you eating other people's leftovers? Li Longji was surprised. Don't you have money? Each and every one of you, replying to Your Majesty, Dongzhu doesn't charge us money. Most of the guests only eat a few mouthfuls of a dish, or even don't eat at all. It's a pity to throw it away. I've been out there doing business, eating the wind and sleeping in the open. I'm used to suffering. You won't get sick if you heat up the food, and the staple food is even better. It saves Dongzhu the money to entertain us. We don't lack money. It's better to keep the money to help the people and donate to the soldiers. Yu Huaid told the truth. It showed that he had money, but he wasn't willing to use it at this time. Good. Is there anyone in your family who will be taking the imperial examination next year? Li Longji nodded. Yes. Would ordinary people dare to compete with you in terms of wealth? Yes, about 24 people. They are doing business and paying taxes. They were given a quota because of your Majesty's kindness. Yu Huaid replied. There's a question in the current affairs policy. It's not to be leaked. Let's go to the next place. Li Longji said and no longer paid attention to Yu Huaid and the rest. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group of people bowed deeply. They understood that this was leaking the question. Weren't they just eating leftovers? It was a question that would give them marks. Who knew how many students couldn't squeeze into the first place because of this? Old you can't say it. If you say it, I'll know. Li Yi reminded them. He meant that His Majesty would know. Only a fool would leak it. Our children are going to take the imperial examination. Yu Huaid wanted to dig his heart out. My children are taking the imperial examination, and I'm leaking the question. Yes. A gentleman's action is to cultivate his moral integrity. Cultivate his moral integrity. Remember, you can't break the question by saying, if one is immoral, one is virtuous. If one is immoral, one is immoral. If one is virtuous, one is virtuous. If one is immoral, one is virtuous. As an official, one is for the people. If the people are virtuous, one is virtuous. If the people are virtuous, one is virtuous. Li Yi said the question and explained how to solve it. Zhuge Liang's Book of Commandments was the question. When answering it, don't answer Laozi's Tao Te Ching. This part of the Tao Te Ching talked about the superior. It had nothing to do with the ordinary people. For example, if you eat the leftovers of others, this doesn't conform to the virtuous of the Tao Te Ching. You are virtuous but not immoral. Your level is not high enough, and your vision is small. But do the ordinary people want such a high vision? The ordinary people don't want the Tao. They want to live. And the Tao is natural. The ordinary people have food and drink. Living is natural. After speaking, Li Yi also left and caught up with the group. He had said everything he could. Yu Huaid and the rest memorized with all their might and quickly found a pen and paper to write down. This question was full marks. Shao Yi, according to the Tao Te Ching, what you do is virtuous. Bai Gu waited for Li Yi to come closer and said with a smile. Yes. Words are not good, but good words are not good. Good people don't argue, and good people don't argue. Knowledgeable people don't know, and knowledgeable people don't know. I don't conform to any of them. Especially saints don't accumulate. Saints don't accumulate, I accumulate. But the latter part is the same. If you think of people, you have more. If you give to people, you have more. There's nothing wrong with it. If I help others, I will benefit. If I give more things to others, I will earn more. It turns out that Laozi also knows how to do business. Amazing! Learning the Tao Te Ching, you can learn the way of business. As for the way of heaven, it is beneficial but not harmful. The way of man is to fight for it. That's impossible. Grass and trees fight for a ray of sunlight and then grow strong. Animals also fight for a mouthful of milk and food to grow. Li Yi said the content of the Tao Te Ching. He agreed with some of it, but he absolutely disagreed with some of it. I'm not that high. He felt that Laozi was talking about the Gongchan doctrine. It was good in theory and might be realized in the future. But the annotations you wrote for the Tao Te Ching are not these. What you are saying now. Song Jing said from the side. Does your annotations have anything to do with what you said? You definitely didn't write anything about Laozi doing business. I'm sure. It's normal. Tao can be explained but not Tao. It's mysterious and wonderful. Let's go quickly. When the hunters are back in place, the next stage of the people's livelihood arrangement will begin. What's the use of thinking about it? Tao exists for a long time, but the country lives and dies. The country lives and dies, but the people live and die. That kind of Tao is too far away for us. It's better to retreat and form a net than to envy fish. The Tao is there. Let's think about how to let the people live a good life. Li Yi returned to normal. In his opinion, the Tao Te Ching belonged to the category of philosophy. But now he didn't think about too profound philosophy. He only thought about the lives of the people. Everyone listened to Li Yi's words and found that there was nothing wrong with it. They couldn't blame him for being disrespectful to anyone. Wasn't it enough for the people to have enough to eat? Xiao Yi, you said a few days ago that you wanted to bet with the Buddhists? With the people around? Song Jing thought of something. He began to worry about those Buddhists. The people would be the judges. They would see Li Yi's attitude toward the Tao Te Ching and his care for the people. If the Buddhists agreed to this bet, they would probably be condemned by the people. The people only went to Buddha to seek Tao when their lives were difficult. Once their lives were better, they wouldn't care about temples and monasteries. Unless some people did something bad and felt guilty. For example, some officials would go to Buddha to seek Buddha's protection or go to Taoist monasteries to resolve the crisis. Chapter 1964. The crowd took various turns and arrived at the 30th floor. At the top, there was an even larger platform. Looking down from here, one's field of vision was wide. Previously, there had been too much water on the mountain, causing the river to flood. Now, a dam had been built with cement. In the future, no matter how big the water was, it would still rush to the other side because the terrain here was higher. He deliberately used the water wheel to draw out some water and used the platform above to provide running water for the small winding canal. Small rockery, bonsai, planted trees, beaches for children to play on. Anyone who came here would know that it was a place for leisure and entertainment. Everyone sat down to rest and enjoyed the scenery at the foot of the mountain. Dried fruits and juice were laid out on the table for people to take at any time. Bai Gu grabbed a handful of pine nuts. He did not use a pair of pliers. Instead, he used his teeth to bite them. There were clearly cracks on the nuts, but he still bit them. Song Jing used a pair of pliers to pinch the hazelnuts. This year's new hazelnuts were picked out by floating them in water. Then, he passed them through a sieve to separate the small, medium, and large ones. Xiao Yi, where's the hot water? Song Jing asked Li Yi as he came over to soak in the hot spring. The position of the mountainside, go down from another place. Go up from the first floor to the 30th floor, go to the other side, and go down to the middle. Li pointed to the side, where they could go down. No wonder your lifts are so profitable. Do you have to walk so far just to get some soup? Su Yi looked at Li Yi in astonishment. You're too evil. If I go to your Pure Flowers Palace to soak in the hot springs, can't I go up the mountain? Li Yi retorted. From Chong and City to Huaqing Pool, going east was much further than going up and down the stairs. If that's the case, why isn't the building built there? Yao Chong asked from another angle. There are buildings there, but the road at the foot of the mountain is usually not open to the public, so it's relatively quiet. Otherwise, there would always be people passing by, and you would definitely feel uncomfortable. If there was a fire, the road at the foot of the mountain would open. In addition, there were many people walking on the road, so the road was dirty. The hot spring water flowed down to Little Luonan village. There was an underground channel, a cement bottom, and a washing sand. The hot spring water was still warm when it flowed down from the top. The villagers bathed in that water every day. Washing clothes in winter won't freeze your hands, and the hot spring has solved many of your life problems. Li Yi explained the situation. The water in the hot spring couldn't just disappear into thin air. There had to be a place for it to go. It would be better to lead them directly to the river. It would be better to follow them to Xiaolunan village. The hot spring here was hot, so they couldn't directly enter the innermost circle to soak. Some of it flowed into other places, while some flowed down the mountain. By the time it reached Little Luonan, the temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius. It was slightly lower in winter. It was enough to take a bath, and it was even more comfortable to do laundry. It was not cold at all. The village at the foot of the mountain dug a pit to store water. Bai Gu swallowed the pine nuts. Ma Xiuanzheng, you tell old Bai. Li Yi didn't want to answer. He hasn't eaten yet. There were a lot of pine nuts this year, so they could eat as much as they wanted. Muramasa Meijin stood by the side and drank fruit juice. He had 6 teeth and was not used to it yet. He did not dare to bite hard things. He put down the juice and began to explain how the village used the hot spring water. There were many terrazzo ponds built in the village, with wooden houses covering the outside. The laundry was done at the east end of the village. The water flowed in that direction and entered the river after passing through the greenhouse area. Some of the ponds were used by the villagers themselves, and some were left for the guests. Some people had little money and came to stroll around. They could only eat some cheap food on the first floor of the Drunken Immortal house. If they didn't want to eat, they could go to the village, including the attendants of the rich. In addition, the food provided by the village was also cheap, so the villagers' income increased. There were big livestock for plowing and harrowing, so they would be busy for a while when harvesting. In the early days, he managed the hot spring and then worked for the Drunken Immortal house. A household can earn 200 yuan a month. Bai Gu instantly thought of the income problem. Ma Jin lowered his head and said in a low voice, "It's just living expenses." "So it's not enough for living expenses?" Bai Gu asked. "Children have to eat meat. If they don't eat meat, how can they grow white and fat?" Ma Jin continued to answer. "The salary for working in the Drunken Immortal house should be a lot, right?" Bai Gu wanted to know the income of Little Luonan village. "It's not easy for our village to meet Li Dongzhu. It's hard to make money." Ma Jin was about to cry. "Long Zai, Ma Jin is afraid that you will collect taxes from them." Li Dan understood. Ma Jin nodded. "Yes, following you, you will collect taxes from Li Dongzhu from time to time. If you collect taxes from him, what will happen to my village?" "I won't collect." "Do you think this old man is a greedy person? Little Luonan village has just been flooded. This old man guarantees that he won't collect taxes." Bai Gu was depressed. What did he become in the eyes of others? "You really won't collect taxes?" Ma Jin asked in disbelief. "There are so many people here. How can this old man go back on his word?" Bai Gu stared. In fact, life is really good. About a household can have an extra income of 10 yuan a month. Ma Jin finally said the number. "How much?" Bai Gu jumped up and stared at Ma Jin. 10 yuan. Some households have more, some have less. Ma Jin repeated. "A household 1 month. Not counting the others, just this 10,000 yuan. Village households and mouths. A household 165 yuan, mouths 811 yuan, including the babies in swaddling clothes, 2,000 yuan a month." Ma Jin was very clear about this. He always thought that even babies who were breastfeeding would have a lot of money a month on average. Bai Gu looked up to the sky and sighed. He had just promised not to collect taxes. But, wasn't it too much? "Old Bai, they want to return the money. Zhuangzi built the terrazzo pond and shed, as well as other utensils. They want money. We won't give it for free." Li Yi was afraid that if Bai Gu collapsed, he would have to take care of him. It would be troublesome. No matter, this old man doesn't care. This old man calculates the money in units of 10,000 yuan. This old man is happy. Little Luonan village will be a good example. Bai Gu quickly adjusted. How much could he collect taxes? It was nothing more than the village's income compared to the people in other places. Lu Chong said, Little Luonan village's income is high. Aren't you afraid of thieves? Where would there be thieves? If dozens of people dare to enter the village, we won't be able to beat them to death. We earn a lot and are preparing to raise cows. Everyone discussed that we will raise more cows to farm. If we can't use them all, we will rent them to others. We will charge less money and treat it as helping others. There are many rich people in Luoyang Palace. It's just that we didn't have money in the past. Now that we suddenly have money, it doesn't seem right. Ma Jin explained the future arrangements and human nature. How much money did other people earn in a day when they opened a restaurant? Everyone saw that there was nothing wrong with it. They opened a restaurant. If it was a village and they had more money, everyone would think, how can you farmers be so rich? You're a farmer. What did Xiao Yi say? Yao Chong turned to Li Yi. What did I say? How much does Zhang family village earn in a month? After deducting a portion of it monthly, we will pay back the construction costs and collect taxes. After all, Little Luonan village is considered an additional business and the profits are high. Li Yi was not biased towards Little Luonan village. They had just earned money and wanted to make them happy. They could save some to collect taxes. Ma Jin hurriedly agreed, yes, wait until spring next year. We will have more savings and are willing to pay taxes. Chapter 1965. Li Longji and his group rested for a while and took another path to the hot spring halfway up the mountain. There was a ladder here, but they did not sit on it. There were steps down the mountain, so it was relatively easy. As they walked down, a group of people came down the mountain. They did not enter the drunken immortal residence but went to the village. There's a car. Lu Youqiu saw them and looked through binoculars. It's the scholars and the people from Sigong Square. They come once every 10 to half a month. The village earns quite a lot each time. Ma Jin introduced. They were familiar with the village. Without this group of people, where would they get 10 yuan per household per month? The money of the scholars was not enough to support them in the drunken immortal residence, but it was not a problem in Xiaolunin village. There was a clean hot spring next to the buildings of the drunken immortal residence. There were corridors and ponds in Xiaolunin village. They could take small boats, but they needed to wear life jackets. The amount of money earned by the village was different according to the number of people who came. Why did they come so far? Li Qingqi was puzzled. Can't you hold a poetry meeting in Luoyang Palace? There are women from rich families who came out to meet with others in the name of traveling. It's easy to be discovered in Luoyang Palace. Ma Jin understood this very well. Everyone came together to create all kinds of opportunities. This kind of thing was not under his control. The villagers even pretended not to know who came and treated it as if it was the first time they came. Those are monks and Taoists? Lu Youqiu saw something interesting again. You still have the mood to come and have fun. You don't have to worry about the crisis of the 50% tax. When the time comes, you can't fake the accounts even if you want to. The imperial court will arrange for people to take charge. This is also to increase the circulation of social currency. There are many Buddhist schools, some are not restricted. Li looked indifferent. Anyway, the 50% tax had to be paid. Otherwise, the money would be in your pockets. The key was that you used the money to buy land. Who could stand this? If you have enough money, you can buy a Qiangong step bed. Very good. You can't buy land and not pay rent. Li thought and asked Zhang Shua, is there any official land in Mount Song? Li family Zhuangzi wants it. Why? Extermination? Zhang Shua did not think that Li Yi only wanted the land. I'll teach the Buddhists how to run a business. Even a small piece of land can make money, and it's beneficial to the people. It would be a pity to give them the land. There are some my fan stones there. My men can go there and make the most of it. Li put on a kind face and said, I won't cheat you. You have to believe me. Some temples and monasteries have been conferred titles and are not easy to deal with, Wu Jieyu said from the side. Li looked at her meaningfully. Oh. He knew that Wu Jieyu was deliberately stirring up trouble. It wasn't that she was a bad person. She was just like that. Brother Yi, do you really want to make a move? Li Longji did not care who conferred the title, he would take it back regardless. In the past, he was a little afraid of Buddhism. Many of the other party's books seemed to make sense after he translated them. After spending so much time with Li Yi, he felt that Brother Yi was right. You really do have special abilities, such as curse techniques and aversion victory. Let me use it. See if I'm afraid of you. I live with Brother Yi. Teach them, really teach them. Don't kill them, and don't chase them down the mountain. Li Yi emphasized again. In that case, yes. Zhang Shua agreed. You can do whatever you want. As they spoke, everyone arrived at the place and began to divide the pool. They had not eaten yet and ate while soaking. In Luoyang Palace, rumors began to spread. Previously, there was a rumor that the temples and monasteries would be driven into the mountains or they would have to pay a 50% tax. Now, the Buddhism and Taoism jointly wanted to discuss the Tao with Li Yi, so that Li Yi would know that the Tao was brilliant and could not be changed by humans. After the rumors spread, there were more commoners at the temples and monasteries in groups. There were many people at Daoguang Square's Shaoqing Temple. One of them, who looked rich from his dressing, entered the door. The reception monk immediately stepped forward. Layman Huang wishes to see the abbot today. Well, I saved some money for incense and oil some time ago. Recently, something happened at home, so, the money. I have to take it back. The man with the surname Huang rubbed his hands. He looked embarrassed, but his attitude was firm. Ah! It was the first time the reception monk met someone who wanted money back. What? You can't do it? Didn't you say that it's in the temple for me to use when I add oil? I want it back now. Layman Huang glared. Yes, I want to take mine from last time too. Another person came over. The eternal lamp in my house is extinguished. The remaining money, Yes. The third person had the same intention. The people who ran in front were all these people. They did not give the money. They had brought their men with them and had the intention to attack at any time. The other commoners filed in and found places with incense and paper. In the beginning, the commoners secretly picked up the incense and stuffed it into their sleeves. Later on, they directly grabbed it and left. They even carried the paper and ran. Some saw that there was not much paper left and rolled it into a tube to store incense ash. Incense ash was also plant ash. It was good for composting or soaking it in water to kill insects. It was written in the newspaper that incense ash was very useful when planting flowers. The entire Luoyang Palace, whether it was in the city or the monasteries not far from the city, were all patronized by the commoners. The monks and Taoists were stunned. They wanted to stop them but did not dare to for fear of being beaten. They ran to report it to the officials. Someone robbed us of our incense oil, incense ash, paper, stools, tables, windows, rice, eggs. There were also people who took away the stone stool we were sitting on, saying that they would take it back to roll out grains. The county magistrate knew the situation and said to the people who came to report the case, "The great Tao is brilliant, no one can change it. You can think of a way to help them." The county magistrate of Luoyang County did not dare to do anything. There were too many commoners, like locusts passing through. As long as they did not rebel, everything else was fine. Some monks and Taoists did not have enough cultivation. When they saw their homes being robbed, they wailed and could not live anymore. The hosts were anxious. They came up with an idea to publicize it first to put pressure on Li Yi. It was not clear whether Li Yi was pressured or not, but it was true that he was very powerless at the moment. The eminent monks and Taoists were calm because the exchange certificates, gold, silver, and jewelry were not taken away. The commoners only touched the surface. The valuable items were hidden in the cellars, no, preserved. The commoners did not snatch the books, they did not even touch them. They even told others that this was the library and not to mess it up. It was written in the newspaper that the books that recorded things were precious. If they did not understand, they should not damage them. If they found bamboo slips, they had to inform the officials. If the items were good, they would be rewarded. Therefore, the commoners were very civilized. We don't want your books. You should keep them well. It was just that the houses were not very good. They were made of wood. In the future, they would be built with stones. What if they caught fire? The commoners came and went quickly, like the tide at the seaside. The people who cried felt it the most. The salty seawater was like their tears. Li Yi, who was soaking in the hot spring, was talking about the tide. In the future, soaking in the hot spring is like surfing. It's called surfing. The surging water is good for relaxing the body and mind. Dongzhu, phone call. A small robot on the shore shouted. Chapter 1966. The water in the hot spring was still as hot as ever, but the ministers' hearts were even colder. Hearing the news that the little robot helped to spread, they once again sized up Li Yi. Everyone, don't look at me. Hurry up and eat. Soaking in the warm soup on an empty stomach can easily turn into soup ingredients after fainting. Try the steamed eggs made from horse dung and sea urchin sent back by train from Haizhou. It's the fattest in this season. The chives on it are grown in a greenhouse. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat the chives now. Li Yi told everyone to eat. There was a tray floating on the water with steamed eggs made from horse dung and sea urchin. Soaking in the hot spring was dehydrating, so he added some vinegar, sesame oil, soy sauce, and chives to supplement the salt when drinking juice. Without train transportation, he couldn't eat unless he went to the beach himself. As expected, the commoners are like water. Just like the tray floating in the warm soup, it can overturn in a snap of the fingers. Li Dan paddled, and a tray floated towards him. He picked up the steamed eggs made from horse dung and sea urchin and ate them with a spoon. Xiao Yi, why don't I not collect taxes from you in the future? I'm afraid they'll tear my teeth out. Bai Gu also paddled. I never thought that they would spread a rumor that the tide of people would be so terrifying. Song Jing was frightened. When did the people spontaneously rob the temples? Didn't they steal some incense in the past? They should have money to buy food, right? Li Yi, tell the grain store to sell them food. Don't let them starve to death. Su Yi was worried about the monks and Taoists. They had money but couldn't buy it. Li Yi didn't say anything. Which grain store dared to sell? The people would rob the grain store. It's appropriate for Old Bai to take action. Back then, they forced Old Bai. Old Bai going over now can be considered repaying evil with good. Li Yi suggested. How to repay kindness? I won't go. Tell Princess Jingxian to go. Bai Gu refused. He was afraid that if he stood out, he would be buried first before he could join the group. It was different for Princess Jingxian. The people knew about Li Yi's relationship with the imperial family. Princess Jinxian's sutra printing was provided by Li family Zhuangzi. Alright, Princess Golden Immortal is fine. It's not convenient for me to stand out. The commoners are fighting for me. If I go over and give them benefits, the commoners will be disappointed. Li Yi agreed with Bai Gu's choice, but he did not say anything. He didn't expect the people to react so strongly and help him deal with the people. I owe you a big favor. He had to try his best to bring the people of Hunan province to a better life. Steamed eggs with sea urchin will taste good with oyster sauce, right? Li Longji did not care about monks and Taoists. This was considered a calamity, and history books would record it. Serves them right. When he ate the steamed eggs, he thought that if he added a few drops of oyster sauce, he wouldn't need soy sauce. Oyster sauce doesn't melt easily. It will affect the color of the eggs when steamed, unless it's diluted. Li Yi felt that the soy sauce was delicious. It was not blended soy sauce, and it had a faint flavor. Although he said that, he still instructed the little robot to pass on the message to steam a batch of oyster sauce and send it over. He would compare it to whether it was delicious or not. Li Longji took another bite. It was his first time eating it, and the sea urchin shell was full of thorns. Brother Yi, don't you want to treat the people of Hunan province to steamed eggs with sea urchin? Li Longji thought that since the people were so supportive of Brother Yi should do something. Not this year, there aren't that many sea urchins. The railway will be built in Bohai Bay, and the seafood from Bohai Bay will be transported here quickly. It's hard to catch sea urchins, and it's best to breed them in Bohai Bay, where the seawater is better. If there are too many, we can treat the people of Hunan province to it. The Tang dynasty's Chao Xia Fund will be responsible for it. In winter, it will snow in the north of Bohai Bay. When the weather is cold, the seafood will be frozen and shipped to Haizhou by ship, and then to Luoyang by railway. His Majesty will treat the people to seafood, and fish from Haizhou will be made into grilled fish slices for the children to try. Li Yi began to arrange winter activities. He couldn't afford to invite sea urchins, and there were too many people in Hunan province. Li Longji was satisfied. That's good. After this, Brother Yi, you have to be prepared to discuss Tao with them at any time. They can't back out. Yes, I'll take half of the property. For example, they'll plant beans under the Buddha statue. When the statue is unearthed, I'll write about it in the newspapers. Also, they'll use phosphor fire to make patterns at night. Let's not talk about it yet, but tell them all the methods that can be used during the day, and force them to discuss Tao with me at night. It'll be convenient for me to use them at night, so where should I choose? Li Yi understood what Li Longji meant. The monks and Taoists couldn't back out. They had to fight, even if they knew that giving up half of the property was very risky. If they didn't discuss Tao, the people would always rob them. Today, they would rob incense, oil, and paper. Tomorrow, when the crops in the fields matured, the people would pick up sickles and plunder and take them back. They made a bad move, Li Riji said as he popped his head out of the water. He had just sunk down to warm his face, so he wiped the water off his face before opening his eyes. Lu Huaishan picked up a piece of cut orange. Yes, after the competition, even if they win, they have to pay a 50% tax to show their generosity to the people. If they lose, they have to hand over half of the property to Shao Yi. If they don't, the people will tear down their place. Lu Huaishan had already thought of a way out for the monks and Taoists. No matter what they did, they would lose their interests in exchange for a way out. The people's behavior told them who the winner was. It wasn't Buddhism or Taoism that won, but the hearts of the people. Shao Yi just arrived in Luoyang. She's bribing. Bai Gu said as he picked up a few pine nuts and chewed on them. I'm still bribing people. For example, I'll give them pine nuts. Why would you bite a pine nut that's open? If you accidentally break the shell, it'll hurt your teeth. This kind of pine nut is dry stir-fried and opens to suck water. The kind that's fried and shiny is bad for the body, so I didn't make it. I'm already so old. Why would I care so much? It wasn't easy to eat pine nuts when I didn't know you. They're all raw. Why don't you roast them? Bite them. Don't bite them with your teeth. You'll have to eat them if they fall off. If you don't do it well, you'll have nerve damage. I know. I'll use my front teeth to bite them. Baigu started and pinched the pine nuts. He was afraid that his nerves would be pulled. Pulling one's nerves would hurt for 2 days. It would hurt for at least 5 to 6 days if anesthetics were used to pull out the teeth. If he didn't use anesthetics to pull out the nerves, he would use acupuncture. After the acupuncture was done, the sensation in the area would become weak. There were many needles. Every time he pricked it, he would ask if there was any sensation. If there was, he would adjust it. Dongzhu, Princess Jingxian wants to use one of my brothers to pass a message. She said that she doesn't want to return to Luoyang Palace, so she's giving instructions here. The little robot shouted from the shore. Actually, it could enter the water and had good waterproof properties. That's good. Send hazelnuts, chestnuts, and fried noodles over. If there's water chestnut powder, that's fine too. Oh, black bread and salted vegetables. See if the pot has been snatched. If they snatched it, make up for the big pot and let them boil water or make soup. Don't give the sesame oil for the time being. Send the soybean oil over and tell them that the pot has exploded. They can use chopped green onions and sauce. A lot of the oil has been eaten by them. The people who believe it will think that it's all lit up. Li Yi instructed and despised those people at the same time. Many people always felt that the sesame oil in the temple was all used to light the lamps. In fact, the monks and Taoists were cooking. Some monks believed in different sects and even ate meat. Chapter 1967. When the womenfolk received the complete news, Princess Jingxian was busy. Princess True Jade no longer thought of comparing Ron to Li Yi. If he worked hard in other aspects, he might be able to improve, but how could he improve the hearts of the people? How powerful was Buddhism in the Tang dynasty? In the end, there was only a rumor that the people of Luoyang Palace robbed all the temples and monasteries. Xiao Yi didn't even say anything. Look at how she bullied the monks and Taoists. Princess Yongmu's mother, Lu Jieyu, looked like she was complaining about Li Yi. It was not good for the child to be insensible. When others heard it, they pretended not to hear it. Was that what she meant? Princess Yongmu smiled. Her man was powerful. She was happy. Yuanyuan's family has half of the temples and monasteries in Henan province. You have to think more about us, Empress Wang teased. She also did not expect the people of Luoyang Palace to be so fierce. Xiao Yi, this child, always thinks about the people and never thinks about herself. Now! There is finally a reward. Noble consort Lu wiped her tears and said. She was happy for Li Yi. Because of this, she was relieved about the Tang dynasty. The capital and Henan province were two capitals with many temples and monasteries. Sometimes, the imperial power had to give in. Suppressing Buddha was not destroying Buddha. While suppressing it, they had to give benefits to the eminent monks. Now, it was suppressed by Shaoi alone. If the people of Luoyang Palace could be like this, the people of Chang'an could only be stronger. The imperial power was unshakable unless Xiao Yi wanted to be the emperor. Coincidentally, he did not have that intention. Empress Dowager, eat steamed eggs with sea urchin. Xiaolon swam slowly in the water, feeling awkward. The depth of the water was at her cleavage. If she swam, it was a little shallow. If she walked, it was a little deep. However, she was not tired of it and was willing to serve others. Because she was the only maid who could go down to the pool to eat and drink with him. The other palace maids could not eat or drink. They had to keep an eye on people at all times. She addressed imperial concubine Dolu as Empress Dowager. Wasn't this the end of the imperial court assembly? Lu Jieyu was actually an imperial concubine. There was also Wu Jieyu and Zhao Li, who had been demoted and was promoted. Xiao Lan's status was special. She had a higher status than other non-concubines of the other kings. Other than herself, no one treated her as a maid. As for herself, she was a maidservant at Princess Yongmu's side. Like Li Longji and the other women that Princess Yongmu didn't want to talk to, she didn't care at all. Beside her, Jia Yu did not dare to instruct her to do anything and had to smile whenever they met. Good, good, good. Ever since he was young, he had never eaten a fresh steamed egg with sea urchin. Your Li Lang is very capable. Noble consort Lu tapped Xiao Lan's forehead with her finger. She had a good impression of Xiao Lan. In the past, Xiaolan didn't like the things that Princess Yongmu liked to eat, so she complimented Princess Yongmu. Once things got better, Xiaolan would also like to eat the things that Princess Yongmu liked to eat. There was no such thing. Xiaolan quickly swam to Princess Yongmu's side like a quail and whispered to Princess Yongmu, "How are we going to use so many properties? Half-half, and draw a line between the temple and the monastery? You're usually quite smart, why can't you think of it? If the temple and the monastery don't move, we'll use the general property to offset the land. A temple has 10,000 mu of fertile land, and the temple itself is worth 5,000 mu. When the time comes, we'll take 7,500 mu of fertile land, and the temple will still be a temple. However, many temples are more valuable than the fertile land they have. For the temples of the various squares, the land is money. When the time comes, all their land will belong to us, and they'll still owe us money. They'll pay 50% tax and repay the money they owe bit by bit from their income until they've paid it all." After Princess Yongmu received the news, she had been calculating that her family's land property had increased by a lot. They have to collect interest on what they owe. In the past, the temples and monasteries also lent money to the people and collected the interest according to their lending. Xiaolan didn't pity the monks and Taoists at all. They lent money to the temple and gave half of the fees to the temple and the other half to the imperial court. There were also people who borrowed money from them. If they couldn't pay it back, they would sell their land to them. The interest was less than the public money, usually about 60% of the annual interest. The key was that the monthly principal and interest payment was much worse than the annual principal and interest payment. For example, if you borrowed $1,200, the interest would be 60%. If you paid it annually, you'd have to pay it back 12 months later, and you'd have to pay $1,920. If you paid it monthly, you'd have to change $160 every month. The total amount of money borrowed would decrease, and the liquidity would decrease. And the borrower could take the money returned this month to lend money. The borrower's actual interest was not 60%. It was just like Li Yi's bank savings. Would the bank calculate it like this? Borrowing money from the bank was calculated like this, but saving money was not. Xiaolan thought, there's nothing wrong with treating you the same way your temples and monasteries used to treat the people. Princess Yongmu blinked. That's feasible. Ask Li Lang. She turned her head and said to the little robot behind her, please find Li Lang. You're too polite. It's what I should do. The little robot even used the word you. Li Yi hated to say you when addressing people, unless it was the colloquial language of the Beijing dialect. Sometimes, the word you was not respectful, but scolding people. When Tian, is the water hot? The little robot connected and Li Yi's voice came out. No, I just talked to Xiaolan and Xiaolan said. Princess Yongmu explained the matter. We have to leave land for them to grow food and raise chickens to lay eggs. Even if they don't eat meat, they eat eggs. We only raise hens, not roosters. In other words, we have to leave a way out. It's not good to force them too much. After leaving land, the temple owes more money in terms of shortcomings. In such a situation, if the people don't burn incense, they will never be able to pay it back. Therefore, the principal is not touched, and the interest is allowed to be paid by them. It can be considered helping them. For example, if they say a good word about the imperial court, it will be worth 1 coin, at least 50 words. If they say good things about His Majesty, there will be a Buddhist song and a reception monk to promote it, it will be worth 3 coins. Spread it among the people, and while treating the people, spread the medicine of the Tang dynasty, it will be worth 5 coins. Li Yi introduced another set of operating methods. If the temple does not receive money, its fixed assets will be sold. The Tang dynasty can't be without temples and temples. If we help you, you can treat it as buying goods, give us a good review, and then give us cash. However, this is not cash, but interest. Unless you promote it vigorously, you may touch the principle. But if you really do that, the price of each promotion will be reduced. For example, if you wash clothes, 1 piece will be worth 1 coin. If you wash it vigorously in a day, you can wash 300 pieces and earn 30 coins. Suddenly, you invent a washboard, and you can wash 900 pieces a day. The boss will see, no, you can wash 3 pieces and I will give you 1 coin. This kind of boss is more pure and simple. He doesn't care how much more money he will earn because of this, but always maintains the stability of your income. When the young people see through all the actual situation of capital exploitation and don't fall for it, the boss suddenly turns hostile and says that the young people nowadays don't have the spirit to fight. To put it bluntly, people nowadays are not so stupid and are not willing to be exploited by me. Damn the information age. Li Yi wants to do this. He wants those monks and Taoists to work hard every day to promote the good of the Tang dynasty and the kindness of His Majesty. Chapter 1968. Try the sea urchin steamed egg with oyster sauce and see the difference in taste. Li Longji was satisfied with Li Yi's arrangement. When the new steamed egg was ready, he called for everyone to eat. Those lands. Song Jing looked at Bai Gu. I want to join the regiment. I don't care about collecting taxes anymore. I'm afraid the people will tear me apart. Bai Gu pretended to be afraid. He didn't even have such an expression when he was alone with Li Longji. Everyone was silent for a moment. They thought about Li Yi's reputation. If Li Yi wanted to be emperor, the income from the lands will be taken out to establish a fund. The profits will be given to the people of Hunan Prefecture in other ways. Li Yi broke the silence. He wouldn't keep the things he had obtained to himself. It's really a self-inflicted disaster. This is good too. The aristocratic families will be stable. Lu Chong mentioned Buddhism, Taoism, and other aristocratic families. He specialized in this matter and was poisoned because of it. Are the aristocratic families more powerful than Buddhism and Taoism? Look at the temples of Luoyang Palace. Have you gained any enlightenment? The power of one person can reach this level. Lu Youqiu sighed. Without His Majesty's trust and permission, without Prime Minister Yao and Prime Minister Bai's support, how could there be such a scene in Luoyang today? Li Yi pushed the credit away. At least when Bai Gu was the magistrate, he turned around and began to help him. Controlling the locusts was something Yao Chong did in history. When he was in charge, Yao Chong didn't stop him. You only know how to say nice things. You're not allowed to say bad things about me in the newspapers. Bai Gu recalled the situation when he led the people to face the locusts. His eyes reddened. Yes, say nice things. Say which minister did something beneficial to the country and the people. They don't have to pay taxes for half of the fixed property and give it directly to the people. Li Yi reminded him that the fund wasn't profitable. Bai Gu nodded and picked up a steamed egg to eat. Everyone already regarded other people's things as Li Yi's. Buddhism and Taoism couldn't win against Li Yi. At this time, the people who had gone to other temples and monasteries for sightseeing were dividing the spoils. The incense sticks were left behind for the emperor and Li Dongzhu's longevity memorial tablets. The other things were sent to the school and Sorrowful Field Square, the people did not want them. They knew that it was wrong to snatch other people's things. The purpose of snatching was to vent Li Dongzhu's anger. Taking the eggs and sesame oil home was considered as reaping benefits for himself. For example, the window frames, door panels, and stone piers could be modified so that the school and the sorrowful field square could be used. She could wrap something with a piece of paper and wipe her butt with it. Children used sticks and cutlery to go to the toilet. What if they got hurt? For a time, a large number of things were piled up outside the school and grief field square. With the help of the commoners, it was not a mess. The hill elder, the mentor, and a group of children stood at the side to watch the show. The children were excited. It was so fun. Snatch the temples and monasteries. The mountain elder and the mentor were worried. Should they take the item or not? Return it to someone else? Who knew how much had been robbed? He sent someone to find the county magistrate of Luoyang County. The county magistrate was sick and unable to govern. They found the magistrate of Hunan Prefecture. Magistrate Zhang said that he had gone to Xiaolunan village to soak in warm soup. Ah, no, he had gone to see the emperor. Soon, the Li family Zhuangzi's people in Ziwei City received the call. They ran out to each school and told everyone to accept it. It did not cost much. There was only one grief field square. Eggs, rice, wheat, sesame oil, and dried meat were piled up in the middle of the square. The egg mountain was the lowest. There were bamboo baskets with rice husks or wheat bran inside. The eggs were stored in the baskets. There was a herbal smell in the grief field square. Those who could go out by themselves came out to take a look. Those who could not go out by themselves had wheelchairs. It was expensive to buy a bicycle. Luoyang's grief field square wheelchair was a gift from the Li family Zhuangzi. It could be used but could not be thrown away. It was checked irregularly. In some aspects, the grief field square was similar to Li Yi's aid station, but it was better than the aid station. Those who could go to the grief field square would not be driven away unless they were willing to leave. The food in the grief field square was not bad. The leftovers from the restaurants would be sent here. Wasn't this the overall economic development of Hunan Prefecture? In addition, those who had a lot of assets would donate. A large number of things were sent over at once. They were dumbfounded. All for us. How long are we going to eat? The managers and volunteers of the grief field square began to enter the accounts. The more things there were, the more confidence they had. There were a large number of people coming to Luoyang from other places. Some of them were not in good health and collapsed when they arrived. They had no relatives or support. These people were sent to the grief field square to be taken care of first. After they recovered, they could go out to work. As for selling things privately and exchanging them for money, they would not dare to do so even if they were given 100 guts. There were people in Chang and who were dealt with. It was written in the newspaper that there were always people keeping an eye on the grief field square. When there were more things in the grief field square, they were not afraid. They would contact some of the counties and villages in Hunan Prefecture. Some of the locals who could enter the grief field square were sent to the grief field square in Luoyang Palace. There were also temporary places for people to stay. The extra things were sent to other places. For example, in a certain village, there was only one person left in a family. He was sick and there was no one to take care of him. If he was a big surname in the village, the authorities would ask other people with the same surname to take care of him. If he was not a big surname in the village would provide some help. It was fine if the village was rich, but if the village was poor, the help given would be less. Such people would either enter the grief field square or deliver something to the grief field square. There were also women with 2 or 3 children. Their husbands had died, and some of their in-laws were bedridden. They were also given things. With more things, it was easy to send them, including the volunteers. They could also bring some home themselves. They were overjoyed. The temples and monasteries in and outside Luoyang Palace were being cleaned. The few hosts who suggested to spread the news were the most depressed. They said that Li Yi knew that the great Tao was brilliant and could not be changed by humans. In the end, they realized that they were powerless in the face of the brilliant great Tao. Something has been sent. There is something. Princess Jingxian knows about the situation and sent someone to send it over. There are hazelnuts, sugar-fried chestnuts, and oil tea noodles. Let us persevere for a few days. After discussing the Tao with Li Yi, everything will be better. In the Chuanjian temple in the mission square that had just been ransacked, a little Taoist ran in cheering. His eyes were still red from crying. The host frowned. Princess Jingxian knows quickly. What's the use of sending food? Sending food means that Li Dongzhu does not want to be ruthless. A sage-like person came out. He was a Taoist master. He looked at the problem from a higher angle than the host. The host only thought about the things that had been snatched and sent. Princess Jingxian is with the saint. Li Dongzhu is also with the saint. If Li Dongzhu does not agree, why would Princess Jingxian send it? The Taoist master stroked his beard and said, "Why does Taoist master still call Li Yi Li Dongzhu? If not for him, would my temple be in this state?" The host was filled with hatred. Li Yi had proposed the 10% tax in the past. Later on, Baigu wanted to collect it. When he and the others looked for Baigu did not dare to respond. Then the 10% tax became 5% tax. If not, they would move. He wanted to discuss the Tao with Li Yi. As soon as the news was released, his temple was snatched. Princess Jingxian has printed countless books. They all provide Li Dongzhu with movable words, paper, and ink. Besides, Li Dongzhu has annotated many Taoist and Buddhist classics. He also translated the scriptures. If you want to discuss the Tao, then so be it. Why do you have to spread the news that Li Dongzhu knows that the great Tao is brilliant and cannot be changed by humans? Is the plague of locusts serious? Can humans change it? Is the drought serious? Can humans change it? The Taoist master taught the host. The Taoist master was a Taoist master in any temple. The host was not a host in any other temple. Chapter 1969. Not only did the Taoist master have a good understanding of Taoism, but he was also good at dealing with people. He knew that Li Yi was standing up for Baigu and setting the rules at the same time. That was the law of the Tang dynasty, and it was irreversible. If you don't want to do it, then I'll charge you 5 out of 10. If you're punished by the people, I'll tell you through Princess Jingxian that you still have a way out. Moreover, the Taoist master knew that there were many books in the temples and monasteries. After opening them, there was a pleasant smell of ink. Li Yi gave annotations to the Taoist books, such as the Tao Te Ching. There were different versions of annotations, including sentences. The Buddhist books were even better. Everyone was working hard to translate some of them. Li Yi threw out a set of translations of scriptures. No matter which sect it belonged to, Li Yi knew all about it. There was no need to say much about the medical books. One book after another, whoever learned from his medical books would be free to treat others for 3 years. The medicinal herbs could be sold. We didn't see the general trend of the world clearly. It's our fault. How can we vent our anger on people who are indebted to us? Li Dongzhu can't be enemies with him. The Taoist master continued to teach the host. How could the Tang dynasty cruiser that ran around every day be something that the mortal world should have? There were also things flying in the sky. No one knew what they were for. They could shout. Which Buddhist or Taoist could have one of these? We Taoists have fewer businesses. The Buddhists have suffered a great loss. The host understood and suddenly began to gloat. After the discussion, send an invitation. I want to visit Li Dongzhu. There was a smile in the Taoist master's eyes, but he was talking about serious matters. He was also gloating. The Buddhists had a large territory, so they had suppressed Buddhism before. Buddhism was slightly restrained, but they didn't understand the power of the Tang dynasty. In the newspapers, the Tang dynasty promoted Huaxia and Yan Huang. Yes, Taoist master. The host waved his horsetail whisk and bowed. In a Taoist temple with a Taoist master, the Taoist master came out to guide them. This matter, there was room for negotiation. In a Buddhist temple with an abbot, the abbot was also tactful. They were relieved when Princess Jingxian gave them something. Those who understood, after Princess Jingxian's action, they all understood. Those who didn't understand looked at the moon in the water. The commoners who didn't participate didn't mind the commotion. They were happy that someone else had been robbed. The commoners are the most practical. I will believe whoever can provide me with a good life. There were no livestock to plow the fields. There were also no incense sticks for the Buddha and the Tao ancestors. When they went to the Li family Zhuangzi in the western part of the city, they didn't need to burn incense. The Li family Zhuangzi would arrange for them to rent a horse or a cow. The Li family Zhuangzi was unable to pay the rent for the time being, so the Li family Zhuangzi helped to pay for it. They would pay when the harvest came. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't even need to pay. The stalks were accepted as rent for the animals. If you have a lot of straw, the Li family Zhuangzi will give you more money. They've gone too far. They're relying on their religion to bully Li Dongzhu. Do you still remember Qian Dahu? 5 years ago, I offended the monks in the temple and lost a lot of my land. You deserve it. Li Dongzhu should teach them a lesson. Li Dongzhu is such a good person, and they actually dare to threaten him. Did you go? I was too late. They've all left. The only ones left were the monks. Some of the monks were crying, so I didn't go in. They want to discuss the Tao with Li Dongzhu. Do you think Li Dongzhu can beat them? I don't know where it is. If it's close, I'll go. If Li Dongzhu can't answer, we'll rush over and fight. Okay, Li Dongzhu must win. My family still owes the Li family Zhuangzi money for the cow. Didn't your family build a greenhouse? Why do you still owe money? The greenhouse was also borrowed from the Li family Zhuangzi. They said that they will return the money when the greenhouse earns in winter. There's no rush. Then you have to go. When the Buddhists and Taoists compete with Li Dongzhu, you have to go. If the situation is bad, you have to help. I'll bring my eldest son with me. I'll take the sickle. Don't worry, I know who's good to me. Li Dongzhu can win. Li Dongzhu is better than them. What if? What if Li Dongzhu stays up late to help us live a good life? What if he's sleepy and others take advantage of him? Yes, the monks and Taoists won't care about how we live. Li Dongzhu is thinking about it. The people spoke one after another and formed a united front. On the day of the competition, they brought their farming tools, carpenter's tools, and stonemason's tools to watch and witness. For example, sickles, iron drills, big hammers, bricks, hooks for stoves, wood for table legs. They had to bring these tools for daily work and life. If they suddenly had work to do, they couldn't delay it, right? The night was cool. The monks and Taoists ate dried fruits like squirrels. Fortunately, there was hot soup. Those who were willing to eat oil tea noodles could wash it. There was enough heat. Li Yi's group was eating barbecue. They brought the people of Xiaolunan village to eat together. The babies who needed milk didn't participate in the adults' entertainment activities. They slept one by one in the nursery of the drunken immortal residents. There were a few women next to them in charge of taking care of them. They ate in advance. They didn't remove the hands of the babies who were biting their fingers as pacifiers. If one of the baby's legs kept kicking, they would rub it. One of them was pressed during the day when they were holding it. The other was in the growth stage. The legs moved to relax the muscles. Of course, it could also be a physical reaction during the stage of consciousness reorganization. The women would observe the baby's expression according to the introduction in the newspaper. If it was painful, it meant that it was having a nightmare and they would quickly pick it up. There was no need to wake it up. The baby would feel a sense of security through the skin contact. If it was still painful, they would have to go to the room next door and wake it up. The situation was particularly complicated. There was absolutely no problem with the temperature and humidity. There was also no problem with the light. That meant that it was uncomfortable during the day, or it was sick, needed to pee, defecate, or the stomach acid secretion stimulated the gastric mucosa, let's put it this way. The changes in a child's expression when he was sleeping and why he cried were no less than the number of words in a dictionary. The women didn't need to be so professional. They just needed to take care of it properly. I have a flower, planted in my heart, budding and waiting to bloom. Princess True Jade was dancing and singing. The other palace maids and people who had already learned in her palace danced and played music. The people and students of Xiaoluanan village and the women of Sigong Square were watching. Nowadays, the performers weren't of low status. Each and every one of them had a high artistic level. For example, Li Longji and Li Chengqi would sometimes personally participate in the performance. It was an artistic display and had nothing to do with the particularities of special social groups. Everyone else was immersed in the music and dance. Only Li Yi was roasting a large number of small skewers by himself. His movements were mechanical and had a sense of numbness. In fact, he was recalling the moment when he had been moved. That was a youth who chased after his dreams. The gentle sound of the violin sounded, as if weeping and complaining. He suddenly looked up and saw Princess Yongmu playing the violin, swaying to the rhythm. After being stunned for a moment, he revealed a smile. Chapter 1970. Why are you getting more and more beautiful? Oh my, this figure, he he he. Li finally had a normal human reaction. Alright. Do you want to hug me to sleep? A voice seemed to come from afar. What sleep? It should accompany you for life. When the memories of youth are blurry, the only thing that remains is time. Li Yi immediately went forward and hugged Princess Yongmu's slightly swaying waist. She was too beautiful. Tonight, you two will stay together. The voice sounded again. Today. Third brother. Look, the moon is round. Doesn't it look like a jade plate? Li Yi suddenly became clear-headed. It's the last quarter moon today. It's not round. Li Longji stared. Yes. It'll be a new moon in 2 days. During the new moon, we will discuss the Tao with the Buddhists and Taoists. Li Yi looked at the sky. There was no moon at all. It had not risen yet. It would be a while before it rose. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. You know all their methods? Tomorrow night, I will show you a normal method. There is no Buddha statue rising by itself. That is planting beans. There is also no boiling oil to withdraw money. That is used to heat things up. It looks like it's boiling, but it's actually fine. Vinegar won't do. Vinegar has a smell. If it's oil, it needs an extra layer of protection. Climbing a mountain of knives depends on the angle of contact and the strength of your fingers. Climbing a mountain of knives requires both hands and feet. If your fingers are strong enough, you can pinch the side of the blade. The weight on your feet will be small. In the sea of fire, you can run on burning charcoal. As long as the soles of your feet are wet, it will be fine. For example, when you are performing, the grass or cotton mats you step on are wet. You don't need your soles to sweat. The tip of the spear at the throat is the real hard qigong. There are already calluses there. However, sword swallowing is not the same. There are two types of sword swallowing. One is to shrink the sword. The other is to wear a sheath. The sheath goes down the throat, through the esophagus, cardia, and stomach. It's actually very uncomfortable, but it can be endured. It's like a gastroscope. The sword goes into the sheath. Also, Li Yi introduced all kinds of performance techniques, especially the sword swallowing. Most people would think that swords could be extended and retracted. Some people did not need to retract. They had a condom like a gastroscope. Of course, it was uncomfortable, but he could persevere. It was just like how some street performers dislocated a child's joints. These people were really good at orthopedics. Everyone was dumbfounded. So those things were actually so simple. You know everything. Xiao Yi, did you step on a raw egg? Step on a few raw eggs and then break a porcelain plate with your bare hands. What's the principle behind this? Li Dan's interest was piqued. He had seen other people's performances before, but he couldn't ask about the theory behind it. That is indeed kung fu. Eggs are raw, so they are harder. Usually, you have to be barefoot to master it. Splitting a plate is relatively simple. You look like you are splitting it, but you are actually breaking it. But when it comes to crushing porcelain fragments into powder, Guazi can do it, and so can many winged knights. The strength training of fingers and the thickness of calluses. Li Yi also understood this, but he couldn't do it. This thing was like performing ball support surgery for the eldest disciple. There were all kinds of theories. Why don't you give it a try? If it was so easy, why did you need to find a lot of death row prisoners to practice? All these had to be practiced. Just like when he lost his footing, he was willing to buy cheap jelly. Some people thought they liked it, but in fact, they used it to practice their tongue and throat to swallow and spit it out. It was not easy for people from all walks of life to make a living. Brother Yi, write it down for Pear Garden. Li Longji discovered a new world. Why didn't Brother Yi talk about this in the past? All he talked about was how to threshing, shelling, and grinding. There was also digging wells, building canals, and raising forest frogs and bean worms. There are some props that are very cheap. Li Yi nodded and suddenly mentioned the cost. How cheap? Li Longji actually asked. Basically, a technique only needs to be used once. It's a one-time use. It's not a one-time skill. I guarantee that you will be able to master it. For example, this steamed egg with sea urchin. After eating it, third brother, look. I stretched out my hands. There was no sea urchin. I turned my hands to show you the back of my hands. There was still no sea urchin. I then. Ouch! I pricked it. The sea urchin's thorns are too annoying. Li Yi performed a close-range magic trick for Li Longji and was accidentally pricked. He quickly squeezed it. What if it was poisonous? Li Longji had never seen Li Yi perform magic before. He was shocked. Brother Yi, you know how to do this? I'm a doctor in neurosurgery, thoracic surgery, neurosurgery, and other surgeries. If my hands were not flexible enough, would I dare to operate on others? Li Yi stretched out his hands. There were no protruding fingernails. He sharpened them every day. Sometimes, when it rained, he would put his hands into deerskin gloves to keep them warm. A few degrees of temperature difference did not matter to ordinary people. If he were to perform neurosurgery, his hands had to be absolutely flexible. If a little fresh meat cut his finger, he had to go to the hospital quickly. Otherwise, it would heal. For Li Yi, his hands were more precious than the little fresh meat. When he performed neurosurgery, not to mention a cut, He could even use pure water to change the water in his house on the first day to avoid muscle fatigue. Of course, the little fresh meat was being unreasonable for his own sake. He was being responsible for the patient. The two were different. If he needed to perform neurosurgery on a patient tomorrow, he should go to bed now. The temperature in the room was best at 25 degrees. With such hands, he could perform magic with just a little practice. The hands of a doctor who could perform interventional surgery were very flexible. Li Longji finished a steamed sea urchin egg and used the sea urchin shell to practice. He was pricked a few times. On the other side, the women in Si Gong Fong were trying hard to remember the new song from Chang'an. Dancing was also secondary. They all knew how to choreograph and dance. The main thing was to listen to the meaning of the song. There were very few songs in the Tang dynasty. For example, the song, "The White Sun is at the end of the mountain, and the yellow river flows into the sea." If it belonged to the 5 unique songs, there would be a song. If it was, "The birds fly high, the lonely cloud is idle alone," it was also the 5 unique songs, and the song was the same. It was the same as Li Yi's song that changed the lyrics but not the song. Especially the different language versions, it was called filling in the lyrics. For example, "The waves run. The waves flow. The river flows for thousands of miles and never stops." In other words, it was unforgettable, brilliant, who would forget the beach? Also, "Tonight, the breeze blows gently, blowing my heart." Then there was another one, "Drifting with the waves and the wind, following the waves of a lifetime." The Tang dynasty was like this. A song was filled with many words. As long as it matched the same rhythm, it would be filled in. It was similar to some surgeries, but to be able to come up with a new song, which was to say, to invent new surgical methods, they were all equally awesome. "Li Lang, I sang the Xintianya song that you wrote." They liked it very much. Princess Yongmu came back. She was tired from singing and accompanying the music, so she took a rest. That's why our folk songs are the best. According to the environment of each place, they can be bold and unrestrained or lingering. Li Yi had just heard that he had copied the Xintianya song. However, he was still thinking about the elegance of Jiangnan. Each had their own strengths. Chapter 1971. The night in Drunken Immortal House was bustling, but the night in the temple in Luoyang was cold, just like the last quarter moon that had just risen. Even the light did not bring any warmth. Some people were chanting silently. They were too nervous during the day and needed to relax. Some were still crying sadly. They could not feel the light of the future and wanted to return to the secular world. The sound of knocking on the wooden fish in the temple did not stop. The monks took out the oil from the lamps hidden in the cellar and calmed down to copy the scriptures. In the face of the catastrophe, they were calmer than ordinary people. There were many comforting words written in the scriptures. While many monks and Taoists were feeling at ease, a monk and a Taoist were sitting on the southern wall of the imperial city in Ziwei City. The two were drinking wine, eating steamed eggs with sea urchin and freshly steamed crabs, and drinking aged yellow wine. There were palace maids and eunuchs standing not far away, ready to listen to orders at any time and record what the two said. They were more respectful. The monk was Shan Wuwei, who came to Chang'an 2 years ago, and the Taoist was Princess Jinxian's master, Yi Fashion. Others were anxious, but they were not to mention afraid. Shan Wuwei had helped to promote the good of the Tang emperors, which was the condition that he had exchanged with Li Yi. Li Yi provided paper and ink, and Princess Jinxian helped to print the books. Yi Fashion had also met Li Yi before, and they had a good relationship. When I first arrived in Luoyang, I didn't expect Li Yi to be so popular. Buddhism and Taoism will eventually face a catastrophe. Shan Wuwei scooped up a spoonful of steamed eggs with sea urchin and revealed a satisfied expression as he talked about the current situation. This catastrophe may last 100 years. Li Yi will not let outsiders interfere with the imperial court, and he does not want the people to believe in Buddhism and Taoism. Yi Fashion said as he took out a tool to eat the crab meat. He came with Li Yi's team. In the past few days, he had been strolling around the various monasteries and chatting with other people. He had a high status. When the people attacked the temples, he stood and watched. The people only cared about taking things and did not hurt anyone. At night, he returned to Ziwei City and met Shan Wuwei, who had also experienced the same thing. The two of them discussed and went to the tower to drink. Shan Wuwei slowly nodded. If they did not go to Longzhe and pay 10% of the tax, how would there be today's catastrophe? He agreed with Yi Fashion's words. Li Yi did not allow others to interfere with the imperial court's work. Bai Gu used to have a good relationship with you guys, so you guys asked him to cancel the tax and used that as an excuse to see Li Yi's reaction. Who was Li Yi? How could he allow Buddhism and Taoism to override the national laws of the Tang dynasty? Look at the temples and monasteries of the capital, which one of them didn't pay taxes? If you have land, you have to hand it over. The merit box will be managed by the imperial court. When the time comes, you will get a share of the money, and the imperial court will take the majority. You said you lacked the money to print the books, but Princess Jingxian didn't ask for your money to print the sutras. You can't do it in Luoyang. If we didn't confiscate them in the past, you would have saved a lot of money. Yi Fashion ate a mouthful of crab meat. It's not just Buddhism and Taoism. Li Yi also oppresses Confucianism. Even the temples of Confucius have to pay taxes. If the descendants of the clans wish to become high-ranking officials, they have to take the imperial examinations. Yi Fashion said with certainty. He had guessed Li Yi's thoughts. Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism all had to reduce their influence. Next year, the imperial examinations will only include the Analects of Confucius. The year after next year, they will probably change to other books and break away from Confucianism. Shan Wuwei gave his own analysis. By then, Buddhism and Taoism will be at peace. Let's see how Confucianism and the clans will deal with it. Yi Fashion sighed. He lamented Li Yi. Little by little, he dealt with all the other matters that could affect the imperial court. He figured out the key thing was money. Only with money could one raise an army. With money, one could let the people live a good life. And the way to make money was through work. One could make valuable things with work, including cooking. It's hard to find someone like that in 1,000 years. Shan Wuwei commented on Li Yi. He looked at the history of the Tang dynasty and above, including his own, and found that no one could do what Li Yi did in such a short time. Let's go into seclusion tomorrow. Yi Fashion continued to eat the crab meat and wanted to hide. Seclusion. Shan Wuwei agreed. If they didn't go into seclusion, it was time for them to fight Li Yi. It was guaranteed that they wouldn't win. And regardless of whether they won or lost, their status in the hearts of the people would drop. The people didn't care who you were. If you fought Li Dongzhu, you were a bad person. Let whoever came up with the idea go. He didn't mention anything about discussing the Tao with Li Yi. The sky brightened again. The people continued to live their lives. Some people excitedly talked about yesterday's situation. People continued to clean the temple, but no one offered incense. Even if a small number of people still believed it, they were afraid of being beaten. Princess Jingxian arranged for people to send things to the monks and Taoists. Many senior monks and Taoists announced that they would go into seclusion. No one was a fool. If they rushed to the front at this time, they would definitely be in trouble. Whoever came up with the idea had to think of a way. Weren't there people who came down from Mount Song to Luoyang Palace? They were powerful. Maybe when Li Yi saw them, they would show their power. Li Yi would kneel and beg for mercy, right? And at that moment, the people who had previously united to deal with Li Yi were quarreling with each other as they shirked their responsibility. This was especially so for the hosts. They had thought of other solutions, but they never expected the people of Luoyang to have such a reaction. It was too intense. From the looks of it, they were sending themselves to their deaths. They felt that it was impossible to find the powerful person behind them. They could only do it themselves. When they woke up early in the morning, their faces were filled with worry. Everyone had a meeting and argued endlessly. Everyone in Drunken Immortal residence woke up late in the morning. After taking a bath and participating in entertainment activities yesterday, they were relaxed and slept soundly. At around 9, everyone woke up and found a place to eat. Li Yi had already finished eating. He had deliberately woken up early. He was afraid that there would be a bunch of questions for him while eating, affecting his eating. He brought Princess Yongmu to look for wild vegetables, far away from other people. Li Lang, do you think they will cancel the Dao discussion? It hasn't been confirmed. It's just rumors. Princess Yongmu held a small spatula and said worriedly. She was eyeing someone else's property. If they didn't compete, where would she get it? Li Yi was slightly taken aback as he looked up at the sky. It's really possible. If no one is willing to compete with me, what will they do if they become cowards? Li Yi was also worried. He had already made preparations and was waiting to use someone else's property to provide benefits to the people. Xiaolan looked at the two of them and her eyes darted around. Rumor has it that if anyone dares to not compete, they will be evil. Those temples and monasteries should not be left. When she spoke, she emphasized the word rumor. When the time came, they would not admit it. Do you want to compete? I'll force you. It's just that this is too despicable. It's as if I want to snatch their property. Am I that kind of person? Li Yi was still in a difficult position. If he were to go knocking on their door when they were giving in, it would appear unmagnanimous. On the other side, Su Yi also raised the same question. This rumor can't be taken seriously. If they want to withdraw, what can we do? Can't be taken seriously? Humph. Yao Chong sneered. He knew how to scheme against people. Yuanji, do you have a way? Bai Gu asked. Why do you need me? They have experts who know the reason. Yao Chong shook his head slightly. Chapter 1972. Yuanji is right, Li Longji said. He was good at scheming. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in this position. The others began to speculate based on the conclusion. Soon after, they agreed. San Lang is right. The people don't care about the rumors. They're only waiting for the debate. If Buddhism and Taoism don't agree, how can they be trusted? That's right. They can lose in the debate, but what the people see is the debate on the Tao, Buddhism, and Taoism. If Li Yi wins, the people will still believe in Buddhism and Taoism. They'll only think that the monks and Taoists are not good enough. If they retreat without a fight, the people will think that Buddhism and Taoism are lies. Song Jing chimed in. That was true. There was no way out for Buddhism and Taoism. They would say that the rumors were false, but the people would not think that way. If it's false, aren't we robbing the wrong people? No, we're not wrong. Why do they have to do this? Sigh. Bai Gu looked at the porridge in front of him and fretted. 10% of the taxes would be paid. They would be done with it. They're not fighting over taxes. They're fighting over the right to speak. Today, they'll take 10% of the taxes. Tomorrow, they'll be asked to do something else. Su Yi knew what everyone was fighting over. The underground forces of Hunan province were still there when he and the others arrived. This meant that there were people who were unwilling to follow the capital. The Li family Zhuangzi was being looked down upon in the mountains west of Luoyang. As expected, a Li family Zhuangzi without Li Yi was not the real Li family Zhuangzi. Now that Li Yi was here, everyone would know what kind of existence the Li family Zhuangzi was. I think it's even worse in other places of the Tang dynasty. The emperor is far away. Who knows, there might still be local emperors. Zhang Jiuling was not afraid of angering Li Longji with his words. Provincial Governor Lu Zhou had the same thought as well. In the end, the Tan family was forced to enter Chang'an. When they found out they were being lied to, they wanted to capture the provincial governor. Both the provincial governor and the Tan family were local emperors. The Tan family's stronghold was afraid of the Tang dynasty's soldiers. The provincial governor thought he could fool them. Where's Xiao Yi? Noble consort Lu didn't care about the local tyrant. She noticed that someone was missing. He went to dig for wild vegetables with Yuan Yuan. Leave the matter to me. Princess Jingxian knew about Li Yi's movements. She had a sense of presence and was needed to appease the Buddhists and Taoists. Otherwise, they would starve. Now that the Taoist priests and monks went out to beg for alms, there probably wouldn't be anyone willing to help them. This proved that propaganda was very important. Rumors could not be made up blindly. If they wanted to discuss the Tao, then they should have discussed the Tao. However, they just had to add in to let Li Yi know that the great Tao was brilliant and not something that could be changed by human power. Before they even discussed the Tao, he had already accused Li Yi of doing something wrong. Shouldn't the imperial court collect taxes? The commoners had to pay for the greenhouses they grew, so why shouldn't the monks and Taoists have to pay? The commoners are very scary when they move. Princess True Jade was also a Taoist. She didn't pity those people and only felt that the power of the commoners was great. The people are grateful to Xiao Yi, but in the past, Xiao Yi didn't lack anything, so the people couldn't repay her. Coincidentally, there was an opportunity, so the people used their actions to repay her kindness. Noble consort Lu had lived among the commoners before and knew the thoughts of the people. Usually, Li Yi didn't lack anything. He had just arrived in Luoyang and had run to the mountains for a few days. The commoners couldn't give him anything even if they wanted to. Finally, she found a good opportunity to help Li Dongzhu vent his anger. Li Lang, the wild vegetables on the mountain are all old. Shall we dig for their roots? They're medicinal herbs, not wild vegetables. Princess Yongmu squatted down and dug with a small shovel. The roots of dandelions, platycodon, and other crops could be used as medicine. She was purely playing around, but Li Yi was the one who was really working. Li Yi held the military shovel and stepped on it. The shovel entered the soil and dug again. The roots were out. At the same time, he looked for Dendrobium candidum on trees or rocks. This medicinal herb was more precious than dandelion roots. We agreed to find wild vegetables. Think of a way to find edible ones, such as wild shepherd's purse. Otherwise, we won't be able to take out wild vegetables when we return. Li Yi paused, thinking about what he had just said. They don't dare to cancel the Tao discussion. The monks and Taoists on Mount Song left the mountain and rushed to Luoyang. The commoners on the way saw them. If they don't discuss the Tao, it will be considered as being afraid before the battle. In the future, the commoners can just believe in me. Why should they believe in Buddhism and Taoism? I reckon that after they think it through, they will send powerful people to discuss the Tao with me. If I win with Buddhism and Taoism will also win. If I lose, Buddhism and Taoism will still win. Li Yi wasn't afraid that others would back down. The reason he found was to dig for wild vegetables. Even he wanted to put on an act, not to mention such a big matter. Unless he said in the newspapers that the Tao discussion was a rumor, the commoners wouldn't believe him. That's great. Princess Yongmu suddenly felt that the sky was high and the clouds were light. Her breathing became smooth. Xiaolan beamed and said, "Does the property on Mount Song count?" The entire Hunan province counts, but the wild monks don't. There are very few wild ones now, and there are fewer wild dandelions than wild ones. When the time comes, Li paused as he spoke. He looked at the dandelions he had picked and revealed a smile. Dandelions are artificially planted on Mount Song. Tell them to report the situation of planting and cultivating medicinal herbs in other places. Li thought of what to plant on Mount Song. There were still many wild dandelions, and if the commoners went to the cliff to pick them, it would be dangerous. It just so happened that there was a Tang Dynasty Qingdai medical foundation set up for the eldest disciple. It was implemented in all kinds of places in the Tang Dynasty where medicinal herbs could be planted and cultivated. One was to increase the number of medicinal herbs, so that the commoners wouldn't suffer from a lack of medicinal herbs. The other was to recruit commoners to plant medicinal herbs, so that the commoners would have an income. The commoners in the mountains worked hard to open up the fields and barely survived by growing food. They chopped firewood in the mountains and carried it to the county at the foot of the mountain to sell. They walked for 3 to 4 days at a time, and all of them were good firewood. They also caught prey and ate the meat and sold the fur. They lived a tight life. If they didn't live on the mountain, they couldn't find anything to do at the foot of the mountain. They taught them how to plant medicinal herbs. They bought the ones that were a year old and grew slowly. When they grew well, it was a large sum of money. If they lacked food, they would go down the mountain to buy it and hire a donkey to carry it up the mountain. If they needed medicinal herbs that grew in dry places and needed to be watered occasionally, they would buy a donkey first. The plains of Hunan province were large and there were many mountains, especially around Luoyang. The winged knights helped to clean up the wild beasts once. When the hunters' huts were all planned properly, the commoners would plant medicinal herbs on the mountain. The centipedes, scorpions, and venomous snakes were cultivated. A well-protected farm was built at the foot of the mountain and hired people to do it according to the strict operating manual. There were many scorpions, centipedes, and geckos in Hunan and Hebei. After the cultivation base was built, they could be continuously sent to other places. There are also large geckos and geckos in Hunan. These are medicinal herbs like small geckos, and the demand is high. Okay, I'll come here and plan it properly. It's too difficult to command remotely. Sometimes I have to do it myself. Dig, shepherd's purse is easy to find, but the taste is not as good as the spring ones. When we go back, we'll make dumplings for them. Li ordered. A large group of people began to pick shepherd's purse. It was impossible for him to go out with only 3 people. There's some here. I found it. The little robot shouted from time to time. Its eyes were better than human eyes. It scanned and compared. It also had infrared. When it found dangerous animals and insects, it would call the police. Snakes had a thermal imaging function, but it was even more powerful. It had both passive and active functions. Even at night, its active thermal imaging could see buildings, plants, and stones. Chapter 1973. The 4 eunuchs were in charge of the little robot. When the road was uneven, a wooden board would be placed to stabilize it. There was also a rope tied to it in case it went down the mountain. They gave it 3 extra spare batteries. Once its battery was less than 60%, it would yell to change them. If the battery consumed too much power, it would affect its lifespan. The lifespan of the battery was equal to Li Yi's lifespan. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't make a battery for the little robot. Don't block my line of sight. Give me at least 270 degrees of vision. I have to protect you. When the little robot saw someone too close, it told them to avoid it. Its scanning range was wide. It could always find leeches on leaves, snakes in the grass or branches, and big spiders. Its disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of power. Everyone liked it. Its voice was pleasant and its words were cute. It was also very capable. It could warn them of danger at any time. Along the way, they caught more than 20 kinds of snakes. They were all found by the little robot. It could see far. Snakes hid on fallen leaves and branches. How could ordinary people see them from afar? It could. As soon as it reported its position and distance, the winged knights went to catch the snakes. Some snakes were smart and ran away. Some thought they could ambush, especially poisonous snakes, but they were caught in the net. There's an oak tree in front. There are acorns on the tree that haven't fallen off. Do you want to eat them? It's 21 meters beside the road. There's nothing else. Don't worry. After the little robot was lifted up a few steps, it landed and stretched out its little finger. Dongzhu, do you want them? The winged knight's person in charge asked. Collect them. It's better to make cold jelly. There are small worms inside. Those worms are fried and fragrant. Li saw the oak tree. This thing could fill the stomach. Du Fu used to eat it when he was down and out. The winged knights collected them with a net. Many of them fell to the ground when they were ripe. They picked them up. After walking around, it was almost 11:00 in the morning. When they returned to the drunken immortal residence, the officials were busy. The phone kept ringing. They directed their respective departments to work. The original officials of Hunan Prefecture couldn't support it. There was too much work. The people kept coming in from outside. The outside of Luoyang Palace had to be built. The road network from Luoyang to the south of the Yellow River had to be repaired. In the Luoyang Palace, the heating of the roads, the coal reserves, the demolition of dilapidated houses, the cleaning of rainwater and mud in the low-lying areas and the covering of new soil and stones, Li Yi used the data collected by the drones to draw up a map, and the ministers directly directed it to each house. The people living in the dilapidated houses happily moved their furniture out and watched others demolish them, waiting to live in the new houses. This was free of charge and was paid for by the imperial court. However, the imperial court also had its benefits. Originally, it was a one-story house with 4 rooms and an area of 150 square meters. After tearing it down, they built a 4-story house that was 600 square meters in size. They gave 200 square meters to the commoners, and the rest belonged to the imperial court. It turned out that a family had a single entrance and 4 floors. It turned out that if 2 families shared the same doorway, the area would be slightly larger. This area referred to the usable area. All the areas added up were actually 300 square meters. There were stairs, but that was not included. The imperial court used half of the land to exchange for the commoners living outside the city. Other than the temples and monasteries outside the city, there were only single-story houses and thatched huts. The Li family Zhuangzi would take care of the people outside the city. The wooden tracks of the public transport carriages were repaired and compared to Chang and city. Brother Yi, you're back. Li Longji saw his daughter and Li Yi come over. He was reading a book on economics. He was relatively free. As long as it did not involve the transfer of the provincial government officials, he could understand the rest. Power would not fall to others. Just like the prime minister who held great power, he had the final say. There was no such thing as the 4 prime ministers and the people in the group. Who could call a deer a horse? Ask my brother E if he agreed. At noon, we'll have fried pork buns with shepherd's purse and lard residue. In addition, there are small insects in acorns. Fry them and add some refined salt. As Li Yi spoke, he took out a handful of shanli hong from his pocket. There were even some that he had pinched open and handed them to Li Longji. Li Longji squinted his eyes and swallowed a few times. I'm not eating. I know it's sour just by looking at it. It's to quench my thirst by looking at plums. As soon as he felt sour, he felt much better. The fatigue from reading immediately disappeared. Li Yi saw that he had achieved his goal and put the Shanlihong back. He also did not eat it. Third brother, let's go outside for a walk and then eat. After reading for too long, I lost my appetite. Li Yi came forward and held Li Longji's arm. Princess Yongmu held his arm on the other side. You're not old, you're still young. Let's go. Li Longji said, but he enjoyed this treatment. He was in a good mood. Brother Yi's medical skills were simply amazing. Knowing that he was reading, I Ching handed him a handful of Shanlihong. Especially when he pinched the book, his saliva kept flowing. In an instant, he became energetic. The sun was shining brightly outside. It was not cold at all. It was -22 or 3 degrees. Luoyang was in the 11th month of the Gregorian calendar. It was cold in the morning and evening, but still hot in the afternoon. It's snowing in Chang'an. Li Longji opened his eyes with all his might and took the initiative to blink his eyes to relax. The frost in the morning was heavy. The snow has not yet fallen, but there is no need to be afraid of drought. There is thin ice in the water network. Next year's spring plowing and the growth of winter wheat will be affected by precipitation. Li Yi said. His answer was a proper monarch and minister's memorial. Li Longji asked about the climate comparison between Luoyang and Chang'an. Li Yi answered about the people in Guangzhou. Good, that's good. Li Longji was in a good mood. It seemed that everything in Guangzhou was under Brother Yi's control. Turning his head, he saw that someone was eating in advance. They finished eating the rolls first and stopped eating at noon to serve others. Brother Yi, are the fried buns stuffed with shepherd's purse and oil dregs delicious? Li Longji wanted to eat the rolls and watched others eat happily. The buns are small. One bite is better than the rolls. There's crab roe in it. It's slow fried. The bottom is hard and the top is also tough. Li Yi swallowed his saliva. He was hungry. It was not the shepherd's purse and oil dregs fried buns, but the crab roe buns. It would be more delicious if it was dipped in vinegar. When mixing the stuffing, there was no need to dip it in soy sauce. Where's the soup? Li Longji watched others eat the rolls and drink the soup. It's the same as what they drink. It's free soup. There's a chicken rack in it. It's different from the ordinary pot water. Li Yi joked. When northerners drink soup, they often use water to wash it. In the south, they boil it. Then the northerners call the southerners soup stew. In the south, they call the northerners simple soup as pot water. There are a lot of poultry here. Are there more hairy eggs and dried eggs? Li Longji had eaten 2 kinds. He liked to eat hairy eggs that were yellow and hard. The chicken eggs had no meat and were not delicious. Yes, but no one got sick from eating them. The newspaper wrote how to eat them and how long it takes to cook them. The chicken has little meat outside of cooking. It's fried and even the bones are eaten. If you want to eat it, I'll find hard yellow and fry it with chili and add some garlic. Li Yi also did not like to eat the chicken eggs that came out of the shell. They were smaller than the sparrow. But they were cooked and roasted. Children liked to eat them as snacks. There was no refrigeration equipment. The hairy eggs were eaten on the same day. If they were not eaten, they were thrown away the next day. They were put in when cooking pig's food. There were people who collected them. After collecting, they were processed and sold. The price was low. They were sold at the same price as an egg. If they could not be sold, they were all sent to the pig farm. The industrial chain was very complete. Chapter 1974. Li Longji refused to eat. He was just asking. What kind of crops do the people mainly feed their poultry? Li Longji knew that there were not enough locusts. Chickens, ducks, and geese all eat grass. Old millet is given, and the rice husks are ground and mixed in. When there is little grass in Luoyang in winter, new chicks are not hatched. Li Yi understood the situation. There was not enough grain for poultry to eat, and poultry grew slowly. Eggs were eaten by people, and people ate fat and protein, but the consumption of carbohydrates was small. It was very complicated to calculate with pure data. It involved the human body's nutrient intake, not just eating until full. When raising chickens, even if people saved the food to feed the chickens, they would still consume more food than if they did not raise poultry. The difference was that they did not raise poultry and pigs. The ordinary people were thin and weak, and their faces were sickly. They were a classic example of malnutrition. Now, their faces were rosy, the men were muscular, and the women were plump. The number of children who died of illness had decreased greatly. In summer, because there is more grass and vegetables, the consumption of food is balanced. Poultry and pigs eat vegetables to grow meat, and when people eat vegetables, they can also replenish some calories. Li Yi mentioned the conversion of food. The conversion rate of poultry to vegetables was higher than that of people. Li Longji had learned about this before. The increase of the foreign population will help the consumption of local poultry and eggs. Have you planned properly to store them locally and transport them from other places? The main and secondary foods are safe. The capital has a lot of staple foods and can be transported to replenish them. The same goes for the non-staple foods. Ships will be dispatched in winter for fish from Haizhou. The gully from Luoyang Palace to the Yellow River in the north will be reclaimed when there is enough manpower to repair the bridge. Some will be planted with soil protection crops, some will be planted with economic forests, and the rest will be converted into fields and terraced fields. Li Yi gave a general plan. At the same time, other than buildings, there were terraced fields. Further north was the factory area. Now, there were few residents and even fewer fields. Most of it was primitive woodland. There were also tigers, wolves, bears, leopards, and other animals. Since the bridge was being repaired, it was better not to repair it. Have the arrangements been made for the southwest barbarians to go to Bohai Sea? Li Longji put aside his worries about Hunan and pointed to the northeast. The telegraph was sent to the shore where they were supposed to be. There was still time for the people to send the telegram. There were also ships that were anchored at sea. I'm not leaving today. The sky is gloomy and the wind is cold. It's going to snow again. In the snowy forest in the northeast, Li Endong looked at the time and sky and decided to set up camp in advance. Because of the local people, they still had to walk for 2 days. The number of additional teams increased again. 2 new tribes came with their families. The tribes that joined later were only moved when they saw how the people who joined earlier were like. Clearly, everyone was living the same life. Suddenly the neighbor came in a horse-drawn sleigh, threw away a lot of things, and put on warm clothes and new shoes. When the baby was taken out from a leather pouch, there were no black marks on it and it was very clean. She then looked at her child, who was sniffing from time to time with his nose running. Is life so good with the people of the Tang dynasty? Count me in. I'll take my clansmen to the Tang dynasty. Due to the delay, he had to change the shoes for the 2 tribes and look for the grass again. He burned the ashes of plants, boiled the water, and soaked the skins of the wild beasts he hunted. After that, he took them out to dry in the winter. They were all frozen solid. They needed to be processed when they arrived at the place. On the way back, everyone should have better warm clothes. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi made the decision and the others obeyed. There was no need to dig trenches to set up tents. The 6 tribes were separated in the middle to avoid running back and forth at night. For example, if they fell in love with a man or woman from another tribe. Life was so hard, they would be happy if they could. The southwestern barbarians were responsible for patrolling and keeping watch. They no longer regarded themselves as mountain people from the southwest. In their eyes, these tribes were uncivilized. At least they could write a few words of the Tang dynasty. They were captives, but they could also be called slaves. What was wrong with slaves? How could the slaves of the Li family Zhuangzi be the same as the slaves of other tribes? Who had seen the children of slaves wearing beautiful clothes and carrying small school bags to school? Ours was like that. The tents were set up, the bonfire was lit, and the meat was stewed. The dried mushrooms and wood ears on the trees were also thrown in. These wood ears didn't need to be dried anymore. They had already dried on the wood. In addition, the soldiers used shovels to clean the snow around the trees. Sometimes they could find mushrooms. Of course, they could also find the holes where snakes hibernated, so they had to be careful. Some grass had a thin layer of ice, but it still grew tenaciously. Li and Dong and the others flipped through the atlas to identify and command. Dongzhu told them what would appear in the wilderness in the northeast in winter and what they looked like. Even if it was snowy, they could still dig out food if they wanted to eat. Plus, they could hunt, so they wouldn't starve to death. For example, if they found a wild hazelnut bush, there would be fallen hazelnuts and worms in the hazelnuts. They could eat them together with the worms. There was also no lack of elm trees. They could peel the bark and eat it. Look for pine trees. Even if it was Pinus tabuliformis, the pine nuts in some big pine trees could be dug out and eaten. It would be even better if they encountered a river or a snow-covered water bubble. There were fish in the river, and loaches could often be dug out from the water bubble. They had to be careful when digging. If there were loaches, there would be leeches. The locals didn't know the words of the Tang dynasty, but their eyes lit up when they saw the colorful pictures. What a good book! The new team threw firewood into the bonfire. Most of them were men. The women wanted to work, but the men didn't allow them. Because they washed their hands with soap and applied hand cream, what if they rubbed it off? With the old lady who was not dead working, no one stopped them. When the children didn't work, they took care of their hands. They put their hands in the leather protector, which was warmer than their hands. The leather protector was a cylinder sewn with fur. 2 hands and part of the arms could be put in it. It was warmer to hold both hands inside. If a rope was put on both ends, it could be rolled up to the arms. Once the rope was tightened, it wouldn't fall off. When sleeping, something could be stuffed inside and it could be used as a pillow. One end of the leather protector was tied with a rope and it became a pocket. I hope the snow won't be too heavy. Otherwise, we can't find the wild vegetables under the roots to eat. Lianxi took out the rice and distributed it to others. He looked at the darkening sky and said, "The rice was cooked. After steaming, it would be dry and hard. It wouldn't go bad even after a few years. When eating, it was soaked in hot water and soup. If they didn't eat rice, they had fried noodles and oiled tea noodles. They had high calories and hard compressed biscuits. They didn't bring a pole, so it was better to eat oiled tea noodles. Anyway, they hadn't traveled for long, so the oiled tea noodles wouldn't go bad. Have you finished sweeping the snow at the stables? Tomorrow, we should let them walk in the snow again. They can't freeze their feet when they rest." Li Enbei said as he went to where the horses were. He was still worried. When the horses felt safe and the environment was comfortable, they would lie on their sides to sleep. Now that they couldn't lie down, they had to stand. During the day, they found hay buried in the snow with a little tip. They had to clean the snow and cut the grass. In the middle of the night, they had to feed the horses. They couldn't let the horses eat snow, even if they could. They melted the snow and added a little salt to replenish the electrolytes for the horses. There were even stir-fried bean powder for the horses that were in a bad state to eat at any time. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.